Simon says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made a downloadable transcript of this tutorial available as a free study tool. Just click the link below in the video details to get this.
Hello, welcome to QuickBooks Online. My name is Cindy McGugan, and I'm going to help walk you through this series of videos. I wanted to take a few moments in this introduction video and just give you a little bit of information about what to expect as you go through the course, and also let you know a little bit about myself and my background. I've actually been a software trainer for about 20 years. I teach a lot of different types of software, QuickBooks being one of those. I'm also a QuickBooks consultant. I work with both the desktop and the online version. I'm going to be able to relay some information about both as we go along, but more importantly, we're talking about the online version here. The online version has an advantage, and that is that you'll be able to access your company file from anywhere you happen to be that has internet access. If you work out in the field, for example, you might have your laptop with you or need to access it through your phone, and these are great reasons to sign up with a subscription for the QuickBooks Online service. We're going to actually take this from the very beginning. I'm not going to assume you know anything. I'm going to actually start off showing you how to go online and pick the correct subscription. We'll talk a little bit about working with QuickBooks Online and mobile devices, and then we'll take it from there and start actually setting up our company file. We're going to work with customers. That side of things is called accounts receivable. You'll need to know how to create invoices, what to do when the customer pays you, how to actually put that money in the bank. We're also going to talk about the flip side, which is your accounts payable. That's anything that has to do with the bills that come in the mail that you have to pay. You'll want to track those so that you know at any time how much you owe. We're going to be going through and talking a little bit about products and services. Those are physical things, and sometimes they're a service you provide, but sometimes you buy products and you also sell products, and we need to know how to set those up properly. We'll be looking quickly at payroll. There's a lot of other things we'll look at, but I want you to have a really good foundation for building your company file from the very beginning. When you watch these videos, make sure you watch them in order. They won't make very much sense if you get them out of order. Make sure you watch them all, and make sure you watch them till the very end, because a lot of times there's a really good piece of information right at the very end of one of these videos. If you have questions as we go along, feel free to shoot us an email and we'll get right back to you and answer your questions. With that being said, let's go ahead and get started. We're going to flip over to section 2 and talk about the different subscriptions that you have available when you decide to go with QuickBooks Online. Thanks for coming back. We are just getting started, and the very first thing you'll need to do before you start using QuickBooks is actually sign up with one of their subscription services. It is not free to use the QuickBooks Online. You do have to pay for it monthly, and they have 4 different subscriptions that you can subscribe to. I want to go ahead and pull up the website so that you can actually look and compare the different ones with me as we go through this. Alright, what you'll want to do is make sure you navigate to quickbooks.intuit.com, and you'll see this screen right here, which will give you a lot of different information on their subscription services. One thing I want to point out is that they do have a try it free for 30 days for each of these. That way you can see if you like it before you actually jump in and make a purchase. I want to scroll down here because you'll notice that this is where they have the different subscriptions listed, and I want to compare these with you. The pricing that you see here may change depending on when you watch this video. You'll notice for each of these that they have a monthly fee, and right now you can save 50% off if you sign up for this 3 months at a time. The Simple Start is the really basic one that you'll want to start with if you're a brand new business and you don't have a lot of customers, maybe not a lot going on with your business yet. It's great to start with this one, and then you can always upgrade as you need more of the features. Let me go ahead and go through some of these features with you. You'll notice for the Simple Start that you can only have one user, and that basically means that only one person can log in with that username and password. If you need more, you'll notice that if you look at the essentials, you can have up to 3 users. The Plus has up to 5, and then you can have up to 25 if you're actually using the advanced. Let me scroll down a second because I want to show you that there are a lot of really good things about the Simple Start. You'll see, for example, that in addition to multiple users, you can track your income and expenses. They'll all let you do that. All of these will help you maximize your tax deductions. They'll all have mileage, invoicing, and accepting payments. They're all going to have reports as well, but you'll notice that the Simple Start and the one that's to the right of it only give you the basic reports, where if you need some more advanced reporting, then you'll want to go with these two over here, which are the Plus and the Advanced. And even with the basic reports, you're going to have a lot of reports. QuickBooks is really good about reporting. You can do estimates in all of these. If you think about a construction company, you would want to actually estimate a job before you actually start doing the work and getting paid for it. And that's a really great feature they all have. Let me see, scrolling down here. You'll notice that you can track sales and sales tax in all of these. You can capture and organize your receipts, meaning you can scan them in. You can also manage 1099 contractors in all of these, and that's really important because those are what you call your subcontractors, and you need to know how to properly handle those. You're going to be able to actually manage the bills if you go with the Essentials, the Plus, or the Advanced. So notice that if you have the Simple Start, you can't handle the bills in QuickBooks. And to me, that's really important because you want to track everything you owe because you're going to need to really stick to your budget when you first start your business. You cannot track time if you have Simple Start, or you can't do what they call tracking job profitability in the Simple Start. Even though, like I said, this is great for a new business starting out, you'll quickly want to upgrade to one of the others. Moving on to the Essentials, Essentials just doesn't have the inventory feature, the job tracking profitability. You can kind of see the things here it does not have. You can't send batch invoices. And really, if you don't do a lot of these, it may not be important to you. The one that sometimes people want is the inventory feature, and you would have to upgrade to the Plus or the Advanced to get that. You'll notice that the Plus is the most popular one, and it does not have the options for importing and sending batch invoices. It doesn't have the business analytics and insights options, but you may not need these. If you do want all of that, you'll want to go up to the Advanced subscription here. The other thing I want you to know is that you may go back and forth with these subscriptions because it could be that you add users like we saw earlier and you need to have maybe 4 people accessing your QuickBooks. So there's a lot of different things you need to think about, and you can always call them if you're really not sure which one would work best for your business. I wanted you to be aware of that because the next thing you'll have to do is actually start with one of these, and you can actually choose to go ahead and buy now, or like I showed you earlier, you can go up to the top of the screen and you can actually try it free for 30 days. And that's where I want to stop right now. We're going to go through and talk about setting up your company file after you pick a subscription over in Module 2. But before we do that, I want to briefly talk to you a little bit about how QuickBooks Online works with mobile devices over in Section 3. I'll see you there shortly. Before we go ahead and wrap up Module 1, I wanted to briefly talk to you a little bit about some things QuickBooks does with the online version and how mobile devices actually work with QuickBooks Online. The first thing I want you to know is that your online version is constantly evolving. You might log in one time and be used to where a particular option happens to be, and the next time you log in, it may not be there at all, or it may be in a different location or look different. When they roll out the changes, they do not roll them out across the board for everyone at the same time. That's why your friend may have a version and he or she does not see the updates that you see, but you'll eventually get there. The other thing I wanted to mention is that you have the ability to use different mobile apps for QuickBooks, and they sync with QuickBooks. Depending on if you have an Android or an iPhone, you can just go into your Play Store or go into the App Store in your iPhone and just look for the QuickBooks apps, and you'll notice that if you download one of them, you'll be able to take it out in the field with you. And for example, if you need to create an invoice out in the field, you can do it right there on your phone, and it will sync with your actual online version. Now, the apps will not have all of the options that are available, but they will have the basic, most common ones that you would want to use. Go ahead also and look in your App Store and see if there are other software apps that aren't made by Intuit but would work well with QuickBooks, and it might be something that you might need in your business. So there's all kind of apps that work with QuickBooks. I just want to make you aware of that, and if you ever wanted to just get a handle on what some of the changes are that they're making in your version, you can actually log into quickbooks.intuit.com/blog, and then you'll be able to see all of the changes and stay on top of what's new. That's going to wrap up Module 1. Let's go ahead and jump into Module 2 and start talking a little bit about working with the company files that you have to set up in QuickBooks. We're starting to work in Module 2 now, and this is where we're going to talk a little bit about the QuickBooks company files. Anytime you create a file in QuickBooks, it is called a company. You can have as many companies as you would like. Often what you will see is a small business owner might set up one company with his personal information and another company that has the business information. Company files do not talk to each other. You don't have to worry about the data getting mixed up. And like I said, you can have as many as you like in QuickBooks. You have to either create a brand new one, which we'll do in Section 3. You might already have the desktop version of QuickBooks and you want to upload your file to the online version. We'll look at that in Section 2. But real quick, what I want to talk to you about here is the fact that you do have the availability of a sample file that you can go in and play with as much as you want. You do not have to sign up with a subscription or anything like that to access the sample file. All you have to do is head on over to qbo.intuit.com/redr/test drive. And the company file you're going to be working with here is Craig's Design and Landscaping Services. It is a service-based business. Let's go ahead and head on over there and we'll check out Craig's Design and Landscaping Services. The first thing you will have to do is just verify you're a real person. I'm going to check the box, I'm not a robot. And then in this case, it asked me to pick all the bicycles. I'm going to go through the list and make sure I got them all. And I'll hit verify. Now it knows that I'm a real person and I can access Craig's Design and Landscaping Services. Now, while this is pulling up, let me just mention a couple of other things about the sample file. Every day they update the date, so you'll see that date change. You're actually going to be working in the year 2021 in the practice exercise, so just kind of know that when you go in here. And this is what QuickBooks looks like when you first open it up. Now, I do want to go through the screen and get you familiar with everything, but I want to do that over in Section 4. Before we actually go through this, I want to show you how to upload your data if you wanted to bring your desktop file over, or in Section 3, talk about creating a new file. So we'll come back to Craig's Design and Landscaping Services a little bit later. Right now, I want you to head over to Section 2 and let me show you how to upload your QuickBooks desktop files to the online version. Okay, we've already looked at some of the sample files that QuickBooks has. We now need to talk about how do you actually go through and set up your new QuickBooks Online account. All we're going to do is navigate to where we looked at the different online subscriptions over in Module 1. And then we'll go ahead and decide which of those subscriptions we'd like to sign up with, or we can sign up with a 30-day free trial. Let me go ahead and flip over and we will sign up for that 30-day free trial to show you how this works. As you can see, I've navigated back to quickbooks.intuit.com. I think I'll take advantage of the free 30-day trial. I'm going to use this link right here. If you see a pop-up that asks you if you'd like to sign up with the 30-day free trial, you can use that option as well. What I'm going to have to do here is create an Intuit account, and I can do this a couple of different ways. I can actually sign up with Google, and if I have multiple Intuit products, then I can go ahead and use that one login for all of them. I might also choose to use an email address and sign up that way. I think I'll go ahead and do that and use one that I just set up for this, and it's got my name here. Also, it asks you to plug in your mobile number. That's recommended, but you don't have to, and the reason that you may want to go ahead and do that is if you happen to forget your username or your login information, Intuit can help you recover that information by looking at your telephone number that you've plugged in. You will want to create a password and make sure it's something that you're going to remember, but hard enough that someone else can't actually try to get into your account. Remember, a good password anywhere in your computer will have at least 8 to 12 characters. You're going to have a combination of capital letters, small letters. You might have special characters. I'm going to go ahead and choose a sign up with email once I'm done, and this is going to create my Intuit account. I do get the option to skip the trial and go ahead and purchase my subscription, but I think I'll go ahead and continue with the trial for now. What's going to happen now is it's going to start setting up what we call our company file. Each file in QuickBooks is called a company. You can have as many companies as you like in QuickBooks. This is going to launch us through what's called the Easy Step interview, where it's going to ask us some questions, and based on how we answer those questions, it will set up all the options in our company file for us. First, we'll see some basic information. It wants to know, what is the name of your business? I'm going to call mine ABC Services. And then the next thing it will ask us is to describe the type of business you do. Now, if you start typing in things like plumbing, electrical, things like that, then it's going to start pulling from a drop-down list and looking for those first few characters there. And if you see something close to what you do on the list, just choose it. There's no wrong answer here. Just choose something close to what you do. I'm going to pick, for example, services, and you'll notice that there are several types of services that it thinks I may want to choose from. I'll just pick professional services in this case. Another thing that you have an option to do is, if you've been using the desktop version of QuickBooks and you'd like to bring that data into your online version, you have the ability to do that. You can check this box, and then it will take you into your computer so you can find that file. We are going to talk over in section 3 about how to prepare that desktop file so that you can pull it into your QuickBooks Online file. I'm going to leave it unchecked for now and click Next. The next thing it wants to know is, what would you like to do in QuickBooks? And you might want to do a lot of these different things. You might want to send and track invoices, organize your expenses, manage your inventory. If you have retail sales, you'll want to choose this. If you don't, you may want to leave that alone. Maybe track your bills, track your sales tax, pay your employees, and track your hours. So you can see that you can choose a few of these or all of these. I'm going to click Next at the bottom. And now it says, what is your role at the business? Are you an owner? Are you the bookkeeper? Maybe the employee? Usually the owner of the company is the one that sets up the file, or it could have been that the accountant set it up for the owner. Whichever person set it up is actually going to be the admin or the administrator of the file, meaning that you'll actually own it. I'm going to go ahead and choose owner in this case. And if I scroll down a little bit, you'll see that it says, do you have an accountant or bookkeeper right now? And you don't have to say yes even if you do have one. It's just asking you this because it's going to set up some of the options as we go down the road for the accountant if you happen to have one. I'm going to say right now that I'm just going to do it all by myself, and I'm going to say all set at the bottom. And now what you have is a basic setup for your QuickBooks company file. There's still a lot we have to do because it's really a blank company file right now, but at least we have the file set up so that we can work on it. If you wanted to go through a 30-second tour to help you get down to business on QuickBooks, you can do that. I'm going to go ahead and close that out. And then that is what it looks like when you first log in. You are on what's called the dashboard right now. And a dashboard is just a quick way to see an overview of how different areas of your company happen to be doing. Now, I do want to take time and go through this whole what we call user interface here. I want to do that over in section 4. So right now, let me show you how to log out and then where to go to log back in. If you notice in the top right hand corner of your screen, you have a gear icon, and you can use the sign out option right here, and that will go ahead and take you back to this screen. Now let me navigate away from this, and then we will come back and you will see how to log back in. So I'm at Google now, and when you're ready to log in, you want to go to QuickBooks.intuit.com, which is where we were earlier when we first created our account. And this time you want to go over here where it says sign in. Notice that you'll sign up with the particular one that you actually subscribe to. If you haven't subscribed and you're still using that 30-day free trial, just use the QuickBooks Online option, which is the first one. And then that'll take you back in and you'll be able to log in right over here. And that's all you need to know right now as far as setting up your company file. Well, let's go ahead now and talk real quick over in section 3 about how to actually go ahead and upload your QuickBooks desktop file if you wanted to bring it into your online account. If you happen to have been using the QuickBooks desktop version and now you'd like to pull that data into the online version, there's a little process you need to go through. And once you go through the process, then you'll want to run some reports to make sure that all your data pulled in. Let me go ahead and show you how this process works. What you want to do is open up your company file in the desktop version. And then go to your menu and click on Company, and down near the bottom you will see Export Company File to QuickBooks Online. If you don't see that option, what it means is that you have some updates that you need to do in this version of QuickBooks before you can export this. In order to do those updates, just go to Help, and you're going to see it'll say Update QuickBooks right here. Now go through that update process, and when you're finished, close the company file, then open it back up, and when you do, you should see the option to export your company file to QuickBooks Online. Now what's going to happen here is it's going to ask you to log into your online account. Once you click Start Your Export, here's where you have to log in. So I'll go ahead and put in my email address again, gmail.com, and I'll go ahead and put in my password. And I'm going to sign in. Now what's going to happen here is if it doesn't recognize you, then it'll want to send a code to your email to confirm your account. If you had plugged in your phone number when you set up your account, then it could send you a text that way. I'm going to go ahead and tell it to confirm, and I'm going to flip over to my email and get that 6-digit code, and I'll be right back. I've got my code now. I'm going to go ahead and plug it in, and then I'm going to hit continue at the bottom. It's going to ask me a couple of quick things before it can actually pull it up to the online version. This particular one says, do you want to bring over your inventory? If you say yes, you want to go ahead and select a date that you want to go ahead and pull it in from. I'm going to go ahead and say I'll pull it in from January of 2020, and I'll go ahead and hit continue. The next thing is it wants me to choose my existing QuickBooks Online company file. Now if I have more than one, you'll see them all listed here, and I just choose the one that I want, and then I'm going to go ahead and hit continue at the bottom. And now it's preparing my company file, which is Larry's Landscaping and Garden Supply here. This process could take a while. What will happen is you will actually get an email from Intuit once this process is complete. Once it is complete, what we'll want to do is go ahead and open both the desktop version and the online version and run some reports. Now this one finished pretty quickly. I'm going to go ahead and click on OK. And now I should get an email from Intuit. Remember, if you don't get that email, it's not finished yet. It might look like it's frozen, but it's really not. You'll get it eventually. Now let me show you the reports that you want to run to compare your data. In either version, it doesn't matter which one you do first. You're going to run a profit and loss and a balance sheet. In the desktop version, you'll go to Reports, Company and Financial, Profit and Loss Standard. Now, when the report comes up, there's a couple things that you need to do. Make sure the dates are all. That way you capture everything in your company file. Also, make sure you're running this on an accrual basis right up here. You're going to want to run that one. Then you're going to want to run the balance sheet. You're going to go back to Reports, Company and Financial, and run a balance sheet standard. Make sure that you pick all dates. You'll have to scroll up to the top for that, and make sure you're running it on an accrual basis. Even if in real life you use the cash basis for this report, run it on accrual so that you can make sure you've got everything here. Now I'm going to go flip over to the online version and show you where to go in there to pull those same reports. Back in the online version, the way you run your reports is, if you notice on the left-hand side over here, you'll see it says Reports. And then you'll notice that both the balance sheet and the profit and loss are already set under your favorites. You can run either one first, it doesn't really matter. I'll just start with the profit and loss. And if you get screens like this that says Customize, go ahead and just close that out for now. And what you'll want to do is make sure that you choose all from the top of the list here. And then make sure you hit Run Report. And you can see there's the data. Now you'll do the same thing with that balance sheet. You'll go back to Reports over here on the left. You'll run the balance sheet. Make sure that you're running this on an accrual basis, and also make sure you're looking at the dates all at the top. You'll want to make sure accrual is chosen right there, like I said, and then run your report. Now print those out and compare those two. If all the data is the same on both of those, then you got everything. But if one's different than the other, then it didn't actually export all your data and pull it up to the online version, and you may want to try it again. And that's how you're going to pull your data from your desktop version into your online version. Let's go ahead now and move over into section 4, and I'm going to give you a quick overview of how the screen looks. We call this your user interface. Okay, what I'd like to do in section 4 is go ahead and give you a quick overview of what the user interface looks like. Basically, the screen, when you pull it up, what is it you're seeing, and how do all those pieces and parts work? Let's flip over to QuickBooks and I'll give you a quick overview. When you first log into your company file, you're going to be on what we call the dashboard right here. And basically the dashboard is just a quick overview of how the different areas of your company are doing. A couple things you'll notice: you have the ability to add your logo. You can just click here, search your computer for your logo, and pull it in. There are some things over here that it asks if you'd like to start doing. You can click there. So if you wanted to start invoicing, for example, you could choose that option. You can also go ahead and set up some payments, send your first invoice, and swipe cards in person with your mobile app if you happen to have that set up. Now, some of these things are not free. They are fee-based, meaning that Intuit will sell these to you. So for example, if you'd like to be able to accept credit cards, then they can set you up with a merchant services account. You'll notice down here are all of your invoice options. So think of this as your accounts receivable. This would be the amount of invoices that you have outstanding that have not yet been paid. Over here are your expenses. Those would be the bills that you've put in. You would be able to see any of those that you had not paid yet as well. So think of this area as accounts receivable and this as accounts payable here. Where it says profit and loss, that is the most important report in QuickBooks because it will tell you if you've made money or if you've lost money. And then over here, you'll just see all of your bank accounts. And if you wanted to click on one, you could. Let's say, for example, I wanted to go to my checking account. This one here is called checking. If I double click and open it up, that'll take me directly to the checkbook register. Now I'm going to close this message real quick. We're going to spend some time in the register a little bit later, but that's a quick way to get into the register. Now if I wanted to go back to the dashboard, all I have to do is come back over to my navigation pane, which is what this is called, and click on the dashboard, and I'll be back to where I just was. This is called the navigation pane on the left. If you went down to banking, you would see all of your banking options. I'm going to click on banking here. And what this is going to show me is how to actually set up my account so that it is connected to the bank and I can pull in my transactions. Now, I'm going to talk about this a little bit later, but you don't always want to do this. If you are actually using the invoicing feature in QuickBooks like you should and receiving payments, or if you're using the bill feature and paying the bills correctly, then you don't want to enter information twice. So you can set it up, but you're not always going to want to pull in data from the bank. Now, if you had a credit card, it would work perfectly. Now, I know that probably doesn't make sense yet, but we will talk about some of that stuff a little bit later on. Over under expenses here, expenses are things that you have to pay out. You had to enter some bills, you wrote some checks to pay those, maybe use the purchase order system. You can kind of see all that right down here. The next thing is your sales. These are the things that you actually sell to your customers. You'll notice that under sales, I can look at invoices. I can also look at my customer list as an example. And I'll just show you what that looks like real quick. This is going to be a list of all of your customers. And you can see that they're set up alphabetical, in this case, by last name. We're going to spend time on customers a little bit later, but that's how you get to the customer list. You also have different projects that you might work on. In the desktop version, they call these jobs. In here, they're called projects. You might have a particular customer you're working with, but you might have multiple jobs or projects going for that customer. Under the workers option, this is where you're going to find your payroll options. There's a ton of reports we're going to be looking at a little bit later. You've also got a place where you can go in and look at your sales tax and also payroll taxes if you're doing payroll through QuickBooks. You've got an option for mileage where you can go in and plug in which vehicle you drove, which job you went to, which customer you worked with, those types of things. Accounting. Now this is going to be the one thing you want to remember how to get to because this is very important. This chart of accounts is the backbone of all accounting. When you spend money, what did you spend the money for? If you receive money, was it a sale you made from your business? You're going to have to tell QuickBooks where all the money connects to in what we call the chart of accounts. We are going to be going through the chart of accounts over in Module 3. Notice also this is where you would reconcile if you wanted to reconcile your credit card accounts or your bank accounts. You do that right there. You're going to see My Accountant, which is the next one here. If you actually have signed up with Intuit to use one of their QuickBooks bookkeeper accountant people that they have available, then this is where you would go to actually find that person and invite them to be a partner with you, as they call it. There's also some apps that work with QuickBooks. You'll see that right down here. They've got a list of some of the more popular ones, some of the trending ones, or if you wanted to look through some of the different apps down here at the bottom and pick one that you might want to use, you can do that. Down here where it says Live Bookkeeping, this is actually where we were just talking about a few moments ago. You could actually go to My Accountant and have an accountant partner with you. They also have what they call live bookkeeping, where you can actually pay into it and you get a bookkeeper that will take care of your books for you, and both of you have logins to your company files so that you can both get in there and do your work, and you can also have conversations. So you'll be able to talk to them live as well. And then the last thing here is what we call a cash flow. This is something new that will be coming to QuickBooks very soon. It's called the Cash Flow Center. And you can see that it's going to let you know what all's going on with your cash accounts, meaning with your checking account and things like that. And you get a screenshot over here. If you want, you can join the wait list, and when the actual Cash Flow Center is ready to go, then they will send you an email and just give you some more information about it. Now, one thing to keep in mind, I did tell you way back in the beginning that if you happen to log in tomorrow and let's say, for example, this new button here is not there, look for it or look for the options that were underneath it already because they've just moved them somewhere else. And that's just something they did recently actually is they used to have those options right over here, and then they moved them here recently. Now, just to tell you what the new is, anytime you want to create something new, like a new invoice or maybe add a bill, those types of things, you'll see that in this list. And you'll notice that where it says money in, all of these options are your accounts receivable. Anything having to do with customers. Whereas money out is your accounts payable. And then where it says other, these are just some other things that you can create new transactions in QuickBooks if you click on one of these particular options. The other thing I want you to be aware of is what we call the gear, and you're going to see that right over here in the top right of your screen. And we're going to go through the gear options over in Module 3. I just wanted to give you a quick overview of how this whole user interface looks and how it works. Now that you have a quick overview, let's head over into Module 3, and that's where I want to spend time talking to you about customizing your QuickBooks files. We're starting Module 3 now, and I want to start off this module by briefly just talking to you about the gear menu. There's going to be a lot of places in QuickBooks where you can customize things to make it work a little bit better for you, but let's go ahead and start there so that you can see what some of the options are and where you would go to make some changes to your company file. The gear option is in the top right-hand corner of your dashboard right here, and you're going to see that when I click on this, it's going to give you some lists that you can look at. It's going to give you some of the tools that are in QuickBooks. You're going to have access to some of your company options that you might want to go in and change, like maybe the address, things like that. And also it's got what they call a profile menu for your Intuit account right over here. When you're looking in here, you want to get really familiar with a couple of these, specifically this chart of accounts right here. We're going to spend more time on that later in this particular module, specifically in section 4. We'll get started with that. But everything in QuickBooks will run through the chart of accounts. That's why it's so important that you know where that is. Don't confuse the gear icon with this new option way over here. This is where you're going to click if you want to create a new transaction. Maybe you need to create an invoice, maybe you need to create a bill, maybe you need to do something like track your mileage. Those are all new transactions you could create. Just recently, they've moved this new button over here and renamed it. It used to be right up here, and everyone got confused between the gear icon and this. Now they've moved it way over here so that you don't get confused anymore, and it says new, meaning new transaction. That's really all I wanted you to know about the gear menu right now. What I want to do now is take you over into section 2, where we're going to use the gear icon to go ahead and customize some of the options for your company file. Hey, welcome back. Let's go ahead and finish up talking about customizing your company file. This is actually part 2 of section 2. Let's go back down to reminders. I'm going to click the pencil icon. There's a couple of options that you want to be familiar with in here. You have the ability to set up invoice reminder emails. For an example, if your customer is late paying an invoice, or you just need some reason that you want to remind your customer to pay that invoice, then you can go ahead and either use the standard message, or you can go ahead and edit the one that you see down here. And you'll see it just basically says, this is a reminder we haven't received your payment yet. You do have the ability to insert a placeholder, which basically means that anywhere in here you can put in the company name or the invoice number, and that would actually be a merged transaction is what they call it. It'll pull from QuickBooks that information. You can email yourself a copy, and you can go ahead and save this when you're done. You also have options for online delivery down here at the bottom. You'll see these are email options for all of your sales forms. Your options for this will be when you actually email your sales form over to your customer, do you want to have a short summary show up in the email or show the full details in the email? You can also attach it as a PDF right here, And some additional options you have is if it's an online invoice, you can actually set it up for HTML, or if you want it to show up in plain text, but you probably want to leave it online invoice. And then click Save. And the last one I want to mention at the bottom here are statements, and I'll go ahead and show you those options. A statement goes out at the end of the month, and basically it starts with the balance from the prior month. It shows all of the transactions that month and then what the customer owes at that point. It's really a gentle reminder for your customer to go ahead and pay you. Statements are not mandatory, but they certainly do help when you're trying to collect money. You'll notice that when you print statements, you have an option to list each transaction on a single line or list each one including all the details on that particular one. You can also show the aging table at the bottom of the statement, and what that means is it will have a field that says 1 to 30 days, another one says 31 to 60, and another says 61 to 90, and that way your customer will know where they fall in that particular aging table. I'm going to go ahead and hit Save, and those are your options that happen to be under the sales. Let's look at the options for expenses. Expenses are things you have to pay, bills that come in the mail that you have to pay, for example. Your options are to show item table on expense and purchase forms. You can track expenses and items by customer, make expenses and items billable, and default bill payment terms. Make expenses and items billable. Let me just tell you what that means real quick. If you have to purchase a product or a service, and you want to make sure that you invoice your customer so you can get reimbursed for it, instead of just manually putting those receipts in the car or keeping them on your desk, QuickBooks will remember those expenses. And when you're ready to invoice the customer, you can just pull them in. You also have the ability to use the purchase order system. So if you don't use purchase orders, you might decide to turn this off. Also, you have this option called Messages at the bottom. This is a default message that will be sent when you send purchase orders. I'll go ahead and open that one so you can see the default message. You can also edit this to say anything you'd like, and then make sure you save it when you're done. The next tab on the left says Payments. This would be customers paying you. There's a couple things you can do. One is, if you want, you can sign up with QuickBooks to receive payments quicker by going through this little service QuickBooks has that's very similar to the way PayPal or Zelle might work. You just sign up for it. If you want to learn more, you can click here, and that way you can actually email an invoice to a customer, for example. They can click a button right there and pay you right then and there. QuickBooks will automatically be updated once you're paid from your customer. If you already have some sort of existing account with Intuit, for example, they have something called GoPayment or Merchant Services, you can connect it to your QuickBooks as well right here, and this is where you connect. And the last option says Advanced. There's several things here I'll just mention briefly. If you want to have the first month of your fiscal year start maybe in September, you can actually go ahead and change this. It's going to default to January. Make it correspond with your real existing start of your fiscal year. You might have a different date for the beginning of your income tax year, so you can go in and change those. Your accounting method is set for accrual. When you run reports, you can run them on an accrual basis or a cash basis. Accrual basically means that as soon as you invoice, it shows up as income whether the customer has paid you or not. As soon as you enter a bill, it will show up as an expense whether you've paid it or not. If you change this to what they call a cash basis, you will only show the income once you receive the money from the customer, or you'll only show the expense once you actually spend that money. I want to mention closing the books as well, because this is an option that you'll want to think about. In real life accounting, what happens is you close the books at the end of the month and you close the books at the end of the year. And what that means is if you want to make a change in a closed period, you can't do it. You need to make an offsetting entry in the current period. Your books are not closed automatically in QuickBooks. It doesn't remind you anything. So if you want to close them, you have to come here. you'll be able to go in and you'll be able to tell QuickBooks that you do want to close the books, and then you can set a closing date. Let's say you set it for December 31 of 2019. That means that after you are working in the next year, but you see a change you want to make in 2019 prior to December 31, you're not going to be able to change it. I'm going to go ahead and cancel out of that. We talked a little bit about tax forms earlier. You want to make sure you keep that one. Also, the chart of accounts. I know you haven't seen it yet, but basically everything in QuickBooks will run through this chart of accounts. And currently, they do not have general ledger numbers. They're just a list, alphabetical, per each type. If you want to turn on general ledger numbers, you can turn them on right here. Also, you have some options for the markup income account, and we'll address that a little bit later. Let me mention real quick the track classes and the track locations. Locations means if you have different physical locations for your business, you can turn this option on, and every transaction that you work in, you can choose which location you want that to go to. Classes is very similar, except it's not really locations. Think about this. Let's say that you happen to have two different divisions of your company. You might use those for your class list, and everything you do, make sure you pick the correct option from the list. There's some things about forms where you can have it pre-fill automatically apply payments, things like that. You might want to look through that at some point. A project would be like a job-related activity. You'll notice that you have the ability to organize all of those job-related activities in one place, and that is turned on. You're also viewing QuickBooks in the business view. There is an option to go ahead and also see this in what they call the accountant view. Time tracking. If you want to be able to track the time that you or your employees spend working on different projects or jobs, you have the ability to do that. You can also come down and change the currency. There's some date options and things like that all the way down here. That means there's a lot of options in here that you can go through and set. You're going to want to look through these. You don't have to get them all right away, but at some point if you want to set these, you just come back in and make all these changes. I'm going to go ahead and close that with the X at the top right, and that's going to take me back to the dashboard. Let's go ahead and now move over to section 3, and I'll show you how to manage users. In section 1, we got familiar with the gear menu. There were lots of different options in there that you can use to customize how your company file works, and I want to take you into the gear menu now and into some of those options and show you how to customize some of those different things so that your company file works best for you. Let me go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we will dive right in. I'm going to click on the gear icon. And I want to start over in the first column underneath where it says your company. You'll see an option that says account and settings. These are going to be like preferences or options that you can turn on or off or edit in QuickBooks. As we go down the tabs on the left, and we'll start with company, if you want to change anything in these different sections, just go over to the right and click on the little pencil icon, and that will take you into the edit option. You'll notice here that I can add my company logo just by clicking the plus sign, and that will let me navigate through my computer to find my logo. I could edit the name of the company if I like. Also, you might want to put in your EIN number or your social security number. You're going to use your social if you're a sole proprietor and you really don't have payroll. If you do have payroll, you're going to have your EIN number in here so that QuickBooks can use it to help you with your payroll. I'm going to hit save, and that's going to save that little section. The next little section says company type, and you'll notice the first thing is the tax form and then the industry. I'm going to click over on the pencil icon here, and I want you to notice that you have the ability to add whatever type of tax form that you actually file when you do your taxes at the end of the year. You can add that here. Now let me just make a little point here. You do not have to pick anything here. As a matter of fact, if you do not file your own taxes, if you have an accountant, then I would pick other or none every single time. Your accountant will know what type of tax form that you file. If you pick any of these options, what will happen is when you're working in different places in QuickBooks, there will be an extra field that says which tax line on the tax form would you like to put this on. You're not going to have a clue if you're not an accountant, and you'll just get stuck there every single time. So why see that field and get yourself stuck? I'm just going to pick not sure, other, or none. And the other thing is you have an industry you chose when you first set up your company file. I chose professional services. You can change that if you want, but I'm going to leave that and hit save. The next little section you'll see here has to do with your company email. You're going to have your customer-facing email. The difference is that the company email is the private email that you like different things sent to from Intuit, for example. The customer-facing email is the one you want the customer to see, and that can actually be redirected to your company email if you don't want to have to open 15 different email accounts. You can always have as many email accounts as you want and redirect them to the one you'd like to funnel everything into. There's a place to put in your company phone and your company website here. Again, you would edit that over on the right. And the company address down at the bottom. Same thing, you can have a company address that's seen on the back end and then one that's called customer facing, meaning that's the one that the customer actually sees. Let me go down on the left here to billing and subscription. This is where you're going to be able to go in and upgrade your existing subscription if you'd like. You'll notice that you can subscribe right from here and you can see all of the options, and we've talked a little bit about these before, so I'm not going to spend much time on that. The next one on the left is usage. There are some limits to some of these different subscriptions. For example, when you're using the QuickBooks Online Plus and you need more room, you'll want to go ahead and upgrade your subscription. For example, the one that I'm using only allows me one user. If I want to add a user, I may need to upgrade my subscription. There is a number of items you can put in the chart of accounts as an example. It's 250. Just a little FYI, the desktop version allows you to have 14,500. If I need 251, then I need to upgrade my subscription. And then down here where it says classes and locations, you can have up to 40, and if you need more, then that's another reason you would want to upgrade your subscription. I'm going to go over to sales on the left, and there's several things in here that you may want to go ahead and work with. Now later on, we'll look at customizing the look and feel of your different forms. For example, if you have an invoice and you want to add your logo or something like that. But these are some things you can turn on or off right here in your forms. For example, let's say that you like to invoice your customers and you want the customers to automatically have terms of net 10, for example. Well, currently they're net 30. Let me go ahead and click on the pencil icon and show you some of these. Here's where I could change this to one of these other preferred invoice terms. If you're not familiar with the ones that say 1% net 10, like these three, and there's 2% net 10 and 8, basically what that means is the customer invoice will be due in 30 days, but if they paid in 10 days, they can take 1% off. It's a way to get your customers to pay you early. If you have a preferred delivery method, you can choose it right here. Do you like to print things now, or would you like to send things later? I'm referring to an invoice as an example. Here where it says shipping, if you don't ship anything, then you can go ahead and uncheck this and this will say off. If you do ship things, then you had some options down here where you can have sales reps and put in purchase order numbers, things like that. These are custom fields. You can also turn those off if you don't need them. If you want PO number, not sales rep, for example, just uncheck the sales rep option. You can have custom transaction numbers, and that basically means that if you want to put in your own transaction numbers, you can go ahead and set that series up. You can have a service date field. You can also have fields for the discount, deposits, or tips or gratuity if you use that. You can just go in and turn these on or off. I'm going to hit save right there. The next thing you're going to see is products and services right over here. And you'll see there are several different options related to that you can turn on or off. For example, if you don't track inventory, you can actually turn off this inventory option right here. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that. There's also some options for late fees. There's also some for progress invoicing. And let me just mention what that is, just so you'll know. If you estimate jobs, construction is a prime example, you're going to want to take that estimate and turn it into an invoice at some point so that your customer can pay you. You do not have to pull everything from the estimate into an invoice. You can pull in 30%, for example, or maybe you want to pull in certain items that were on that estimate into an invoice. If you do estimates, you will want progress invoicing. There's a couple more options here. Let me scroll down. There is an option for messages. When you actually email a form, so let's say it's an invoice, for example, or what they call a sales form, you have the ability to email it directly to your customer. You can set the default message, and I'll go ahead and click on that one so we can see. You can say dear, or you can say to. Notice you can have a merge field if you want to have their full name, their last name, first name. And you can use the standard message that you see right here below when you're actually sending out that email. You can also have a copy emailed to yourself every time if you'd like. I'm going to go ahead and hit save down at the bottom. A couple more things I want to point out. You'll notice that there is an option for reminders, and I want to briefly tell you how reminders work. But before we do that, I think we'll go ahead and stop the video right here. Let's go over into the next section, and I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about some of these other options here for account and settings. One of the things that you will want to do is make sure that each person that is using QuickBooks has their own login. You'll give each person their own username and their own password. Only the administrator can add, edit, or delete users. You can have up to 5 users in your QuickBooks file. If you need additional ones, you can think about upgrading your subscription or purchasing those additional ones that you might need. The reason you want to have these additional users set up is because if you want to track down errors, then you'll want to know who was logged in at the time that that particular transaction was changed. You can run an audit trail to see a report on which user was logged in, what the transaction used to look like, and what it looks like now. You also will be able to limit the user's access to certain areas of QuickBooks. Let's go ahead and flip over and I will show you how to manage the users. Keep in mind that the administrator has to be logged in order to work with the users. I'm going to go up to my gear icon in the top right hand side of the screen, and in the first column you'll see an option that says Manage Users. The first thing I want to point out is that normally if you're using one of the basic subscriptions, then you only have 5 what they call billable users in your plan. And like I mentioned earlier, you do have to upgrade if you want to have additional users. The admin is considered one of the 5 users, and you can see here is the admin name. If you wanted to edit the admin information, you can choose the edit over on the right and then come over here to edit user settings. Typically, when you first set up QuickBooks, you're going to see the email address that you signed up with right here under the first name field, and there won't be anything where it says last name. You could come up here and change those like I did. I'm going to go ahead and hit save at the bottom. If you want to add a user, just come over to the right here and click on Add User. Your user that you're setting up can have what they call standard rights, which means that you can choose to give them full rights, but you can also choose to limit their access to certain areas, or you can give them company admin rights, which means they have access to everything. These options up here count towards your 5 user limit we discussed. These here don't, because you might have someone you want to be able to log in just to run reports or maybe just to do time tracking. I'm going to go ahead and choose Standard User at the top and click Next in the bottom right hand corner of the screen. The first thing it asks me is how much access do I want to give this user? Now if you say all, notice it will include payroll and it will check that, and you can see all the different things they have access to over here. If I go ahead and uncheck that, you'll notice that The things they don't have access to do are down at the bottom. They can't add or edit employees in this case, or delete payroll transactions. It could be that I say none. I don't want them to have rights to any of these accounting features, but they can still manage other things in QuickBooks, like submitting their own timesheets, things like that. I can also give them limited access, meaning if I want them to be able to do things with customers, you can see the choices here. Or if I want them to do things with vendors or both, you can see I can check both, and you'll see all the options here as well. I'm going to go ahead and click Next. And now it asks me, do you want this user to add, edit, and remove users? We're going to say no, and I wouldn't change that because you want the administrator to have rights to everyone. If you start giving everyone full rights to change users and that sort of thing, then what's the point in even setting those up? Notice that you can also give this person permission to edit the company info, or if you want them to manage the subscriptions, you have the ability to do that as well. I'm going to go ahead and click Next at the bottom. Then it says, we'll invite them to create a QuickBooks account and password for each to access the company file. What you're basically going to do here is the new user you'd like to set up, you're going to put in their first and last name here, put in their email, and they will actually get an email saying that the administrator would like them to become a user. They would accept, and then they can set up the username and password. Make sure that the administrator knows that information. You wouldn't want to have an employee that has their own username and login information and the administrator doesn't know what it is and can't have access to what they do. That's going to be very important for you. I'm going to go ahead and just X out of this because at this point what would happen is once they accept it, then you would see their name down here as a user. And that's really how the users will work. I do want to show you the audit trail report, but we'll do that when we get over to reports a little bit later. Let's go ahead and wrap up this section, and let's talk over in section 4 about the chart of accounts. We're getting ready now here in section 4 to talk about the chart of accounts. The chart of accounts is probably the most important thing in QuickBooks. Every single thing in QuickBooks will flow through the chart of accounts somewhere. The chart of accounts is basically a listing of different areas where you might actually spend money or you might receive money as well. And you want to make sure that your information goes into the correct categories. That way when you run reports, you have accurate information. There is a part 2 to the chart of accounts. Make sure you watch both parts so that you have a really good understanding of how the chart of accounts works. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we'll get started. There are a few different ways to get to the chart of accounts. One way is to go through the gear icon, and in the first column you will see the chart of accounts. Another way is just go over to the left and click on accounting, and there you will see the chart of accounts as well. And this is what your chart of accounts looks like. Remember that every single thing in QuickBooks runs through one of these. That's why it's so important that this is set up correctly. But let me quickly give you a quick overview of how the screen looks. You'll notice the first column is the name of your account. When you're setting these up, you can pretty much name these accounts anything you'd like, but make sure that you name them something that makes sense to you or whoever happens to be looking at your reports. The second column is the type, and notice that it's currently sorted by type. We're going to be going through all the different types so that you will know which ones you need to set up to make sure that you have everything you need. I want you to notice also that when you're looking down this list and you see the type, for example, income, notice that the names are alphabetical, and that will be true of each of these types. If you look at the expenses here, then these are alphabetical. If you want to turn on general ledger numbers, you have the option to do that, and let me show you what it will look like if you do. You'll actually go up to your gear icon, then you're going to go into Account and Settings. Then you'll want to choose Advanced on the left-hand side. And under Advanced, you're going to see an option that says Enable Account Numbers right here. Currently, they're off. If I choose On just by clicking there and choose Enable Account Numbers, notice that turned it on, and I can show account numbers and then save, and I'll show you what this looks like. Now let me go ahead and close this. And you're going to see now that you'll have a new column at the beginning here where you can actually go through and put in your own account numbers. There will not be any here automatically. You have to add them. The way you would add them is the way you would edit any of these accounts. Just come over to that line that the account you want to edit is on. You'll see a down arrow and you'll choose Edit. And in this window you have the opportunity to add your new account number right here. I'm going to go through this screen in a minute, so I'll just close that for now, and I'm going to go back and turn those account numbers off for just a moment. Account and Settings. It's going to be the Advanced option on the left, and I'm going to go ahead and turn off Enable Account Numbers just by clicking that word on, and I'll uncheck these and save that. Now let's go back and finish going down our list here. The next column that you're going to see next to the type is going to be the detail type, and that's just telling you a little bit more information about the type that you chose. There's also the QuickBooks balance and the bank balance. The QuickBooks balance would be if you had entered some transactions in QuickBooks, what is that balance for that account? The bank balance column will allow you, if you pull in your entries from the bank, that's called downloading your transactions, then you'll see what that balance is as well, and you can see that you can match those up and see if you're in sync here. And we'll be getting into that a little bit later. But right now what I want to do is start talking to you about the different types of accounts you'd want to add, and then we'll add a few so you can get a feel for how this works. The first type that I want to talk about are bank accounts. You'll notice there are no bank accounts at the top of this list. That means that right now you do not have a checking account, you don't have a savings account, any kind of bank account. You have the ability to add these. You're going to be doing this by clicking over here where it says New. And the first thing you're going to do is pick the account type. In this case it will be bank, but notice all the other types we're going to be talking about. Where it says detail type right here, just go ahead and pick the option from the list that closely matches the account type you've chosen. Over here is the name of the account. When you name your account, you can name it anything you want. If you want to call it your bank name, you could do that. If you want to call it operating account and maybe another one called payroll account, you can do that. Just whatever you like to name it. I'm going to go ahead and leave it on checking for now. Description is totally optional. And there's not a sub-account right now, but later on I'll talk to you about how sub-accounts work. The other thing you want to think about is a start date to start tracking the money in this checking account. Now what you want to do is, if it's the beginning of the year like it is currently, then you probably want to go back to January 1 or the beginning of your fiscal year and put in all the entries. If that's the case, then you can choose beginning of this year. You might decide if it's later in the year and you're starting your QuickBooks file to go ahead and start with the beginning of that current month. You can also pick Other. The reason you might want to pick Other is, what if you have a bank statement that cuts off in the middle of the month? That would be an option where you can tell it a specific date to start with. It really doesn't matter what date you start with, just try to make it correspond to the start date of your bank statement. I'm going to go ahead and say beginning of this year, and I'm going to go ahead and put in the balance. The ending balance on 12/31 of 2019 would be the exact same number as the beginning balance of 1/1/2020. You'll want to get that number from your bank statement. I'm going to go ahead and say it was $250.62, and I'll go ahead and hit save and close at the bottom. And now you'll see at the top you have a checking account and you have a balance of $250.62. You also have the ability to view the register. I just want to show you that real quick. If I come over here to view register, then this is what the checkbook register actually looks like. I'm going to close this. This is just some information on what a register looks like and what it's supposed to do. Anytime you want to go back to the chart of accounts, you'll notice right up here it says back to chart of accounts, and that's going to take me back to this screen. Now I also want you to notice something that happened. Anytime in accounting you do something like this, then you will have a debit and a credit for that transaction. You'll notice that in this case, the flip side of the money went to an account called Opening Balance Equity. And that's the way it should be. You can't change that. Just know that whenever you have a starting balance, which could be a minus number if you have a loan, but this is going to be an actual picture of what your books look like. So don't freak out if you see a negative number there. It's an accurate picture of your books. Let's go ahead and talk about some other bank accounts. You obviously would have savings, money market accounts, things like that. But think about, do you have PayPal? Do you accept Square? Those are bank accounts as well. So if you do accept those, then you want to set those up as bank accounts. What would eventually happen is you would transfer money from PayPal or Square into your checking account, or sometimes you go the other way. But those are just bank transfers. The next type I want to talk to you about are your assets, and you'll see there are a couple of these here. An asset is something that your business owns that makes it more valuable. You're going to have equipment, you're going to have chairs, desks, lamps, vehicles, property. Assets fall into one of two types. There are fixed assets, which are things you plan to keep long term, like the vehicle or the property. Then there are what we call more liquid assets, or QuickBooks calls them other current. Inventory is a great example of that because I'm worth more right now because I have inventory in the back room, but my goal is to sell it and get it out the door. Now what's going to happen with assets is you're going to set up big bucket categories. And what I mean by that is instead of listing each vehicle the business owns, you're going to have a category called vehicles, and they'll all dump into that one category. You don't want to have 100 different categories for your assets because no one wants to sit there and look at that. Just have big buckets, maybe 7 to 10 good ones. Some of the common ones that I see are vehicles. You might have one called furniture and fixtures. You might have one called property if you have a lot of property. You might have equipment. But again, they're just big buckets. This is where the accountant's going to be very helpful to you because the accountant's going to help you decide which categories to set up. And also when you start talking about the money part, then the accountant's going to help you plug in how much the vehicles were worth and depreciation and things like that. QuickBooks does not do depreciation, and that's because there are multiple ways to do it. If you had 10 accountants, they might all tell you a different way they want it done. So just know you want to have the account set up so that if you go to the bank to get a loan, for example, the bank will know that you do have some assets. We're going to move down the list, but before we do, I want to go ahead and stop the video here and have you go over into part 2, and we will continue talking about the different types that you'll need to set up. We're in section 4, and we've just talked a little bit about how to start setting up some of the accounts in your chart of accounts. I want to go ahead and finish telling you how to set up the rest of those accounts. So let's flip over to QuickBooks and we'll keep going. The next type that I want to talk to you about are what we call your liabilities. A liability is something you owe. Now, I'm not talking about the monthly payments you have to pay for the electric bill, things like that. What I'm talking about is a loan you've taken out of the bank. When you think about your liabilities, there are really two types. There are what we call long-term, which are things that you're going to pay on for more than 12 or 13 months. And then there are short-term, which is under a year basically, and QuickBooks calls them other current liabilities. When you set up your liabilities, you want to set up a separate one for each loan that you have. And when I say loan, it could be a car loan. It could be you as the owner decide to set up a loan where you put money into the business and you want to get paid back. You might have borrowed from the bank. Those are all different liabilities you want to set up, and each one should be set up separately. Let's set up a car payment so you can get an idea of how you would set up these accounts. I'm going to click on New. And the first thing it asks me is to pick the account type. Here, you're going to see your other current, which is the short term, and your long-term liabilities, which is what I'm going to choose in this case. Another thing to notice is that where it says detailed type, if you see notes payable, that's just an accounting term for a loan, basically. Over where the name goes, this is where you're going to pick the name that you want for your loan. I'm going to call mine the Bank of Any City, but you can call this anything you want. Sometimes what I'll see people do is put the last couple digits of their account number here, just so that they can see which loan they're looking at when they have it pulled up in front of them. Description is totally optional. This is where you might say that this is my 2019 Jeep Cherokee loan, or you can leave it blank. And then we're going to have to pick a start date. Now remember, if we're starting our company the beginning of the year, what you'll want to do is, for your beginning balance here, find out what the amount you owed as of, in this case, January 1 was, so that you can plug that in. It's not the amount you started with when you purchased the vehicle 2 years ago. It's the amount you owed as of the start date of your company file. I'm going to put $15,000 in here and then hit Save and Close at the bottom. And now what you're going to see is that you have a loan right here. Notice it says Bank of Any City, and the balance is $15,000. Every time you make a payment on the loan, this is the account you want to put it to. Your car payment is not an expense to the business. Do not set it up as an expense account. It is a loan, and you want to know when you've paid off the loan. You'll also be able to, on each individual check that you write, you're going to be able to put in how much is principal and how much is interest there. The other thing I want you to notice here is look at your opening balance equity. It's a negative number, and that's because I said that when you owe something, it's a negative number. And this is an accurate picture of what your books look like. Let's talk about credit cards a little bit. And I'm talking about credit cards that your business uses to purchase items for the business. This has nothing to do with accepting customer credit cards. You want to set each credit card account up separately so that you can track each one. I'm going to go ahead and set up a new one for you. The type is going to be credit card. I'm going to name my card. I'll just call it Visa. And I'm going to pick the start date of my company file, the beginning of this year. And the starting balance would be the starting balance from my January bank statement. If you don't have your January bank statement, then you can grab your December of 2019 and plug that number in. I'm going to say it was $2,500, and I'll save and close. And now what you should see is that you have a credit card and you owe $2,500. When you make a payment towards the credit card, you're going to actually put it to this account always. Do not try to break it up that so much is gas and so much was meals, because there is another way to do that in QuickBooks. All the payments go directly to the credit card account. Going down the list, the next type that I want to mention is where you see equity. Equity basically means equal. If you think about it, you're the owner of the company. When you take money out, that's considered an owner draw. When you put money in, it's considered an owner contribution. Now they've got some other terminology. You'll notice owner investment is when the owner puts money into the business, and owner pay and personal expenses is when the owner takes money out of the business. What I don't want you to do is make a deposit from your personal account and consider it income. It is not income to the business. It's considered equity. The next type that I want to talk to you about are your income accounts. I'm going to scroll down just a little bit here. You're going to see that there is one called sales income, and typically when you make a sale for your business, this is the account that you want your sales to dump into. You can have a few extra ones added if you'd like. Maybe you have different areas that you do business in, and what I mean by that is in your company, maybe you have different things that you do, and you'll want to actually set those up so you can see how much income you're getting from each one. That's certainly okay. Keep that list pretty short though. No one wants to read 50 different lines of income accounts, but sales is normally where you'll see most of that go into. The next thing I want to mention is your cost of goods sold. Think about the things that you have to buy to make a product or service in your business. You have to buy materials. You're going to need subcontractors sometimes. Maybe you have freight that's part of that. Anything that you have to buy to make a product or service in your business is considered a cost of goods sold, and you want it to show up on a profit and loss as being deducted from your total income. The largest grouping that you're going to see are your expense accounts, and you'll see there are a ton of these here. You'll also add a lot of these. Let me show you how to add some sub-accounts so you'll see how this works. Let's use car and truck as an example. We have the main account here, but I want to add a sub-account called gas and maybe another one called repairs and maintenance. All you're going to do is go back up to the new option in the top right of your screen here. You are going to create a new account, and it has to be the same type as the main account. So that means this one has to be an expense account. And in this case, it is auto. And I want to name this one fuel. What I'm going to do is check it's a sub-account of, and then from this list here, what I'm going to end up picking is car and truck. So see how that fuel is a sub-account of car and truck. And when I click Save and Close at the bottom, I want to show you how sub-accounts look. See how fuel looks like it's indented a little bit? That's a sub-account. And there's going to be a lot of these you'll want to add. When you're going down this list, think about insurance. You might have general liability. You might have auto insurance. Those would be sub-accounts of insurance. Going down under legal and professional fees. Often what I'll see is accounting and the attorney will be sub-accounts of legal and professional fees. And you can just come down and make this list look any way you want. There's utilities at the bottom. You'll want to have telephone underneath, gas and electric, any of the utilities that the business pays. That's going to give you a quick overview of setting up your chart of accounts. Make sure you spend some time on this and get it set up the way you want it. You want it to be as detailed as you need it to be to get your numbers, but don't make it so detailed that no one wants to read it. You can always set up accounts later as you go along as well, because you're not going to catch them all right away. Well, that's going to wrap up the chart of accounts. Let's go ahead now and move over into Module 4, and we're going to talk a little bit about working with accounts receivable, and we'll start with learning how to set up customers. We are getting ready to start talking a little bit about the accounts receivable portion of QuickBooks. If you're not familiar with that term, anything having to do with customers in your business, that's called accounts receivable. Customers are people or businesses that buy from you. You're typically going to make a sale, and that's going to be income to your business. We need to talk first of all about how the customer list is set up, and then once we do that, we'll go into the second section and I'll show you how to add some customers to this list. The way you're going to get to a list of your customers is to go over to your navigation bar on the left, point to Sales, and then you'll see Customers in the list. At the very top of your customer list here, you can see the dollar amount for any of these categories. You can see that for open invoices, I have $35,810. These are invoices that have been created and the customer has not paid them, even if they owe a penny. If you had any of this amount that was overdue, you would see that over here. And overdue means that if you had set specific terms on an invoice, let's say net 30, meaning that invoice was due in 30 days and the customer has not paid you by then some of this moves over into the overdue category. You can also see how much was paid in the last 30 days, in this case nothing. There's also a dollar amount for what we call unbilled activity and for estimates. Sometimes you will get little messages like you see here right above your actual customer list. You can close those with the little X in the right hand corner, and then you can actually see the list. The customer list is set up alphabetical by last name. You'll notice that when you look down this list, the list is set up by last name, comma, first name. You'll want to do that because it's a lot easier to find someone when you're looking for them if it's set up that way. Obviously, a business like Adam's Candy Shop would not have a last name and a first name, so it just sorts the first letter, which is A in this case, with the A's in the list. If you see a little envelope to the right of some of your customers, that means that if you click there, you can actually send that customer an email. If their email address was set up when you actually set up the customer, then it would pull it like you see here. If not, you're going to notice that there's no envelope, meaning that you have not put in a customer email address in the customer information. These are what we call sub-customers. Sometimes they're called jobs, sometimes they're called projects. In the online version, the technical term is a sub-customer. They're both sub-customers of, in this case, Mike Ballack. You can also see the customer's phone number and the open balance, meaning how much money that customer owes you. There's also a column for actions. If you happen to be on this screen and you'd like to take one of these actions related to this customer, you could do that. For example, you could go ahead and create a statement or an invoice right from here. Just know that you're not always going to be on this screen when you want to do those things, so there are other ways to do those actions. Notice you can also search for a customer right up here. So if you want to look for Mike Ballack, for example, you can start typing the last few characters of their name, and then you'll see that it pops up in the list. Over on the right-hand side, you have the ability to print a list of your customers. You can also export this list to Excel if you'd like. And there's also some settings, and I want to click on those for a moment because I want to show you that these are going to be the columns that you see up here. If I'd like to see their email address, I just choose that, and notice now I have a column for email. Or if I'd like to see their address, I can click on that, and now I see their address as well. It's just how do you want to actually look at this list. Another thing I'll mention, way back over on the left where it says Batch Actions, if you have multiple customers selected, from the drop-down list, you can actually email all 3 of these customers, or you can make them inactive. An inactive customer is a customer you've used in the past, therefore you can't delete them, but if you haven't seen them in a long time and you just want to hide them from the list, you can make them inactive. That's a quick overview of the screen itself here. What I'd like to do now is take you over into the second section and show you how to add a customer to the customer list. Now that you've gotten a quick overview of what the customer list looks like and how it works, we need to start adding some customers to this list. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and I will show you how to add your first customer. If you're in your customer list, you'll notice in the top right-hand corner, there's an option to add a new customer. There's also a down arrow to the right of that because you can also choose to import customers. What if you have a list of customers already set up in Excel? You can just import those so that you don't have to set them up one at a time. We are going to talk about importing customers from Excel over in section 5 of this module. For now, I'm going to click on New Customer. We're going to put in some customer information on this screen, and you'll notice the first thing it asks for is the company name. Remember that a customer can be a company, a customer can also be an individual that works for a company, or it could just be an individual and there's no company. In that case, you wouldn't put anything in the company name field. But I'm going to go ahead and put in this customer's company. It's BRC Supplies. And you'll notice that because I typed a B, it starts pulling down a list of different companies that it's found and their addresses. So if I want to just choose one of these, I could. But since I'm typing this in from scratch, I'm going to go ahead and just click over to the side somewhere, and then I can come back over and finish filling this out. This customer's name is Tom Allen. And notice it now has a display name as Tom Allen. You can change that display name to show as the company name or last name, comma, first name. Display name means the way you see it in the list over here. Remember we talked about the easiest way to find customers is to type it in last name, comma, first name. Just be consistent with however you decide to do it. It's also going to use the display name as the same way it's going to put their name on checks. It looks kind of funny if I write a check to Alan, comma, Tom. I'm going to uncheck the box and then I'm going to put in Tom Allen, and that way that's how his checks will appear when we put his name in there. Over on the right, you see I can type in an email. I'll just say tom@yahoo. You can also put in Tom's phone number, Tom's mobile, fax, other, and website. Also, if this is a sub-customer, I can check the box and choose the customer that he is a sub-customer of. We're actually going to do that over in section 4. Now notice I'm on the address tab, and this is where I'm going to put in the billing address. I'm going to go ahead and say he's at 123, and we're going to say this is Billings Road. This is going to be in the city of Bayshore, California. The state's California, and the zip code is 94326. The country, we'll just say USA. Now you'll notice that the shipping address is the exact same as the billing address. If you don't ship anything, you don't have to worry about that. But if you do, they may want their invoices going to one address and the actual things you're shipping going to a different address. You can uncheck the box and change that information if you need to. I'm going to go ahead and hit save, and let's see if Tom Allen is in the list. He should be in here as Allen, Tom, and he is. You can see it right over here. Now I want to mention a couple of things. When you're in this list, if you have a customer that you accidentally put in, you cannot delete that customer. The online version of QuickBooks lets you make a customer inactive, meaning you hide them from the list, but you cannot delete them. Now what you're going to see is all of the information you had set up about Tom Allen. Notice a couple of things. You can add some notes if you want to this customer's record. I'll just click add notes just to show you. Let's just say that we can put in here, this is a new customer for the year 2020. And that's a note. That's all you have to do there, and now that will show up anytime you want to see that. Notice also there is a tab for the transaction list down here, and obviously we have no transactions yet, but as we start creating invoices, receiving payments, that sort of thing, they'll show up right down here. The projects, these are going to be the jobs that we actually do for these customers. There aren't any set up yet here. We can also see customer details. This is where we've got all of the information we had just set up for this customer. And then also if there were any late fees, you would see that listed here as well. And that's how you set up a new customer. I'm going to hit this customers link here in the top left, and that'll take me back to the list of customers. And notice Tom Allen has an envelope to the right because we did put in an email address for Tom Allen. That's pretty much how you put in a new customer. What I want to do now is take you over into section 3, and I'm going to show you how to add a sub-customer. Now that you know how to add a customer, let's talk about how to add sub-customers. A sub-customer is basically going to be a way of adding a level underneath your main customer. If you have different jobs that you work on for a particular customer, you can actually separate those jobs by actually creating sub-customers. Then you can look at reports for the entire customer, but also per sub-customer. In the desktop version of QuickBooks, they actually call these jobs. Sometimes they're called projects. Here, like I said, the terminology is a sub-customer. Let me show you how to set those up. To create a sub-customer, we're still going to use the New Customer button because it is a new customer we're setting up. They're just a sub of another one we already have existing. When this comes up, all you want to do is put in the display name. You can see in their case, they're using street addresses. I'm going to make up one, 124, and this will be Scottsdale Drive. And the only other thing you want to do is come over here where it says is sub-customer, and underneath it, pick the customer that you want to apply this to. You can also see it says bill with parent over on the right, and you do want to keep this together. You can also bill this customer individually. We're going to leave it on bill with parent, and you'll see that it actually pre-populated all of this information from Tom Allen's setup. We don't need to change any of this unless it happens to be different. We're just going to hit save, and then that's going to be our next level we've created. You can see it right over here. And that's all there is to creating a sub-customer. Now, a couple things you need to know. If you're using the sub-customer feature, you want to use it consistently throughout QuickBooks. If you don't, let's say that you're working on some transaction, and instead of picking 124 Scottsdale, I picked Tom Allen. It's still going to go to the right main customer, but on reports, you'll see other. And you'll go, what's going on? You want to make sure that you put it to the correct sub-customer if you're using the sub-customers option. Not every business will use the sub-customer option, but it's really great if you need to break out different projects, like I said, or maybe you have different locations for a particular customer, things like that. That's really all there is to working with sub-customers. Let's go ahead now and move over into section 4, and I will show you how to edit an existing customer. Once you have a few customers set up, you're going to realize that you need to edit some of the information. Maybe you actually set up the information wrong, or it could be that the customer information has changed. Maybe they've moved, they have a new address, you want to add a website. You can always go in and edit the information about your customers, and it's a pretty easy process, so let me show you how that works. If you want to edit a customer's information, make sure you click on your customer over in the customer list, and then come over here and choose this edit option. Let's say that Tom's email really includes his last name. I'm going to go ahead and add Alan. And let's say that when we set this up, we did not look at any of these tabs. So let's go through those real quick so that you'll know what other types of information you might want to set up when you're setting up your customers. We've looked at the address tab. Now let's take a peek at notes. This is where you can add any notes you would like pertaining to this customer. The best thing to do is just drop down after the previous note, pop in the date, and then pop in any notes that you might have pertaining to this particular customer. The third tab over says tax info. This has to do with collecting sales tax from your customer. If you sell physical items and you charge sales tax, you need to tell QuickBooks that this customer is taxable and what the default tax code is. We're going to talk about sales tax later on, but just to give you a heads up, what you're going to have to do is where you're setting up the items or the different things you sell, they actually call them products and services in here. Then what's going to happen is you're going to set up each sales tax you need to collect, and then you'll group them together to create one big tax so that you're charging the customer correctly. And that's where you would put that tax code. Let's say that it happens to be the San Domingo. We'll choose that. And now what will happen is when we invoice a customer, it'll pull that tax code automatically. The next one is payment and billing. A lot of this is just information for you. First of all, the preferred payment method. Does this customer usually like to pay you with cash, check, barter, MasterCard? You can kind of see the list there. If you need to add a new way that the customer can pay, maybe PayPal, Square, you can just hit add new right here. And then you can actually type in the name of that new payment method and then hit save. And now PayPal will be on the list since I just added it. It does not mean that the customer pays you with PayPal every time. It just means that's their preferred way they typically like to pay you. Preferred delivery method. How do they like to have their invoices sent to them? Do they like to have them printed and you can print them later? Or do they like to have them sent via email where you can send those later? Or do they not have a preference? Terms. You can have different due date terms per customer. If you have a really good customer, you might have net 30. If you have a customer that's brand new, you might say due upon receipt. Now let me tell you why you have this opening balance field here. As of the start date of your company file, how much money did this customer owe you? Let's just say it was $1,000. You could plug that in there and the accounting would be correct. But you would not have a way to go back and see that that was actually 3 separate invoices you sent them that total $1,000. I like to go back and put each invoice in that the customer still owed me for and not fill this in. But whichever way works for you would be fine as long as the numbers come out correctly. And then of course if you did put in opening balance, you would put in the date that would be as of, which would really be the start date of your company file. The next tab over says language. This will default to English, but if you'd like to send your invoices to the customer in French, Spanish, Italian, you can see the list there. You can also have attachments for this customer. What this would be is, let's say that you had some sort of file that you actually created, or it could be a bill that you received, something related to this customer. Instead of having to get out of QuickBooks and search your computer for that file, you'll be able to open it right here from QuickBooks because it will be attached. If I click on attachments here, it will allow me to search my computer and find that file and attach it here. The last tab says additional info. You might have different ways you like to categorize your customers. You'll notice they have commercial customers and residential customers, but you can set up this list any way you like it. And that's going to be how those tabs work right there. All you have to do when you've changed all the information is hit save, and that information is now saved in QuickBooks. Now, one quick thing I want to mention to you, especially about sales tax. If you have a customer you have set up where you charge a certain tax and later you go back and edit the information and change it, it's not going to go back to any prior invoices and change that sales tax. It's only for any new ones you create from this point forward. Well, that's how you're going to edit your customers. Let's go ahead now and move over into section 5, and I'll talk to you a little bit about making customers inactive. One of the things you can do in QuickBooks is with any list you're working in, whether it be customers, chart of accounts, vendors, it doesn't matter. If you have an item on that list that you'd like to temporarily hide from the list, you can make it inactive. Inactive customers actually will not show up when you're working in other areas of QuickBooks, but if you wanted to actually turn them back on, you could go and activate them again. Let me go ahead and show you how to make a customer inactive, and then you'll know how to do it when you're working in other lists in QuickBooks as well. Let's say that I want to make Edward Blackwell inactive. Notice that Edward still owes me $1,125. I wouldn't want to make him inactive because I'm going to be using this customer. He's going to make a payment and I'll need to be able to apply money. Typically, you make a customer inactive if you haven't seen them for a while, or maybe it was someone you set up and you never used. Those would be reasons to make a customer inactive. Let me show you what happens if you try to make Mr. Blackwell inactive and he still owes you money. I'm going to go ahead and click on Edit. And here's where you go to make a customer inactive. Now this message is telling me that Edward still owes me money. He has a non-zero balance. If I say yes and make him inactive, then QuickBooks will create an adjusting entry so that he doesn't owe me money anymore. I'm going to click yes, and notice there's a little error message, and that's because this customer has what's called a recurring template that's being used. Anytime you have something recurring, you have to actually delete the recurrence of that, whatever it is, before you can go in and delete the customer in this case. I'm going to go ahead and hit cancel at the bottom. And let's use a different customer, Tom Allen, because he doesn't owe us any money. We just set him up. I'm going to go ahead and click on Tom Allen and then click edit on the right. Make inactive. And now it tells me that Tom has sub-customers or projects. Making him inactive will also make all his sub-customers and projects inactive, and that's what you want. I'm going to click yes. And now you'll notice it says Tom Allen is deleted. Just a little FYI, QuickBooks does not have a feature to delete anything from a list, in this case a customer. If you wanted to quote delete them, you'd have to make them inactive, and they're still not really deleted because they show up in the list. They're just hidden, so you can always activate them again. Now if you notice over here it says make active. That's how I would go back and activate my customer again. I'm going to click make active. And now you'll see over here, it does not say deleted, but notice the sub-customer does. You'll want to repeat that process with your sub-customer. Select him from the left and make him active. And that's a quick overview of how to make your customers inactive. Well, let's move on. We've got one more thing to cover in this particular module. I want to talk to you in section 6 about importing an existing list of customers that you might already have into QuickBooks. The last thing I want to talk to you about in Module 4 is how to import your customers into QuickBooks. You might already have a list of your customers in Excel, for example, or in a CSV file, and it'd be really nice to be able just to import them into QuickBooks instead of having to enter them one at a time. You will need to set them up a certain way. I want to go ahead and pull up the Excel file that I have so you can see how it's set up. And even if you don't have the fields the exact same, you can map them once you go through this import process. But let me go ahead and pull up the Excel file and show it to you, and then I'll pull up QuickBooks and we'll go through and import those customers. Here I have a list of 3 customers I'd like to pull in from this Excel spreadsheet into QuickBooks. And you'll notice that I've got them set up by name, company name, email, phone. You can see the list here. Those are the names of the fields that are in QuickBooks that you want to pull the information into. If you can set it up this way, that's the best way to do it, but you can also map the fields if you want once you get inside QuickBooks. But I wanted you to see this so that you would know exactly how to set it up. And make sure you save it somewhere that you can pull it in pretty easily when you go to look for it. Let me go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we'll pull in John, Ellen, and Doris. All you need to do is make sure you're in your customer list and go up to the down arrow next to New Customer and choose Import Customers. Here's where you're going to select your Excel or your CSV file that you currently have your customers in. Mine's called Customer List, and I'll just choose that, and you can see it brought that file in. Now all I have to do is click Next at the bottom, and here I can map my fields to the fields that are in QuickBooks. You'll notice the first column are the names of the QuickBooks fields, and over here will be the names of the fields you had in your file. If the names don't match exactly, like this one says name, but maybe in your Excel spreadsheet this one said first name, for example, then you would choose it from the down arrow. If there's not a match, like company, for example, when I look in my Excel sheet, I did not have one called company, then I'll just say no match and it won't be able to pull anything in. The ones with the check mark that you see are the ones that actually have a match to the QuickBooks fields. It sees the exact same name that it sees over in your Excel spreadsheet in this case. Once you're finished going through that list, you want to go ahead and click Next at the bottom. And you'll see that there are 3 customers now that are ready to be imported. If I had a lot of these, I could go in and search for these by filtering and typing in the name of that customer. It's going to be pulling in the ones that have the check mark next to them. I'm going to go ahead and import all 3 of those. I'll just choose Import at the bottom. And now you'll see that it's brought in those 3 customers. Let's look first of all for Mr. Stewart. We're going to go down the list here. And you'll notice that here is John Stewart. He was the first one on our list. It has now imported all the information that was in that Excel spreadsheet. Well, that's going to wrap up Module 4, where we've talked a lot about customers. Now that we have our customers in, we can move over to Module 5 and talk about sales transactions using these customers. Hey there, we're working now in Module 5, and in this module we're looking at all the different types of sales transactions that can occur when working with customers. These are going to be things like, are you invoicing customers? Are you receiving payments from those customers? Maybe making deposits, credit memos, things like that. Before we get started over in Section 1, I want to go through very quickly with you the Sales tab that's in QuickBooks and show you an overview of how it works and what type of information you can get out of it. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we'll look at the Sales. Let's go over to our navigation bar and point to Sales, and then I'm going to click on Overview. This is just a quick overview of your income over time. You can see that I've got $220 that it looks like I made this month, and I made that the week of February 16th through 22nd. Notice I can actually point right up here as well and see that information. If I wanted to change this and see how much I'd made this month, this quarter, for example, you can see last year, this year, you've got different choices here. I'm going to go ahead and choose last month. And it looks like last month we brought in over $7,000. And you can see the high points of when you brought in the most money, in this case, January 19th through 25. Down here, I can see how many invoices are overdue and also the ones that I've already sent out that are not due yet. And that's $3,976. I might also have some money I've received that's not deposited yet, and you can see that here, and also I can see the amount that I actually did deposit. Over on the right here, these are some things that you can opt to set up with QuickBooks, and some of these are paid subscriptions. But if you want to set these up, you've got different ways customers can pay you. That would be Apple Pay. If you want them to be able to pay you direct deposit, things like that, you can set those up with Intuit. You can also set up to get paid anywhere. So if you have an app you've downloaded to your phone, you can accept payment right there, or you can send out an invoice to your customer that they can pay online. They can actually click that invoice and then pay you right then and there. Like I said, some of these are paid. You will want to look into those before you sign up with one of those subscriptions. If you're interested in learning how the QuickBooks payments allow you to get paid online or in person, you can watch this video here. And then they have some shortcuts to some of the things we're going to be talking about as we go along right down here. But this is a quick overview of your accounts receivable. Now notice the next tab over will show all of your sales. Here you'll see all the information on any sales transactions. You can see all the transactions listed at the bottom, so you're going to see invoices, payments, credit memos. If you look down the list, here's a time charge. There's a sales receipt or refund. Any transaction that happened with your customer is going to be on this list. You're going to see all the information about the transaction, the balance, the total, and all the way over on the right you can take an action related to that particular transaction. If you click the down arrow, notice that you can either copy this, you might want to delete it, you might want to send a reminder. You can kind of see your choices there. The next tab at the top that you're going to see are your invoices. These are just invoices that are not yet paid. You'll notice it shows you all the information about each of the invoices, the balance, the total, if it's overdue, maybe not sent, or if it's partially paid. You can see some of these. And then of course here's your actions again if you want to take one of these actions related to one of these invoices. The tab that's next is your customer tab, and we've spent a lot of time on that. And the last tab says products and services. Products and services are things that you either buy or sell to your customer. They can be a physical item, it could even be inventory, or just a service you provide. And you can see for all of these that you can look at all kinds of options related to whatever's underneath that particular tab. That gives you a quick overview of how to use the sales option. What I want to do now is take you back and let's go ahead and get started looking at how to actually create sales receipts for those customers that want to go ahead and buy something and pay you at the same time. When you make a sale to a customer, there are a couple different ways to record that sale. One way is to create what's called a sales receipt. This is almost like point of sale. If a customer comes in, makes a purchase, and gives you the money right then, you can put all of that on one transaction and send them on their way with a receipt. The other way that we're going to talk about in section 3 is actually invoicing customers, and that's where you send out an invoice and the customer pays you after the fact. But right now, let's focus on sales receipts. Let's flip over to QuickBooks and I'll show you how to enter a sales receipt. You want to start by going to your customer list. Look down the list and find your customer and the sub-customer that you'd like to send a sales receipt to. If you're using sub-customers, always pick the sub-customer. If you just pick the main customer, what will happen is you'll look at reports and you'll see other and you won't know what that refers to. So just make sure you always choose the sub-customer. Notice when I go all the way to the right here and click the down arrow, I have an option to create a sales receipt. The first thing you'll notice is that it brought in the customer and the sub-customer you chose. If you want to change those, you can actually pick those from the drop-down list. The next thing you'll see is a place to put in the email. If you want to email this to more than one email address, notice that you can type them both in here, but just separate them with a comma. And if you need to CC or BCC some additional email addresses, you'll see those here. There's also a checkbox that says send later. That's because you have the ability to set up this sales receipt and not actually send it right now. It could be that you're not really sure of the quantity, but you want to go ahead and get this set up and saved. You could do that. You'll see it brought in the billing address, and it also has the sales receipt date, which would be the current date. If you want to change this date, you can just click the little calendar like I did and change the date. Now in this case, they've customized this sales receipt to have an additional field that says crew number. If you wanted to plug something in there, you would just type in the number for that crew or not use it at all. Now we're going to come back to the payment method in a moment. Let's go down to product/service. If you click your mouse in the first area there, you'll see that there's a drop-down list of all the products and services that you sell your customer. If I go down this list, you'll see there are rocks. These are garden rocks. And if I choose that, it will bring in a description. And I can edit that description or add to this as much as I like. I can go over to the quantity and put in how many of these the customer is purchasing and the rate. We'll say we sell these for $25. Notice when I tab through it, it'll do the calculation. 3 of these at $25 cost $75. And this is subject to sales tax. Typically physical items are, but services you provide are not. The little trash can that you see at the end would allow you to delete this line. Now let's say I'm going to add one more to this. I'm going to go down and pick a service. Let's say that we have design services, and I'll just put this over in the description. And then I'll say the quantity is 1, and we're going to charge $100 for this. And notice this one is not automatically subject to sales tax. I do have a third line available if I want to put something else in here. If you don't see an available line, click where it says Add Lines, and that'll give you a line to type in. Notice you can also clear out all the lines if you wanted to do that. Right underneath it, you have a message that will be displayed on the sales receipt. It currently says, "Thank you for your business and have a great day," but you can put anything you like in there. And also, if you wanted to put a message and have it displayed on statements, you could put that in here and just type it in. Over on the right, you'll see it shows us our subtotal. You can see that $75 of it is subject to sales tax. And in this case, they're using a sales tax called California, and it's 8%, $6 in this case. If you want to give your customer a discount, you can give them a percentage discount or a value, meaning a dollar amount. Let's say I want to give them 10%. I'll just type in 10 with a percent sign, and notice it deducts 18 cents. And if I scroll down, it'll show me the amount received and the balance due. Now remember, because this is a sales receipt, we're going to put on this the payment amount. They're assuming we've received all of the payment. Back up here is where I can choose the payment method. If they pay me with Visa, or if they pay me with a check, I can pick any option I like, and there's a little place for a reference number. Now, if you had a Visa card, you wouldn't have a reference number. With a check, that would be a check number. The next thing you'll see is deposit to, and it says undeposited funds. Your other choices would be to go ahead and deposit this to maybe a checking account, for example. You can see the list. Let me explain undeposited funds for just a moment. In your chart of accounts, you will have an account called undeposited funds. This is a place where money sits that you've collected, but you have not yet taken to the bank. A customer came in, paid you with a check. You want to show QuickBooks the sales receipt is paid, so you'll choose deposit to undeposited funds. But it might be that you're going to collect all the monies you received today and make them all one big deposit. That's when you choose undeposited funds. If you knew this was the only thing that was going to be in this deposit, you could choose checking and skip the next step of making a deposit. I'm going to go ahead and leave it in undeposited funds. And when you're finished down the bottom, you'll want to either just save this, or you can choose save and send, which will email it, or from the down arrow, you can say save and close. We're going to close this, and now that transaction has been completed. You're going to notice when we look at this that Tom Allen, 124 Scottsdale, does not owe us any money. However, if we go over to the all sales and look here, we should see Tom Allen's sales receipt right here for $180.82, and it says it's paid. Here's where we could go and actually print this. I want to view or edit this. You'll see here that this is your sales receipt where you can make that change if you need to. I'm going to go ahead and get out of this. I'm going to hit the X and cancel it. And that's how you would go in and actually create a sales receipt. That money is now sitting in undeposited funds. I want to take you over to your chart of accounts, which happens to be over here under accounting and show you that account so that you can see the money there. Let's see our chart of accounts. And here's undeposited funds. Now you can see it has $2,243 in there, but if I view the register over here, you'll see the transaction that we did, and also, which is right here, any others that were already sitting in undeposited funds. So hold that, and when we talk about making deposits in Section 5, you'll see how this all comes into play. But one way to keep a check on yourself is if you know everything's been deposited, then there shouldn't be any money in undeposited funds. Okay, let's go ahead now and go over into Section 3 and talk about invoicing customers. We've talked a little bit about sales receipts, and now let's talk a little bit about sending out invoices to your customers. Remember, the difference in a sales receipt and an invoice is that on a sales receipt, the customer is standing right there. You're going to put in the line item they purchased. You're going to put in they made a payment. The invoice is where you're going to send an invoice to your customer and wait for payment at a later date. Sometimes you email these, sometimes you mail them. Really doesn't matter. You're going to receive the payment at a later date. Let me show you how to create invoices for your customers. It's very similar to the sales receipts, but I want to show you where to go to get started creating invoices. There are a couple of different ways to get started creating an invoice. You're going to head over to the navigation pane and point to Sales. You can either use the Invoice option here or the Customers. If you choose the Invoices option here, you're going to see a list of all of your invoices that you currently have. And if you want to create a new one, you can choose New Invoice from right here. If you started with the Customers, you would just come back to Sales and go to Customers this way. Then what would happen is if you had a customer you wanted to create an invoice for, you could check them off, head all the way to the right under the action column, and then you can create an invoice this way. Either way would work, whatever works for you. You'll notice this way, because I had a customer selected, it pulled in all that customer's information. Now if I wanted to change that, I just click the down arrow and choose the new customer from the list. Remember, I told you that if you're using sub-customers, always pick the sub-customer. You want to go with the lowest level so that when you look at reports, you don't see other on your reports. I'm going to start with Freeman Sporting Goods. I'll choose 55 Twin Lane. And now you'll see it's changed the customer email and the billing address. If you didn't have an email set up in your customer setup, then you could physically type an email here. You can also choose to BCC or CC someone just by choosing this option and putting their email addresses in here. I'm going to hit cancel. You can also send this later. If you have this checked, that means that you can create this invoice and then save it and then create another one and check the same box. If you've done that, you can email both of them at the same time. That's called sending a batch or emailing a batch. If you happen to see that something's changed with the billing address, go ahead and change it here. It'll prompt you when you go to save it and ask you if you want to save this permanently in their record. Because we had terms of net 30 set up in the customer setup, you'll notice the invoice date is 2/12, but the due date is 3/13, which is 30 days from the invoice date. If I change this to net 10, you'll see the due date is 10 days. Just make sure the due date is the date that you want the invoice to actually be due to you. The crew number is a field they custom set up for this particular exercise. You can go ahead and plug in some number just to keep it consistent there. And then you can pick a product or service from the list to invoice your customer. I'm going to choose installation. And let's say that I'm going to charge them a quantity of 1 at $200. Remember, a service is non-taxable, so you will not see a green check mark there. If you happen to see one, just uncheck it. And if you have a second line, you're just going to type on the second line whatever information you want to invoice the customer for. Here's where you have your message that will appear on your invoice automatically. You can type in there and change that to anything you like. Also, when you're sending out a statement to your customer, then you can have a message on that statement appear as well, whatever you typed in here. You'll notice that you can also put in an attachment. Let me scroll down just a little bit so you can see that. If you happen to have some sort of file that was already saved in your computer, you could attach it here. An example might be, if I'm installing landscape design, I might have hired a subcontractor to do that. And maybe the subcontractor has already sent me a bill, and I want to attach that to this invoice. Over on the right, if you're going to give your customer a discount, you can give them a percentage discount or a value discount. I'll choose value and give them $25. And you'll see it will deduct it from my $200, so now the balance due is $175. Couple things at the bottom you're going to be able to do. You can print or preview this right here. You can also make it recurring, and what recurring means is if this is something that happens on a regular basis, then you can set QuickBooks up to automatically just put this in whenever you've told it to. Let's say once a month it inserts this invoice automatically. And then you can customize this a little bit. If you want to do things like they added the crew number, you'd be able to add fields like that. At the bottom you have an option that says Save. You have your Save and Close, and if you wanted to create a new one, you could click the arrow and choose Save and New. I'm going to choose Save and Close though, and you'll see now that our invoice has been completed. If I wanted to go back and look at this, I can actually come up here to Invoices, and then I can look down this list and find the one I'm looking for. And that's how you're going to create an invoice for a customer. Let's go ahead and move on into section 4, and I'll show you how to record the payment once a customer actually pays you. Now that you've created your first invoice, the customer is going to mail you a payment at some point. Now, it doesn't matter how the customer paid you, you're going to record their payment the same exact way. We're going to go in and tell QuickBooks how much the customer paid, the date they paid, all the pertinent information, and when we're done, we'll see that the invoice will show as being paid if they've paid the full amount. If they haven't, it'll show the balance, or if it's an overpayment, it will show that as well. Let me show you how to record a customer payment. Before we receive our first payment, I'd like to take you over to the Reports section QuickBooks. Just head over to your navigation bar, click on Reports, and then Reports from the submenu, and this is all the reports that are in QuickBooks. We are going to take some time in a later module and look through the different reports, but right now I'd like you to head down to a section that says Who Owes You? These are your accounts receivable reports. If you head over to the second column, you'll see the second one is called the Open Invoices Report, and you can just click to run that one. Now, these are all of the invoices that you've sent out that have not yet been paid, even if the customer owes you a penny. If you remember, in the previous section, we actually created an invoice for Freeman Sporting Goods, and we did one for 25 Twin Lake, and here it is right here, $175. I want you to notice that in any report, if you want to go to that particular transaction, you can see this is a link, and you can just click anywhere and actually open up that invoice. I wanted to show you this first because once we receive our payment, this invoice will actually disappear if it's paid in full, or you will see this invoice and the balance is owed right over here, not the $175 that it originally was invoiced for. Now that you see that, let's head back over to our customers. We'll go to Sales, and we'll go down to Customers. Now let's go down and find our customer we're going to receive the payment for, and this is going to be Freeman Sporting Goods, 55 Twin Lake. You'll notice over in the Action column that you can receive a payment. This is the Receive Payment window, and the first thing you'll notice is it pulled in my customer and my job. I don't need to change that unless I happen to want to pick a different customer and job. I can look for an invoice by invoice number if I want to. I can click there, just type in the invoice number and hit Find, and it will search for it for me. The next thing is the payment date. I'm going to say this was received on February the 28th. And here's the payment method. Now here's where you can pick the way that the customer actually paid you. Did they pay you with cash? Did they pay you with MasterCard, Visa, PayPal? If you happen to take other payment methods you'd like to add, like Venmo or Square or even Bitcoin, just come up here to Add New, and all you have to do is type in that new payment and then just hit Save. And from now on, that payment method will actually be on the list there. Now I'm just going to say in this case it was a check though, and I'll put in the reference number. That would be the check number. And then just notice the money is going to go to an account called undeposited funds. Now hold that for a moment. We'll come back. I want to finish the rest of this and explain this part to you. Now over here, it assumed that my customer paid me the entire balance they owe for all of their invoices. And we know that's not always the case. Here, I'm going to put in the amount that the customer did pay me. Let's say the customer paid me $179. Now, if you notice down at the bottom, these are all of the invoices that are still open, even if the customer owes me a penny. You'll notice what QuickBooks does is assumes the customer is paying all of the first one, the rest of the money goes to the next one, and then the balance of the money goes down to the next one all the way down. Now, that's not always how the customer has asked you to apply their payments. Let's say in this case, they're not paying the first one. They're paying $175 on this last one, and they're going to pay the $4 on this one, and that's why it was $179. Always make sure that you have the correct invoices checked off and the correct amount over here that the customer is paying towards each of the invoices. A couple of other things to notice. When you look down at the bottom, there's going to be $179 worth of money that's applied, and there's no credit memos right now, but if you had one you had issued for this customer, then you could apply that credit memo to one of these invoices that would be open here. If you want to clear the payment, you could. That would let you start all over filling this form out. And then notice at the bottom there's a place for a memo over on the left, and there's also a place for any attachments if you wanted to add something here. And that's all you need to do to receive payments. It's a pretty easy process. But I do want to go back up to this right here where it says Deposit To and talk to you about what your options are. Currently, if you receive payments, the money's going into this account called Undeposited Funds. I'm going to go ahead and save this real quick, and then I want to show you where Undeposited Funds is, and then we're going to come back in a second so I can show you where your other options are. Now, if I close the Receive Payment window and head back to the Chart of Accounts, I'm going to go down here to Accounting, Chart of Accounts. You'll notice that if I go down the list, there's this account called Undeposited Funds. Currently, there's $2,241.52 in that account. This is where money sits that you've received but have not yet deposited into the bank. A good way to keep a check on yourself, if you know that everything's been deposited, this should be zero. Let's look at this for a second and see if we can figure out what money happens to be sitting in here. Notice you can click to view the register over on the right. And what you're going to notice is that right now it looks like there are 3 payments sitting in undeposited funds. One of them is being the one that we just received. None of these 3 are in the checkbook yet because they have not yet been deposited. Okay, so let's head back over to our payment that we just looked at. I'm going to go to Sales and go back to Customers. And let's go down and find our customer, Freeman Sporting Goods, 55 Twin Lake, and I'm just going to click on that for a moment. And here you will see the payment that we just received. I'm going to go ahead and click on that just to open it back up. Here were your other choices. I could go ahead and put the money right in the checking account, and this will skip the next step that we're going to do. But let me tell you why you may or may not want to do this. If the $179 is the only thing that's going to be in that deposit, then you can click Checking, hit Save and Close at the bottom, and you are done with the whole process. But if you think you might receive another payment, possibly from another customer, and this one and the new payment are going to be together in the same deposit, that's when you want to pick Undeposited Funds. And this will make more sense once we go through and make the deposit over in the next section. But I'm going to go ahead and click Save and Close at the bottom here. And let's see if that invoice shows that it's been paid. When I go down the list and look at the invoice for $175, it does show that it's been paid in full. If there was 1 penny left, it would not say paid right here. That's how you receive a payment for a customer when you've sent out an invoice. The next step in the process would be to actually take that money and make a deposit. Why don't we head over into Section 5 and I'll show you how to make deposits. Now that we've made a sale for our business, we've actually invoiced a customer. In this case, we got paid, and now we want to take that money and put it in the bank. And that's where the Make Deposits option comes in. It's always going to be the last step in this process. No matter how you receive the payment, whether it was a Visa card, cash, a check, you're going to have to make deposits, and you want to make sure that your deposits in QuickBooks match what actually happened at the bank. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and talk about the Make Deposits option. The easiest way to record that deposit is to click the New button right here. And over on the right here under Other, you'll see Bank Deposit. This window here is going to be your actual deposit slip. A couple things you'll want to double check on is make sure you have the correct bank account chosen here. It's very easy to have the bank account that you last used show up in that field, and then you can't find your deposit. Notice that the balance in the checking account is $1,201, and this is the date of the deposit. Let's say I'm going to make this deposit on March the 2nd. Now down at the bottom, these are the 3 sets of monies that we saw that were sitting in undeposited funds. What you're going to do is check off all of the ones that are going in this deposit. If all 3 are going to be in this deposit, you check them all off. If maybe the first 2 were going to be in that deposit and then maybe this last one was in a separate deposit, do them separately because you want these to match what actually happened at the bank. Let's say in this case though, all 3 are going to be deposited. A couple things when you're looking at this list. Here you can go and change the payment type if you didn't do it when you were actually receiving the payment. You've also got a place for a memo if you'd like to fill that in. And then you can see there's the reference number column and then the amount column over on the right. My deposit will be $2,241.52. Now right down here it says cash back goes to. If you happen to have a business bank account, you're not going to be able to get cash back, but as a sole proprietor you could. If you're going to keep some cash, then you would say cash back goes to this account, and you would pick whichever account this went to. You would also be able to have a memo, and if you were going to keep 20 bucks, you could type that in and it would deduct it from this total right up here. There's also a place to add funds to this deposit. If I click this little arrow, it's going to open up this part here, and I can add some additional monies. Now this could be something like maybe you got a rebate from Staples. You could type that in. If that was the situation, it would say received from Staples. The account would be office expenses or office supplies. Pick whichever account you actually used when you purchased the items for that rebate and put it back to the same account. You've got a place for description, the method, and the amount of money. It could be you're also going to put some personal money into the business. If that's the case, then the account you want to choose is that owner equity, if you remember us talking about that in an earlier module. But remember that everything that goes into a deposit is not always income to the business, so make sure that this goes back to the correct account if you're adding additional funds. Notice if you need more than the 2 lines, you could add additional lines and have as many lines as you'd like here. You can also add a memo to this deposit if you'd like, or add an attachment down at the bottom. And that's all you need to do as far as making a deposit. Now a couple just other options. You could print this deposit out down at the bottom or make it recurring. It could be that you have a customer set up on automatic draft where they actually pay you $1,000 a month, let's say, and this would be that deposit. Lots of different scenarios there. I'm going to go ahead and hit Save and Close down at the bottom. And at this point, the money's actually going to be in my checking account. Remember, it's $2,241.52. Now that whole process of invoicing a customer, receiving a payment, and making that deposit has been taken care of. Now let's go look in the checking account and see if we can find it. It just so happens that on the overview right over here where we are, the checking account is here. That is one way to link to it to look at the balance. Another way would be going down to accounting to our chart of accounts and just opening it that way. Any of this would work. I'm going to go ahead and view the register. When I look in the register, you'll notice that there's my deposit right there. Notice it says split because it's split amongst multiple line items. In this case, we had 3 different transactions that went on the deposit itself. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that, and that's the process of actually making a deposit. The next thing I want to do is take you over into section 6 and show you how to set up credit memos for customers. There are times when you will want to issue a credit memo to an invoice. Let's say you have a customer that just isn't happy with your services and they refuse to pay one of your invoices. You can actually leave it on the books for a while if you'd like, but eventually you might want to credit that off. Let me go ahead and show you how to create a credit memo. The first thing that you want to do is look up the original invoice and see what it is that you charged them for to begin with. I'm going to look at Red Rock Diner, and you'll see there's an invoice for $70 here. I'll just go ahead and open it up. And you're going to notice that we charged them for pest control. It looks like probably 2 hours at $35 an hour for a total of $70. Now let's say the customer just wasn't happy with us and we're going to just credit that invoice. When we create the credit memo, we need to use the exact same product or service that we charged for to begin with. The way you're going to create the credit memo is come up here and click on New. Underneath Customers, you're going to see Credit Memo. Plug in the customer's name. In this case, it is Red Rock Diner. You'll see it populates their email, their billing address, and it's going to have the current date for the credit memo date. Just make sure you put the date that you would like. We're going to be looking at tags over in section 9. Let's just hold that for a moment and let's go down to Product or Service. Here's where we're going to put in Pest Control. Remember, you want to credit the same product or service that you invoiced for to begin with. We're going to choose the quantity of 2 at 35, and that's going to give us a total of 70. All we have to do now is go ahead and go down to Save and Close. Now that the credit memo has been created, I want to show you 2 things that happen on your customer's account. Notice here's the credit memo, and it says it's closed, and then there's a payment that wasn't there before. Now this payment is where you're going to go to actually apply the $70 to the correct invoice, because see how the invoice is still open over here? I'm going to click on the payment. Now if it sees an exact match, it will go ahead and check it often, but if it doesn't, come down and choose the correct invoice, and then notice the credit memos at the bottom. So you want to make sure those 2 are checked so they apply to each other. So you'll notice down here the amount to apply is $70, and that's all we have to do. We're going to save and close at the bottom. And because this transaction is linked to others, it will ask us if we're sure we want to modify this, and the answer is yes. And now when we go back and look, we'll see that the credit memo is closed, the payment is closed, and the invoice is actually paid. So remember, this is a 2-step process. You have to create the credit memo, then go back to the payment and actually apply that credit memo to the correct invoice. Now that you know how to create credit memos, I want to show you over in section 7 how to actually give your customers a refund. There are times when you want to issue a refund to a customer, and that would be if a customer has purchased something and paid in full and you want to actually give them their money back. That's the difference in a refund and a credit. A credit usually sits on their account until you just credit the money off of your books, whereas refunds, you actually give customers their money back. Let me go ahead and show you how to create a refund. We're going to create a refund receipt, but before we can do that, we need to go ahead and look up our customer and see what it is that we're actually going to refund them for. This is Duke's basketball camp. If you notice, they have an invoice here for $460.40 that is paid in full. I'm going to click on Invoice to actually open this up. And you'll see that the second line are some garden rocks that they purchased from us. They purchased 6 of them at $12. And let's say that they're going to return 3 of them at $12 because they didn't need all 6 of these. We're going to go ahead and close this now. And now we're going to create our refund receipt. We're going to go over to the new option on the navigation pane. We're going to come down to Refund Receipt. Here we're going to pick our customer's name. In this case, it's going to be Duke's Basketball Camp. You can see it pulls in their email and their billing address, and we just need to make sure we have the correct refund receipt date. Down here where it says Payment Method, this is how the customer actually paid you. They wrote us a check, let's say, and we're going to refund them from our checking account. If you're going to actually print them a check, then it's going to let you print this later, or if you want to go ahead and print it from here, you could leave that check number. Now let's go ahead and put in the correct product or service, and we decided that this was Garden Rocks, and so we're going to go ahead and choose that. And remember, they're returning 3 at $12, and that makes $36. If the item was subject to sales tax when the purchase was originally made, then QuickBooks will automatically choose the tax option to give them their tax back as well. You'll notice this equates to $36. The total amount refunded will be $38.88. I'm going to go ahead and hit Save and New at the bottom, and now that refund receipt is done. I'm going to click OK here where it says it was successful. And now let's go back and look at their account. If I'm looking at Duke's basketball camp, you'll see here's the refund right here, and you'll notice that it says it is paid. Now, if you want to actually go ahead and print a check, then all you have to do is over here it says print check, and you'll notice that it automatically has Duke's basketball camp and a check waiting to be printed for $38.88. Just double check that you have the correct checking account at the top, and make sure you have the correct check number that your check is going to be. Now, if you were giving them cash, you would have chosen cash from the option back over in the refund receipt, and then that would have just been done. That's really all you have to do at this point. You can actually go down and you can preview and print this, and then that will be the end of it. There's the preview. You would hit print, and it would print out. And that's how you create a refund for a customer. It's called a refund receipt. Let's go ahead and take a peek now at creating statements for your customers. One of the things you have the ability to do in QuickBooks is send statements to your customers. A statement is basically a gentle reminder to your customers that they owe you some money. Typically, statements are sent at the end of each month, and they show the activity that happened during that month. You don't have to send out statements, but it's a nice little feature to keep your customers abreast of what's going on with their account. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks, and we'll see how statements are created. When you're ready to create statements for your customers, just go to your navigation pane and choose the New option. Over here where you see Other, if you look down, you'll see Statement. The first thing you have to do is pick a statement type. You can choose a balance forward, any open items for the last year basically, and then you can also choose a transaction statement. I'll choose balance forward. For the statement date, you generally want to pick the end of the month. That means that in this case, the start date would be January 1 and the end date would be January 31. For the customer balance status, you can choose all, open, or overdue. I'm going to choose all and then apply. And these are all of my customers who met the criteria. They call this the recipients list. If you're looking down this list and you see one that you don't want to send a statement to, just come over here and uncheck the box. Now when you're ready, you can print or preview these down here in the middle. I'm going to click on print or preview so that we can see what a statement looks like. Now I'm going to have one here for each customer. You'll see as I go down the list, there you go. And for each one, you're going to be able to see all of the activity for January 1 through January 31. The first thing you'll always see is the balance forward from the previous month. Notice up here it tells you the total due, and there's a place where the customer can actually send you a check, and if they want to type in the amount closed or write it in right there, they can do that. And then down at the bottom of the statement, it shows you how much of this is in the currently due category, how much is in each of these categories, and then again the total over on the right. And that's what a statement looks like. You can pick any date range you like when you're creating statements. If you just want to send one to one customer, you can do that, but that's an overview of what statements look like and how they work. I'm going to go ahead and close this, and you really don't need to save and send this. Once you've printed these out, you can go ahead and just X out at the top, and then it's ready and you can print them the next time. Well, let's go ahead now and look over in section 9 and talk a little bit about how a new feature of QuickBooks called tags is going to work. There is a brand new feature in QuickBooks Online that they're rolling out right now called tags. And what tags will allow you to do is create certain words that will appear on a drop-down when you're in different transactions in QuickBooks. And you can choose those, and later you can use those to search for things or to run reports based on those tags. If you're familiar with Gmail, we've got something similar in there where we can create a list and tag different emails and then search for anything that would have that particular tag we're looking for. This is still in beta right now. If you happen to not see it when you open up your QuickBooks Online, just know it's coming. They're just rolling out in stages right now, and you may not have all the options related to tags yet, but just know it will be coming somewhere down the line. Let me give you an example of how you might use this feature. Currently, we have a feature in QuickBooks called Classes, and we've kind of been using that in the way that tags will work. But let's say that you have an attorney's office and you have 4 different attorneys in that office. You might want to run reports on the company as a whole, but you might also want to run reports on each attorney. If you had this list of classes set up, you could just pick from the drop-down list in each transaction you're in which attorney that this should be tagged to. And we're going to use tags in the exact same way. I don't know if they're going to get rid of classes down the road somewhere, but tags are going to be a really nice feature. So let me flip over and show you what's in there now. And like I said, if you don't see these options or you see something new down the road, it's because they're rolling it out. It's still in beta. The way you're going to access your tags option is through the gear icon on the top right hand side of your screen. And underneath the list right here, you'll see tags. Now currently we don't have any tags set up, but once we do set up our first tag, you're going to see the top of the screen change and you'll see a section that says Money In and Money Out. Let me give you an example of what we're going to do with our tags. This is a company called Craig's Design and Landscape Services. They actually do 2 different things. They do design work and they do pest control. And as part of their design work, they have 3 different areas they focus on. They focus on fountains, landscaping, and sprinklers. If I wanted to put my tags in a group, then I could do that as well, and you will see the groups listed right here along with the tags, but let's start with just a tag. I'm going to come over here and under New, I'm going to choose Tag, and let's say that I use fountains as my first tag. If I wanted to put it in a group, I could, but I don't have any groups set up yet, so right now I'm just going to hit Save at the bottom. And now you'll see my first tag called Fountains, and notice it's ungrouped. It's not part of a group. Now here's what I was saying a second ago about the Money In and Money Out. Once I start applying these tags to different transactions, I can come here and see the money in or out based on those tags I have. Now let me go ahead and create a group to show you how this works. I'm going to create a tag group, and I want to create a group called Design. And I'm going to create another one in a minute called Pest Control. Now you'll notice that from this screen here, if I wanted to add a tag, I could do it right from here without having to go back out and hit New Tag. I'm going to add 2 more because I have fountains and I want to add landscaping. And we're also going to add sprinklers. And I'll just hit Add Tag there. Now let me go ahead and click Done at the bottom. And now what you're going to see is Design is a group, and notice the down arrow. In order to see the 2 tags in there, I click the arrow and then I see those 2. Now Fountains is still ungrouped. If I wanted to add it to this design group, I can come over here where it says Edit Tag, and then I can select the group I'd like it to belong to, in this case Design. And when I save it, now you'll see Design has 3 tags underneath. Now let me create one more tag, Group. I'm going to create one called Pest Control. And let's say under Pest Control that I'm going to create 2 tags. I'm going to create one for residential and one for commercial customers. I'll add that one, then come back and add commercial and then add that, and now I'm going to say done at the bottom. And now you can see at the bottom I've got two different tags. I've got one that's pest control and one that's design. Now the other thing is, notice the color blue. I can leave it like this, but if you want, each tag group can have a different color scheme going on. If I come over here to edit the group, you'll notice that here I can change the color. Maybe this one can be this yellow color, and I can save that. And notice it also made all the tags below it that same color, and that way they just stand out a little bit when I'm looking at different reports or things. Now let me show you where you're going to use these tags or tag groups. This will be in any transaction. Let's say that I go over and I create a new invoice. You'll notice that in here you have an option that says tags. You can choose from the drop-down list, and you can choose more than one if you need to. This might have fountains, and it might also have some pest control. And there's your two tags that we're going to be using. Now I will be able to look up reports based on the product or service, but I can also look at the reports based on fountains or commercial. Now let me just go ahead and set something up here so you can see how this works. I'll pick Tom Allen. We're going to go down and pick for a product or service. We're going to go ahead and say this is gardening, and we're going to say one at $50. And then let's say for the next one here, we pick fountains. We'll do a rock fountain, and that one was $275. Now let's say also we're going to do some pest control around this rock fountain so that we don't have bugs in there. And now we've got a couple of different products and services here. Now when I go ahead and click Save and Close here, we're going to go back to our tags and see if we have any money that's in or out of these. And now you'll see that there's $382 money in, because remember, QuickBooks considers at the time you create the invoice it to be part of your income. When you actually write a check, use your credit card, that sort of thing, that will be on the money outside. So if you had to actually buy some materials related to one of these and you tagged those transactions, you would see the money out show up over here. And that's basically how tags are going to work. It's going to be a great new feature that's really going to help you drill down a little bit deeper than you can now to see where your money is coming in or money is going out. Let's go ahead and do one more thing in this module. We're going to look at some of the reports that have to do with your customers and sales. QuickBooks has a ton of different reports related to your customers and your sales, and I want to take you through and show you some of these different ones that you will want to run on a regular basis to see how your company is doing in these different areas. Let me go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and I will show you a couple of these different reports. I'm going to head over to the navigation pane and I'm going to click on Reports. There are several different categories of reports here, but I want to focus right now on the one that says Who Owes You, and then below it are your sales and customers. Underneath Who Owes You, probably one of the most common reports is the open invoices right here, which you've seen before. And this is just a list of all of your customers who still owe you money, even if they owe you a penny. You'll notice that it shows you all the information you need about the transaction, like the date, you can see the amount, and if you're on that line and you just point to any of these pieces of information, you'll see that you can click and actually go to that transaction. If you actually change that transaction and then get out of it, when you come back here, as long as you've saved the transaction, the report will be updated. Another one, I'm going to go back to reports, that you'll want to look at is going to be under Who Owes You, Customer Balance Detail. This report will show you all the transactions that occurred for each customer and each job or sub-customer. When you first come in, it might look like you're just looking at the invoices, anything open. What you need to do is go up to the top right and choose Customize. Come down to where you see Filter, and you'll notice that where it says AR paid, it says unpaid right now. Go ahead and choose all from the list and then run the report at the bottom. And now you'll see each transaction that happened for each customer, sub-customer, and or job here. I'm going to go ahead and go back to reports. We'll look at a few more here. Back down to Who Owes You. There are some other ones that you might want to look at. For example, you might want to run a collections report. This one is going to show you all of the information about the customer. This time you'll notice there's a phone number here as well. So if you needed to make some phone calls and call some of these people, you've got that information right here on this report. I'm going back to reports. Some other ones just to notice, you do have the ability to run an accounts receivable aging detail and an aging summary. Anytime you see a summary and a detail, the summary will show you the line item and one total, whereas the aging detail will show every single option that made up that category or that line item that you would normally see. You can see an invoice list here if you like. You can see a terms list. There's a statement list, just all kinds of things you can look at underneath who owes you. Now down under Sales and Customers, here's where you can run things like a customer contact list. This is just going to give you each customer, their phone number, their email, that sort of thing. You can also go in and look at estimates by customer. You might want to see if you have any income by customer. You might want to see all your payment methods, product lists and services. Your sales, you can look at those by customer, you can look at them by product, and you can also look at them by time or activities. So just know that there's a lot of different reports under those two options right there. Now, most of your reports can be customized. If you happen to run, for example, a sales by customer detail, you'll notice that you can come up here and change the report period. I can look at all dates, and then I can hit run the report, and I'll see all of the information for each customer. I can group these by customer. I can group them by product. I've got all different kind of ways I can group this report. And also something else to notice is that all of your reports are automatically run on an accrual basis, not a cash basis. And you can change it per report if you need to. Accrual basically means that as soon as you invoice a customer, it's going to show as income to your business in QuickBooks, whether they've paid it or not. If you had any expenses, let's say you entered a bill, it would show it as an expense whether you'd paid that bill or not. We're going to see how this really works when we look at a profit and loss a little bit later. But let's go ahead and just kind of wrap this up. I just wanted you to see the reports that were available for customers and for your sales, and most of them will be under these two headings. Let's go ahead now and move over to Module 6 and talk a little bit about products and services. We're just starting Module 6 now, and in this module I want to talk to you about how products and services work in QuickBooks. A product or service is something that you either sell your customer or sometimes you purchase those products and services as well. And you want to set those up and make sure you set them up correctly so that you have accurate reports as far as inventory or as far as some of your profit and loss, those types of things. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and start talking a little bit about how products and services work. I'm going to give you a quick overview and then I'll take you into Section 2 and show you how to add some of those products and services. To get to a list of your products and services, go to the gear icon on the top right of your screen. Then underneath the list you'll see Products and Services. This is a list of all the products and services that you have set up. Remember that sometimes you buy these and sometimes you sell these. And there are different types of products and services you can create. You'll notice currently mine are sorted by type. If I wanted to sort by any of these other columns, I would click on the name and just sort by that column. You'll see there are services you provide like landscaping, trimming. You'll see that there are different pest control. Those are all services you provide. When you get past the service items, you're going to see that there are actual inventory items as well. Inventory means that you actually sell physical products and you count how many you have. For example, when I look at rock fountain, you'll notice that it looks like I have 2 on hand. And I can buy more and add to my inventory, or I can sell these and that will take it out of my inventory. There are other types of items that you can have as well. You can have non-inventory items. Those are actually items that you don't want to track how many you have in the back, but they're physical items that you either buy or sell. You'll notice when you're looking at this list, that you can see the name of the item. If you're using SKU numbers and you've got those set up, you'd be able to see that here. The item type, a description, and this is the description that automatically appears when you pull that item onto an invoice or some sort of form in QuickBooks. You've got the sales price, if there's one set up. Sometimes it's different for every customer, so they just don't set up a price. You just do it when you're actually invoicing the customer, or if you happen to buy this, whenever you're purchasing it. If this item is subject to sales tax, you would see that here. If it's inventory, we saw that you could see the quantity on hand. And the reorder point, that basically means that when you get down to a certain number, that QuickBooks will pop up and tell you you need to order some more. And you can see that they did not set that up in this exercise. The last column that you see is the action column. Here's where you can edit one of these items. If you need to make it inactive, adjust the quantity that you might have on hand, those types of things. But this is where your list of products and services is going to live. What I want to do now is show you how to set up some of these products and services. So let's head on over to section 2 so that you can see how to do that. Now that you've had a quick overview of what the products and services screen looks like, I want to take you in and show you how to create your own products and services. Some of you may only have 6 or 7 in your business. Other businesses might have thousands. It just really depends on what your business does. Let's go ahead and flip over and talk about how to add those new products and services. The way you're going to add a new product or service is head up to the New option in the Products and Services window. The first thing you need to tell QuickBooks is what type of product or service is this that you're adding. Is it going to be inventory? Inventory means that you want to keep some on hand and then have QuickBooks remind you when you get down to a low number so that you can order some more. That's called true inventory. You can track how many you sold and how many you purchased. Sometimes you don't want to keep any in the back room, and that's what we call non-inventory. It might be a physical product that you buy or sell, but you just run reports when you need to see how many you bought or sold. You don't really need to keep any in the back room. A service is a service you provide, and then you have the option to take any of those 3 and put them into what's called a bundle. The example they use here is a gift basket of fruit, cheese, and wine. You might actually add something else to that gift basket like a spoon or a cup or something like that. And you can actually set those up as one of these 3 types, and then you can create a bundle which includes those 3 items. Let's go ahead for now and say that we're going to set up a service. The first thing we're going to do is go ahead and give our service a name, and I'm just going to call this maintenance. You have the ability, if you have SKU numbers for your products and services, to put that number in here. And also you can add a picture of that particular product or service from over here where this little pencil is. This would have to be a picture that's already in your computer that you can go and grab and pull in. You can also put your products and services in different categories. There's a few already created for the exercise, but if you wanted to add a new category, you could do that by hitting the Add New option and creating a category like you see here. They've got Design, Landscaping, and Pest Control as categories. The next thing is the description. When you actually put this on an invoice, which means you're selling this to your customer, what is the description that appears? Let's say that it says quarterly maintenance, and then the next thing is going to be the sales price. If you have a flat rate you charge for this, then you can type that in and it will pre-populate for you. But if it's different every single time, then you'll want to just leave this blank. Nothing happens here. It's only when you buy or sell the product or service that numbers play into your reports. But let's just say that we have a flat rate of $250 a quarter we charge for this. And then the next thing, which is the most important thing on this screen, is the income account that you want this money to go back to when you put this on an invoice. In this case, they've got it automatically going back to services income, which is where I would probably leave it. But if you wanted to put this in any other account, feel free. It's just it needs to be an income account. Now, if you don't pick an income account, QuickBooks will not say anything to you about it, but you'll look at reports and they'll be really wrong and you can't figure out why. Look at the word. The word is income, meaning it needs to go to an income account. If this was a particular product or service that you were going to charge sales tax on, then here's where you tell QuickBooks this is a taxable product or service or non-taxable product or service. Typically, services you provide are non-taxable and physical items you sell are taxable. Now, if this happens to be a particular product or service that you buy from a vendor that you like, you can check the box and put in the vendor information. But I'm going to go ahead and uncheck that and click Save and Close at the bottom. And now you'll notice that I have a new service in my list here. It's called Maintenance, and you can see all of the information all the way across. Now, if I needed to edit that information, I can click on Edit here. That will take me back to this screen, and I can change whatever I need to and save and close again, and then it will be updated. You do have a couple of other actions you can take. Under this drop-down arrow here, you can make this service inactive if you need to. You can also run a report on this service, or you can duplicate it. And that's a quick way to go ahead and set up your new products and services. Now that you know how to set up a service, let's go ahead and look at setting up an inventory product. That way you can see how to tell QuickBooks how many you currently have on hand, and then you can see how inventory is added to or deducted from that number. Now that you know how to add new products and services in QuickBooks, let's talk specifically about adding inventory products. True inventory means that you want to keep a count on how many of these products you have in your office. You want QuickBooks to let you know when you get low so that you can order some more. You'll want to actually know how many you have on hand when you first set up your new inventory product. And once you've done that, then as you invoice customers, that is how your products will get out of inventory, and as you purchase them, that's how your products will get back into inventory. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks, and I will show you how to add an inventory product. You're going to add an inventory product the same way we added the new products and services over in section 2. Go to the top of your products and services list and choose the new option. This time we're going to choose inventory. The first thing you're going to do is give your inventory a name. I'm going to call this one Sprinkler Clamps, and then we're going to give it a SKU. I'll call this one 55, and then we'll choose a category, and let's say in this case that we're going to put it under landscaping. Now here's where you put in the initial quantity on hand. This means you're going to do a count before you set up your product, and if you have 10 in the back room, you're going to put that in here, and that gives it a starting number. You also want to have a date to start this with, and let's just say in this case that I want to go back to the beginning of February. Reorder point. What this means is what number do you want to get down to before QuickBooks pops up and tells you that you need to order some more. Let's just say in this case when we get down to 3. The next thing you're going to see is Inventory Asset Account. Now do not change this. This is the account that the value of the inventory will actually go into in your chart of accounts. Remember that inventory is an asset to your business. You are worth more because you have it right now, but your goal is to sell it and get it out the door. This is the asset account the inventory will sit in. And then we're going to put in a description. Now I would put in the same thing. We'll put in sprinkler clamps. And then if you have a set rate that you charge for this, you'll want to type this in. If you don't have one that's different every single time, then you can just leave it blank. Let's say that we sell it for $2.75. You don't want to change this either because this is the income account that this will go into when you make a sale. When I put sprinkler clamps on an invoice and I sell this, it will go into the sales of product income account. If this is a taxable product, you'll want to make sure that this says taxable. And now we have the purchasing information. This was the selling information up here. This is when you purchase it down here. The first thing it asks for is a description. When you order this from whatever company you order them from, what is their description? And sometimes it'll be the same. Other times it might have a part number at the end. There's just all kinds of different things that this could say. What is the cost? And this means on average, what do you buy it for? It does not mean that the last time you purchased this, it was $1.75. Let's just say on average, though, it is $1.75. And it will go to an expense account called cost of goods sold. If you have a preferred vendor, then you can pick them from the list here. It could be that you like to get these from Hicks Hardware. And that's all you need to tell it. I'm going to go ahead and click Save and Close at the bottom. And now I should see my sprinkler clamps right here. You can see the SKU number we typed in, the sale price, the cost. There's 10 of these currently, and when we get down to 3, it's going to pop up and ask us if we want to order some more. Don't forget you have some options over here under your action column. If you wanted to go and adjust the quantity, maybe you discovered there's really only 9 in the back room, you'll be able to do that. You also have the ability to adjust the starting value. And that's really all there is to adding inventory products. Let's go ahead now and move over to section 4 and talk a little bit about purchase orders. If your company buys a lot of products, you might want to create a purchase order system for your business. When you do this, it's a way of actually tracking everything you've ordered, and that way you can see what's come in, if there's anything back ordered, that sort of thing. And this is also going to be a way to start the process of receiving your items into inventory. Let me go ahead and show you how to create a purchase order. Before we get started, there's a couple things that you need to know. First of all, if you'd like to use the purchase order feature in QuickBooks, you have to be enrolled in the QuickBooks Online Plus edition. That's the edition that actually handles purchase orders. The other thing is you're going to have to actually turn on the purchase order feature in the account settings. Let me show you where to go for that. You go up to the gear icon. You're going over to Account and Settings. Make sure you're clicked on Expenses, and here's where you see Purchase Orders. If this is not on, just come over here to this pencil, and then make sure you check the box here to use Purchase Orders. As long as that's good, then you should be fine. I'm going to go ahead and close with the X, and let's go and look real quick at our products and services, because I want to show you how we're going to order some more and put it into our inventory. I'm going to click on the gear icon. Under the list, the second column, I'm going to click Products and Services. If you remember, we talked about some of these being inventory, and one of these that I want to talk about right here is going to be this rock fountain. Now let's say we have 2 of these, but we're getting ready to do a new job and we need to order 2 more to have a total of 4. This is what we're going to order. To create a new purchase order, I'm going to go to the navigation bar and click on New. I'm going to go down in the second column and click on Purchase Order. And the first thing I need to do when creating a purchase order is to pick my vendor. I'm going to go down the list here and we're going to pick Hicks Hardware. If you had Hicks Hardware's email, it would be pulled in right here. You can see there's the mailing address, and then let's talk about the ship to for a second. If you want to have Hicks Hardware ship these directly to your customer, you can choose your customer from here. If not, then it's just going to come to your office. You don't need to choose anything there. Here's the date of your purchase order. And in this case, they're using the crew number field, so we're going to plug something in there. You can also set a ship via, which would say USPS, FedEx. You can also set a sales rep if you had those as well. Now looking down the list, you want to use the item details, not the category details here. And remember, we're getting ready to order some more rock fountains. Now let's take the other ones out of the list. We're just going to go ahead and click the little trash can over on the right. And I want to get 2 of these so that I have a total of 4 when I'm done. Again, if it's related to a particular customer, you'll want to plug that information in right here. If you were ordering other things as well, you can go ahead and put all of these in here. You have a place to put a message to your vendor, a memo, and at the bottom, some attachments. Once this is done, you're going to go ahead and send this over to your vendor. I'm going to go ahead and say save and close, and that's how that works. If you had the vendor's email address, you could have emailed this directly to them. Other than that, maybe you called them on the phone and ordered it, but you do have your PO in here now so that whenever you go to receive these items, you have something to receive it against. That's how you actually create a purchase order. The next step in the process is that your products actually come in and you're going to go in and receive those products into your inventory. Let's go ahead and head over to section 5 so I can show you how that works. Now that you've created a purchase order, you can actually receive the items into your inventory. The logical process is that once you order the items from your vendor, they're going to come in the next week, 10 days probably, and you're going to want to receive them into your inventory. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks so I can show you how that process works. Let's head back to our products and services for a moment. I want to show you that if we go down and look at Rock Fountain, we still just have 2. And that's because all we've done at this point is order 2 more. Once we get through going through this receiving products into inventory feature, then you're going to notice that this number will go up to 4. All you have to do is head over to the navigation bar and click on New. And we're going to create a new bill. The first thing it asks you is who is your vendor, and this is where I'm going to pick Hicks Hardware. And you'll notice as soon as I do that, that this little window pops up over on the right, and this is letting me know that I have an open purchase order. If you want to actually add the items on this purchase order to this bill, just click Add. And if you look down here, it's added the rock fountains, it's added 2 of them, and it's got a rate, amount, and everything we talked about here. Because this is an actual bill from the vendor, we want to make sure that the rate and the amount and all of that is correct. If there happened to be a sale and that's why we had ordered 2 of these, we would change the rate, and of course the amount would change in that case. Going back up to the top, you'll see that it pulled in our mailing address for Hicks Hardware. We're going to want to choose the terms that are on that bill. We're going to say net 30. Here's the bill date, meaning the date that it was actually printed, and the due date, meaning the date it was actually due. We'll also want to plug in our bill number over here, and that's really all we need to do. There's a place for a memo down on the bottom left. We can add attachments if we want, and when we're finished, we're going to save and close. Now let's go see how many we have in inventory now, and if we're looking at Rock Fountain, we have 4 of those. And that's one of the ways that things get into inventory, through a purchase order. Now we'll be looking at some other ways things get into inventory. It could be you've written a check, it could be that you've actually gone in and used your debit card, but this is a way of creating an order and then receiving that order.
Hey there, welcome to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. My name is Cindy McGugan, and I'm going to be your instructor and help walk you through this course. I wanted to take a few moments and just give you a quick introduction and also tell you a little bit about what to expect as you go through this series of videos. I've actually been a QuickBooks instructor for over 20 years. I've worked with all the different versions of QuickBooks. I've actually taught large classes. I work with individuals and anything in between. What we're going to do in this course is we're going to start at the very beginning. I'm not going to assume you know anything. I want to make sure that you have a really good foundation and you set up your QuickBooks file the correct way. We're going to start by going through the screen itself, getting you familiar with what you're looking at, and then we'll jump right in and start creating what we call the chart of accounts. We'll spend some time in there because that's going to be the most important part of QuickBooks, because all of your money will flow through one of these accounts we're going to see. We'll look at the accounts payable section of QuickBooks. We're going to look at the accounts receivable section. We'll be looking at sales tax, payroll, and pretty much anything you would need to get your business set up the correct way in QuickBooks. You might want to get out a pen and paper so that you can take notes. Feel free to go through these videos as many times as you need to, And if you have any questions, feel free to just shoot us an email and we'll be more than glad to get back with you. We want to make sure you're well set up and on your way to getting your QuickBooks desktop file set up the correct way so that you can have success in the future. Well, let's go ahead now and get started. I've got a few things in this first module that I just want to talk to you about. So we'll talk next about what's the difference in the desktop and the online version. And then really in module 2, we'll start jumping into how to get this company file set up and go in the correct way. Well, let's go ahead now and flip over to the next video and we will just talk about the desktop versus the online version of QuickBooks. Intuit makes both a desktop version of QuickBooks and an online version of QuickBooks. And I wanted to take a moment and just talk to you about the differences in the two. Hey, this is Cindy again, and we're actually in Module 1 working in the second video. The reason I wanted to actually show you the online version is because at some point you may want to take your data from your desktop version and upload it to the online version. Or vice versa. Maybe you're currently using the online version and you prefer to go to the desktop version. If that's the case, you'll need to ask Intuit to actually grab your data file for you, and then they'll send it to you and you can upload it into your desktop version. Either way, I just want you to be familiar with both so that you make an informed decision when you're working with QuickBooks. Now, a couple things to know. As of the 2022 version of QuickBooks Desktop, it is now subscription-based, just like the online version. One of the things that desktop users really liked was the fact that they didn't have to go out and purchase the desktop version every single year. Now you have to. If you do not update your subscription every year, it will actually stop working. Now, the online version has always been subscription-based. Most people will actually pay for it by the month. Some people will pay for it by the year. The advantage of working with the online version is that you have the ability, as long as you have internet access, to log in anywhere in the world that you happen to be and access your data. Now, you can't really do that with the desktop version unless you have some sort of software that will allow you into your actual computer. Let's go ahead and take a peek at what each one of these looks like briefly so that you can see some of the differences visually here. I went ahead and put these side by side so that we could get a good visual. This side is the desktop version and this is the online version. And the first thing you'll notice is that they don't really look alike. It's a little bit harder to work with the online version because it doesn't really have the home screen set up the way the desktop version does. On this home screen, you've got different sections and you have a flow chart that really tells you what to do next, where you don't really have that over on the online version. One thing that a lot of people just assume is that the online version allows you to download all your transactions from the bank, and that is true. But you can also do that in the desktop version as well. A lot of times people will choose the online because they assume that's the only one that will download their transactions, and that's not really the case. The other thing is you'll notice that you have a menu over here on the left, just like you have here, but again, they're set up differently. So you really just have to learn your way around when you're working with the online version of QuickBooks. If you're currently using the desktop and you'd like to try out the online, they do have a free 30-day trial that you can go and try it out if you like. If you go to the website, go to intuit.com and you can look for the online version and they'll have all the different subscriptions that they sell, and you can look for the one that would fit your budget and that would have all the options that you want in that particular version. If you don't like it, you can always come back to your desktop version. So I just wanted to give you a quick feel for that and let you know that you have that option available if you want. Let's go ahead now and flip over to the third video in this module, and I'll talk to you a little bit about some of the differences in the different versions of the desktop that Intuit has available for you. Hey there, welcome to Module 2. This is the module where we're going to talk about getting started with QuickBooks. Hi, this is Cindy. I'm your instructor, and we're working in this first video now in Module 2. where we're going to talk about how to set up your company file. Each file you create in QuickBooks is called a company. You can have as many company files as you like, and neither one talks to the other. So if you have a need to keep them separate, this is the perfect way to do it. Sometimes you might want to keep your business separate from your personal. It could be if you're a bookkeeper and you have multiple customers, you can have each one of those set up with their own company file. Let me go ahead and take you over to QuickBooks right now, and I'll show you how to get started setting up that company file. When you first load QuickBooks, you're going to see a screen that looks like this. In this area here, if you've previously opened any company files, you would see them listed so that you could double click and go to that particular file. Here's where you would create a new company file. You can also open an existing one that may not be on the list, or if you've actually created a backup and you want to restore that backup, you could do that here. And there's also some sample files. There's always a product base and a service base one here that you can work with. What we're going to do is we're going to hop on over to the next video and talk a little bit about using what's called the Easy Step interview. We'll create a new company and that will launch us right into that Easy Step interview. Before we can start using QuickBooks, we have to go through and actually set up our company file. And we're going to do that by using something called the Easy Step interview. Hi, this is Cindy. I'm your instructor, and we're actually working in Module 2 now, the Getting Started module. We're on the second video using the Easy Step interview part 1. The Easy Step interview is going to ask you different questions, and based on how you answer the questions, it's going to set up your company file for you. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we'll get started using the Easy Step interview. To get started creating your new company file, you're just going to click right here, and this will launch you into the Easy Step interview. You're going to get a screen like this that asks you who you're creating your company file for yourself or for someone else. You'll want to go ahead and choose myself. Let me just mention down here where the other options are. You do have the ability, if you happen to be using Quicken now, you can convert that data into QuickBooks. Or if you've got another accounting software you'd like to use, you can convert it from here. Notice there's also an advanced setup, and that's typically where I suggest you start with, because even though it's going to take you a little bit longer to get through it, this is the Easy Step interview, and it will ask you most of the questions you will need to get the company file set up correctly. So take a little bit of extra time and fill this out. This first screen asks a little bit of information about the company itself. I'm going to go ahead and say this is ABC Plumbing. This is just a fictitious company. And notice as you're going through here, the only thing that you have to put in is the company name. Now, I do suggest that if you're going to send out correspondence to customers or vendors, that you go ahead and fill out the rest of this information. That way you don't have to come back and do it later. If you don't have a different legal name, you don't have to put that in there. There's also a field for the tax ID. Now feel free to type this in if you like, but just so you'll know, you don't really need this unless you're going to be printing some 1099s or doing payroll or something where it needs that tax ID number. The next thing you'll want to do is put in the street address, or if you have a P.O. box and you'd like to use that for mailing, you can put that in as well. I'm going to go ahead and make up a city and state here. You'll notice the country populates with US, so if you happen to be in a different country, you can go ahead and choose that from the list. The next thing you'll want to put in is the phone number. Now, the reason that you do want to put the phone number here is because, remember, if you're actually going to send correspondence out to customers or vendors, you probably want that phone number on those invoices or anything you're sending out. There's a place for a fax number as well, and an email address and a website. I'm going to click on Next. Now this page asks you to select your industry. You can see as you're looking through the list of different industries, there's pretty much an industry for everything. But if you can't figure out which one works best for you, at the bottom of this list is a general product and a general service-based business. I'll just go ahead for now and pick the general product-based business and click Next. This next screen asks you, how's your company organized? You can see there are different choices here. There is the sole proprietor option. You might be an LLC, an S Corp. But honestly, if you have an accountant that does your taxes, I'd probably pick other or none from the list, and here's why. What's going to happen is when you start setting up different accounts in the chart of accounts, it's going to have an extra field that will ask you which line on your tax form would you like to put this to. You're not going to know because you're not an accountant. The reason that you want to use those is if you were doing your own taxes and you were using a software like TurboTax, for example, it would have to know where to pull each line onto that tax form. But since you're not doing your own taxes, pick other or none, and it won't even ask you that question. I'm going to click Next. And now it asks me to select the first month of my fiscal year. Now, this will default to January. Unless you have a different fiscal year, then I would go ahead and leave that on January and click Next. And now it's asking us about setting up our administrator password. Now let's take a few minutes to talk about this. As soon as you open QuickBooks, it will launch you directly into the last company file that you had open. If you would like QuickBooks to ask for a username and password before it launches you into that company file, then you'll want to go ahead and set up that password right here for the administrator. This is very highly suggested that you do this. You do have the ability to also set up different passwords for different people who will be using QuickBooks, and that way you can limit their access to certain areas. And we'll talk about that a little bit later, but right now let's go ahead and set up a password. A really good password will have 10 to 12 characters. It's going to have capital letters, it's going to have numbers, it's going to have special characters. But make sure it's something that you'll remember, because if you lose your password, it's very hard to find it. I'm going to go ahead and click on Next. And now it will say creating your company file. You'll want to go ahead and save this somewhere so that you know where to find it. I'm going to go ahead and just stick this on my desktop real quick. You'll see it's now creating my new company file for me. You can actually see right back here that it has my company name, and you can see over here the icon bar. Now we could actually go ahead and leave at this point, but let's go ahead and finish the Easy Step interview. I'm going to click Next. And this section will talk a little bit about what I have that I sell in my business. So you can see it asks me, do I sell services only, products only, or both? There's no wrong answer here. If you currently sell services, but you're thinking that later down the road you might want to sell products, go ahead and turn them both on. You're actually just turning icons on or off on the screen when you choose these different options. I'll choose both and click Next. This question asks if I'd like to create estimates in QuickBooks. Construction is a prime example of an estimate. If I want to have my kitchen remodeled, I'm probably going to ask for a quote or an estimate for the job before I actually hire someone to do the work. I'll just go ahead and say yes here. This screen asks me about using statements in QuickBooks. If you have customers that you invoice, you may want to send statements at the end of the month. Those statements will actually be a summary of everything that happened that month with that customer. It will show each invoice, any payments they've made, any credits, and it's a gentle reminder to your customer that they owe you money. I'm going to go ahead and turn those on. And now it asks me about progress invoicing. Now this question really goes with that estimate question, because if you estimate jobs, then you have the ability to turn those estimates into an invoice so that you can receive money from your customer. You may not always want to invoice everything that's on that estimate. Maybe you want to pull 50%. Maybe you want to pull certain items. You have the ability to do that if you use progress invoicing. I usually suggest if you are estimating jobs that you do want progress invoicing. I'm going to click Next. And now it asks about managing the bills that I owe. You know, a lot of people actually just receive a bill and they throw that bill on their desk in a basket. And then when it's time to pay bills, they'll look through the bills and decide which ones to pay. That's certainly okay. However, if you want to really make good use of QuickBooks, go ahead and enter all of the bills, whether you receive them in the mail or if they're just ones that are electronically withdrawn. Just enter all of those in QuickBooks as bills, and that way you can track all of the bills that you owe. You'll be able to run reports to see who you owe, if any of it's over 90 days, that sort of thing. If not, you won't be able to run any reports on accounts payable. I'm going to go ahead and say yes here and click Next. And now it asks me if I'd like to track inventory. Now, before I answer this question, this video is getting a little bit long. So why don't we go ahead and look over at part 2, and we will continue talking about how to use the Easy Step interview. Hey there, welcome back. It's Cindy again. We started talking about how to use the Easy Step interview over in part 1. Now let's go ahead and finish that video. This is part 2 of using the Easy Step interview. Now we're going to talk a little bit about tracking inventory. This screen asks if we'd like to track inventory in QuickBooks. True inventory means that you sell physical products, and you need to know at any time how many you might have in the storeroom. You might want to run reports to see how many of a particular product you've sold so that you can order some more. If you track inventory, you will want to say yes to this question in QuickBooks. Let me also mention here that it could be that you don't really track inventory. You might sell physical products, but you don't need to track how many you have in the storeroom. If that's the situation, you still want to say yes here because you probably use purchase orders. Anytime you use the purchase order system in QuickBooks, you will want to have this option set to yes so that the purchase order options show up on your home screen. I'm going to choose yes there and click Next. This screen is asking us about tracking time in QuickBooks. Now, there are a couple different ways you can use this feature. If you actually work on different projects for customers and you want to track the time that you spent working on that project, then you'll want to turn this option on. You can also track the amount of time that your employees or your subcontractors spend working on a particular project or job. If you're wanting to track time, just go ahead and say yes here and then click Next. This question asks, do you have employees? Now, I want you to make sure that you don't confuse employees with 1099 contractors because they're totally different. So this question can be very misleading. If you tell it yes here, then you're telling QuickBooks that you do want to track payroll in QuickBooks. We'll talk about payroll in a later module because payroll is a subscription you'll want to sign up for. It's not free. The other thing we'll talk about a little bit later is your 1099 contractors. If you want to send 1099s, there's a certain way you have to set them up, and they're not set up in the employee section of QuickBooks. If you just want to turn on the option for payroll, you would say yes, or you can leave it on no. I'm going to leave it on no and click Next. Now we're getting ready to get into this last little section here. This is just saying that we're going to talk a little bit about using accounts in QuickBooks. QuickBooks has to have a date to start tracking your finances. You can either choose the beginning of your fiscal year, or you can choose today's date or choose a date of your choice. I suggest that if you're just purchasing QuickBooks for the first time, and let's just say it's towards the end of the year, you might want to go ahead and start with maybe the beginning of this month and just put in enough information to finish this year, and that's good practice for you. And then next year you can have a full year's worth of information. Now, if you really want to go back and put a full year in, that's certainly your prerogative to do. And even if you put in a date, whether you choose it or you choose the beginning of the fiscal year, you can still enter something prior to that date. It just needs a date to start with. I'm just going to say the beginning of this fiscal year and click Next. Now we're almost at the end here. It's asking us to review our income and expense accounts. Now we're going to talk more about this in a later module. This is what we call your chart of accounts. Anything you do in QuickBooks runs through one of these. Now, if you happen to be looking through here and you say, you know, I don't use a particular one that's here, or maybe there's one I do want to use. Let's say I do want to use business licenses and permits. You can go ahead and check those and turn them on here. Or you can wait until you get into the actual chart of accounts itself, and then you'll be able to add or delete ones you do or don't want to use. So I'm just going to go ahead and click Next at this point, and it's going to say congratulations, and you can now go to the button that says Go to Setup right here at the bottom. If you get a screen that looks like this, it's asking you if you want to go ahead now and add the people you do business with. Those would be your customers or your vendors. You can add your products and services you sell or your bank accounts. It doesn't hurt to add them here, but we're going to go through these in a later module. So if you want to go ahead and click the X in the top right of that window to close it, then that will be fine for now. Now you're on what we call the home screen in QuickBooks. Well, that's going to wrap up part 2 of using the Easy Step interview. Let's head on over now to video 4 and talk very quickly about the place where you go if you want to actually change the information about the company, like the name, the address, the phone number. That's in a section called My Company, and we're going to look at a quick overview of that. Welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. My name is Cindy, and we are actually walking through Module 2 right now. This is the 4th video, and we're going to talk a little bit in this video about a little option called My Company. When you actually set up your company file and you went through the Easy Step interview, the very first screen asked you to go ahead and set up the information about your company. You set up the name, the legal name, you set up the address, the website, the phone number, things like that. Well, where would you go if you needed to edit that information? You would actually go into this option called My Company, and that's where I want to take you right now. Let's head on over to QuickBooks and I'll show you where this option is, and we'll go ahead and make a few changes to that company information you set up when you went through the Easy Step interview. One of the questions I get asked often is, how do you go back to the Easy Step interview? If someone's asking me that question, it means that they want to go back and make a change to something they originally set up. Most of those changes are going to be made under the preferences in QuickBooks. Now we're going to look at those preferences in Module 3. It'll be the first and second video. But if you want to make a change to the company address, the company phone number, any of that information you set up on the very first screen when you went through the Easy Step interview, you have to do it this way. If you go to your menu and click on Company, you'll see an option that says My Company. Here you'll see the address information that you set up when you went through the Easy Step interview. You'll notice both of these will be the same unless you happen to have changed some information on the legal name. If you want to edit any of this, all you have to do is click on this little pencil where it says Edit, and now you can make any changes you want. Let's say that you'd like to add your phone number right underneath your city, state, and zip. All you have to do is type it in, and anytime you actually work in QuickBooks and you want to actually pull in the address block, now it'll pull all of this instead of pulling these as two separate blocks. We'll talk more about that in a later module when we talk about customizing your invoices. We'll work with the layout designer and you'll see where this comes into play. I could also go down and add this information if I'd like. Notice if I want to change the legal information, I'll click over here and edit that information. I can change the company identification. That's going to be the federal ID number if you wanted to go ahead and put that in. There's some information on reporting if you want to change your fiscal year. And then also some payroll tax information here if you just want to put in a contact for the person who's signing the payroll tax forms, things like that. I'm just going to go ahead and click OK here. And it will always tell you that you didn't update your legal address if you didn't do that. And you will have a chance to go back and do that. But I'm just going to go ahead at this point and say no, I don't want to go back to the legal address because I've already decided that's correct. I'll click no. And now you'll see that it's actually added my phone number right here, but notice it's not over here. And that's because I told it I didn't want to update the legal name and address. Now I want to point out a couple of other things on this screen that will be very helpful to you. Look over on the right-hand side because sometimes you will have to have this information. Maybe you're placing a phone call for some support. Here is the version of QuickBooks that you have. There's your license number and product number. You can also see this has been activated, and if you want to view the owner, you could do that. There's also some apps that work with QuickBooks. Some of these are subscription-based services, and you can see some of these down here. If you wanted to use these, you could actually click these options right here and go ahead and sign up with any of these you'd like. One I want to mention is this payroll. We're going to talk about payroll in a later module, but payroll is not free. It is subscription based. And these are other things that Intuit can actually sell you. If you would like to have a merchant services account with Intuit, you could do that by choosing this option. You can order checks from them if you like by choosing this option. And something to keep in mind is you don't need to order checks from QuickBooks, from Intuit. You can order them from wherever you'd like. But I just want to give you a quick overview of this My Company option here. I'm going to go ahead and close that, and that will wrap up this video here. Let's go ahead now and move over into the next video, which is number 5. And that is where we're going to talk about how to identify all the components of your home screen here in the QuickBooks environment. Hey there, welcome back. This is Cindy again. We are working now in Module 2, and we're talking about getting started with QuickBooks. This is video 5, identifying the components of the QuickBooks environment. What I basically want to do is just go over the home screen with you so that you will know what types of options are there and where to go when you get started actually using QuickBooks. Let's go ahead and flip over now and we'll start talking about how to identify those different components of the QuickBooks environment. This is what we call your home screen in QuickBooks. When you open your company file, it will automatically show you the home screen first. If you happen to be somewhere else in QuickBooks and you don't see this screen, the easiest way to get back to it is you'll notice on the left you have a home option right here that you can just click on and it will take you back to this screen. Now before we start working with this home screen, I want to just show you 2 quick things that you will want to do to make your home screen work a little bit easier for you. You might have noticed there is an icon bar here on the left. Certainly okay to keep it that, it's a matter of personal preference, but I'll just show you another option that will free up some room on your screen for you. If you go to your menu and you click on View, you'll see there's an option that says Top Icon Bar. And if you click on that, notice now your icon bar is moved to the top up here. The next thing you'll want to do is you'll want to go ahead and go back to View and click on the first option that says Open Windows List, and that will appear on the left-hand side of your screen. And just to tell you what this is, every time you click one of these icons, you're going to open that window. So if I clicked here, for example, I would open this window, and this is where I would go to enter any bills I want to track in QuickBooks. Now you'll notice I have 2 options over here. If I don't want to close this bills window, I can click on Home and go back to the home screen, or back to Enter Bills and I'll be back on the bill screen. Now if I close this bill screen, just by going to the top right and clicking the X, not the one at the very top, that'll close QuickBooks, but the one right under it will close that window. And now you can see it's gone over here because that window is closed. Let's take a few moments and see how this home screen is actually set up. There's actually 5 sections here. This first section at the top where it says Vendors, this is your Accounts Payable section. Anything having to do with the people or businesses that you buy from, those are called vendors. You're going to be able to enter the bills you receive from your vendors. You're going to be able to track inventory, things like that in this section. This next section here where it says Customers, this is your accounts receivable. Anything having to do with your customers. These would be people that buy from you. And you can see that sometimes you invoice customers, you might want to receive payments from them, send them a statement. So this section here is all about your accounts receivable. This third section at the bottom where it says Employees, this is your payroll. At the top right, you'll see a section that says Company. These icons don't really have anything to do directly with the customers or vendors, but they have to do with the file itself. And I want you to get really familiar with this one right here, the chart of accounts. This is your most important part of QuickBooks because everything will flow through there. And we're going to spend more time talking about that over in Module 3. Notice there's also items and services. Those would be physical products that you might sell or services you provide. This is where you could set those up. The last section I want to point out here is called Banking. Think about things you would do at the bank. You would make a deposit. You could actually open your check register from here, maybe print checks from here. These are considered banking functions, and you'll find those in this section. When you're looking at your home screen, you'll notice there's a flow chart, and you want to always follow the flow chart from the beginning to the end. For example, with customers, you may or may not estimate jobs in your business, but let's say that you do. The next thing you would do is create an invoice. Then you would receive the money from the customer at some point, and then you would actually record that money and put it in the bank. So follow the flowchart from the beginning to the end for every one of these, and you'll have no problem with whatever you're doing. Now, I do want to point out a couple things on the very right-hand side of your screen. First of all, where it says account balances, once you start setting up your accounts, your checking accounts, savings, credit cards, all of those accounts in the chart of accounts, you will see them here, and you'll also see the balance. And a quick way to go to one of those accounts is to click on it from here and open it up. This section here really has to do more with things that Intuit can sell you. For example, they have merchant services accounts available if you accept credit cards. If you want to order checks and supplies from them, you can. If you don't want to see this section here, just hit this little arrow and it will kind of hide that section for you. And then notice this backup status. One of the things that happens with the QuickBooks desktop version is you will need to back it up on a regular basis. And one of the ways to do that is to choose this Backup Now option. Another option you have is for a fee. Intuit will back it up for you. And you can sign up with that right here online by going to this link here. But again, if you don't want to see this, just hit the little arrow and that will hide it so that you don't have to keep looking at it. That's a quick overview of the home screen itself. You'll want to get very, very familiar with it. Let's go ahead now and look at the last video in this section. I want to talk to you before we leave about how to convert your QuickBooks desktop data to the online version if you ever decide that you want to actually move all of your information to the cloud so that you can access it from anywhere in the world. Hey, welcome back. It's Cindy again. We are wrapping up Module 2, the Getting Started module. We're actually on video number 6 now. I want to show you how to convert your QuickBooks desktop data to the online version. You might decide at some point that you want to try the online version because that way you could have access to your data wherever you happen to be as long as you have internet access. You can actually convert that data. Now you can't go the other way. You can't have the online version and then download it to QuickBooks Desktop. Intuit has to do that for you, but it's pretty easy to go the other way. So let's flip over to QuickBooks and I'll show you how to convert that desktop data to the online version. The first thing I suggest you do is back up your company file. If you want to jump ahead, go down and look at Module 17. It's video number 10, where I show you how to back up your company file. Once you've done that, go ahead and click on File from your menu, come down to Utilities, and then you'll see an option that says Copy Company File for QuickBooks Online. QuickBooks does have to close all the windows before it exports your company file. Just go ahead and choose OK here. And then you can save your file anywhere you like. I'm going to save mine to this QuickBooks desktop data file folder I set up. Notice it's a .oe file. Go ahead and click on Save, and now it's actually exporting your data. And you can see that didn't take very long. It says you've successfully exported your company file. All you have to do at this point is click OK. The next thing you need to do is go online and get a subscription for your QuickBooks Online. There will be an option in there where you can actually upload your data file that you just exported. And that's all you have to do to convert your QuickBooks desktop data to the online version. Well, that's going to wrap up Module 2, Getting Started. Now we're going to go into Module 3 and talk a little bit about customizing the QuickBooks environment. We've made it all the way down to Module 3 now, and we're going to talk in this module about different ways to customize the QuickBooks environment. I wanted to start off in this first video, which is the preferences, and talk to you a little bit about the options that you can change that make working with QuickBooks a little bit easier. A lot of these options we're going to talk about in this preferences section are going to be options that you told it in the Easy Step interview you did or did not want to turn on or off. There are 2 parts to this, so make sure you watch both parts so that you get a full idea of all the preferences that are available for you to work with. Let's go ahead and start now with Preferences Part 1. When you first set up your company file, you went through the Easy Step interview. In that Easy Step interview, it asked you a series of questions, and based on how you answered those questions, it turned icons on or off on your home screen. For example, if you told it that you do not estimate jobs, you wouldn't have this estimates icon here. You can turn most of these on or off in the preferences, along with some other things you're going to see that will make QuickBooks a lot easier for you to use. Let's head on over to the preferences. We're going to click on Edit from the menu and come down to Preferences. You'll notice there are several options on the left that you can click on. Each of these will have a tab that says My Preferences or Company Preferences when you click on them. Let's start at the top with Accounting and we'll work our way down. You'll notice under Accounting there are no options under My Preferences. I'll go ahead and click on Company Preferences. And there are a few here that you'll want to know about. Let's take a peek at this first one, Use Account Numbers. This has to do with using general ledger numbers in your chart of accounts. I'm going to cancel this for a moment and just go over to the chart of accounts right here just to show you what it currently looks like. This is what we call your chart of accounts. It's the most important part of QuickBooks. We're going to spend more time talking about this in videos 4, 5, and 6 in this module. But for now, what I want you to notice is that there are different types of accounts. And if you have a type that's the same, like these fixed assets, there are 2 of these, then you'll notice the names of these 2 are in alphabetical order. Once you turn on the general ledger numbers, they're going to be in numerical order. I'm going to head back to Edit and back to Preferences. Under Company Preferences, I'm going to check the box next to Use Account Numbers and click OK. And now you'll see next to each of these you have general ledger numbers. You can edit these numbers, but for now you'll see the generic ones that QuickBooks decided to use. Notice they're in numerical order based on the type. I'm going to head back to Edit and head back to Preferences. Same place, back under Accounting, I'm going back to the Company Preferences. Here's another one that you may want to use. Not every type of business will use this class feature, but if you need it, it's a really great option. Here's some examples of how this would work. Let's say that your business has 3 locations, and you would like to track your reports based on location. You could have a class list set up that would list each of the locations, and each time you create a new transaction, you can choose the location that that transaction goes to. And that's a great way to run a report on the whole company, or if you want to use it to run a report just on those different locations, you can do that as well. If you start entering transactions that are 90 days in the past, as far as the date is concerned, or in the future, you will see that it will pop up and warn you. And if you don't want it to do that, maybe you're entering a lot of things that are over 90 days old, then you can just come in and uncheck these. I did also want to mention this date through which the books are closed. In real life accounting, you close the books at the end of every month and you close the books at the end of the year. If you had closed the books through the end of the month and you see a mistake in a prior closed period, you would make an offsetting entry in the current period to adjust for that. QuickBooks will not automatically close your books. It's not going to warn you. It's not going to say anything. If you want to close the books, you have to come here. You would set a date and a password. For example, this might say December the 31st of 2021, and then of course you would have a password here. What would happen is if someone went to make a change in that closed period, it would pop up and say, you've closed the books through such and such date. Do you still want to make that change? And if you knew the password, you could do that. Let's jump down on the left to the General option. And I'm going to click on the My Preferences tab. This very first one, I always suggest that you turn on. It says pressing Enter to move between the fields. If you do not have this on, what will happen is you will be working in a form. Let's say you're in an invoice, for example, and you're thinking that by hitting the enter key, you're going to move to the next field. What will actually happen is you will save and close and your screen will disappear and you'll wonder what happened. If you turn this on, you can use the enter key or the tab key to move between your fields. There are several other options you might want to just take a peek at right up here. I do want to mention this one here, automatically recall last transaction for this name. This is a good one because it will save you some work and keep your accounting consistent. Let's say that you had previously filled out a check for your electric company. What would happen is the next time you went to write a check and you put in that vendor name, it will automatically fill all the information from the last time you used that vendor name, and all you would really need to do is change the amount of money and save it. Save you a lot of time. Here's another one that you probably want to turn on. Use today's date as default. If you don't turn this on, then whatever the last date you entered on one of your transactions, that's going to use the same date when you go to the next transaction. Let's look now at items and inventory. There are no options under My Preferences. I'll click on the Company Preferences tab. If you remember, one of the questions in the Easy Step interview asked if you actually track inventory. If you had said no, none of these options would be checked and they wouldn't show up on your home screen. Here, by checking all of these, you're going to see options for purchase orders, and you'll also be able to enter invoices and you'll be able to track inventory as well. The next one down says jobs and estimates. If you happen to work with different jobs in your business, construction being a prime example, then you may have different terminology for these. You can go in and change that terminology if you want. And here's the question about estimates. Do you create estimates, yes or no? And over here is the progress invoicing question. If you create estimates, you probably do want progress invoicing. The next one down I want to mention is payments. And you'll notice sometimes when you make a change that it will pop up and ask you if you want to save your changes. I'm going to say yes here. And sometimes it will have to close all the windows to make this change. I'll just click OK. And now we're on the payments option. One of the things QuickBooks will do is when you receive a payment for a customer and you want to enter that payment, you're going to see in that payment window a list of invoices. You'll see the oldest on down, and QuickBooks will automatically apply the payments to the oldest ones. You may not want it to do that. You may want to manually apply the payments to those invoices. The other thing it will do is it will automatically put that payment in an account in your chart of accounts called undeposited funds. If you don't want to do that, then you can uncheck that here, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. You'll see here that your customers can pay you online. You can actually send them an invoice. You can send it through email, and it will have a button where the customer can click to pay you automatically with a credit card or bank transfer, and you can actually set that up with Intuit. Also down here where it says payment reminders, if you wanted to send reminders to your customers that they have payments that are due, you can do that, and it will prompt you at a certain time of day. And also if you want to prompt you daily or weekly, you can set that up as well right here. Now let's go over to payroll and employees. If you're going to be using payroll through Intuit, you would have to actually set that up with Intuit. It is not free, it is subscription based. But if you're going to use that, here's a couple of preferences. If you're going to use the full payroll option, you'll click here and that will turn on some options on your home screen so that you can go ahead and set up some of your payroll. If not, you can leave it on no payroll. You also have some options over here for pay stubs, for workers' comp, and sick and vacation time. Down here at the bottom, you can display your employee list by first name, last name, and you'll see there's some other options here that you may want to just look at if you decide you're going to run your payroll through QuickBooks. The next option I want to look at over on the left are your reminders. Notice I made a change in the payroll section, so it asks me if I want to save those changes. I will say yes here. And then you'll see some options pop up about reminders. This is a list of different items that QuickBooks can remind you of. Reminders do not show up automatically. Where they show up is when you first open the company file. If you've told QuickBooks to remind you, you will see a window that pops up that will have those reminders in that window. Once you close it again, you don't see that until the next time you open QuickBooks. You can see here that there are checks to print, there's overdue invoices, options to be reminded about inventory to reorder, money to deposit. You can see the options there. You can have QuickBooks show you in that window a summary of all the checks to print, for example. You might want an individual list of each of the checks to print, or you can say don't remind me at all. If you have told it to remind you of some of these options, then you can go next to each one of these and tell it how many days before or after that you want it to remind you of that option. So you just go through here and set all of your choices for reminders. Let's go ahead and stop the video right here. I want to go ahead and look at part 2, and we'll continue talking about the remainder of these preferences. Hey there, welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. My name is Cindy, and we are working through Module 3, where we've been looking at different ways to customize the QuickBooks environment. We just finished looking at the very first video, which is part 1 of the preferences. I want to go ahead and continue that now and just take up where we left off after part 1. If you got out of the Preferences window, you can go back to it by clicking on Edit from the menu and coming down to Preferences. Let's go ahead and start where we left off after part 1. We're going to actually click on the left where it says Reports and Graphs. There's one thing in particular that I really want to point out here, and that's under the Company Preferences tab. When you run reports in QuickBooks, they're automatically run on an accrual basis. You can choose to run them on a cash basis. Now we'll talk more about reports in Module 11, but just to tell you what this means, when a report is run on an accrual basis, that means when you're looking at your income, that number would include any invoices you created that have not yet been paid. Also, as far as expenses go, if you've entered any bills that you haven't yet paid, they would show up in this report as well as expenses. Versus if you use the cash option, it's only going to show invoices you've actually received money for that you've been paid for, and it's also only going to show expenses that you actually spent the money for already. And that's going to be the difference. You'll see when you're on a report, you can also change it as a one-time thing there. But just know that your reports are automatically run on an accrual basis. You can see there are other options here as well that you might want to look at as far as reports are concerned. Let's go down to Sales and Customers on the left and talk about a few things here. I'm going to the My Preferences tab. One thing I want to point out is there is an option to prompt for time/cost to add. There's an option in QuickBooks that we're going to talk about in a later module that will let you take any expenses you've accumulated that might go towards a job you're working on, and you can actually pull those expenses into an invoice, and that way you can get reimbursed from your customer. Now, if you want QuickBooks to prompt you for those, you can choose this option here to do that. Under the Company Preferences tab, there are a few things that you might want to look at. For example, if you create sales forms, which we'll talk about in a later module, you might have a particular shipping method that you like to use automatically. You can choose options like that. Let's go look at sales tax. If your company collects sales tax from your customers, you'll want to set up those sales tax items. Now you can do that here, but we're going to talk later when we look at the items list at how to set them up there, because you'll have several different ones you'll want to set up and you need to make sure you do it the correct way. But here you can tell QuickBooks that you do charge sales tax or you don't. And then you can also choose your most common sales tax if you've already set it up. If you haven't set it up yet, then you're going to need to wait until you get it set up before you can choose your most common sales tax here. This little section here, what will happen is if you've had items that are taxable and some that are non-taxable, you're going to see that you can have this code right here that says tax, or you can create a new one. And the same thing for non-taxable. I usually just leave those, but some people prefer to have different wording for those, and you can set that up. Also, items that are taxable will have a T all the way to the right of that line item. When we get into the invoicing section, you'll see more about how that works. Let's go down on the left and look real quick at send forms. You have the ability in QuickBooks to send a form, and an example of that would be an invoice. You create an invoice, and instead of printing it out and mailing it, you can actually send it right from QuickBooks. If you do that, there's going to be a default template that goes with that. You can see they've got one already set up here called Basic Invoice. I'll just edit to show you what that looks like. You can see here it would have the customer's name. It's going to have the invoice number. Thank you for your business. You can see this. If you want to edit this, you can do this right here so that it pulls the new template. I'm going to go ahead and cancel that. You can also add a new one if you want. In this particular window, you'll see it's not just for invoices. There are other forms as well. There's credit memos, there are pay stubs, and if you want to edit any of those or create a new one, you can do it right from here. I'm going to scroll down a little bit on the left here, and we see a couple more. I want to look at spelling. If you've made a change to your send forms preferences, you'll want to go ahead and say yes here. I didn't make any changes, but I'll go ahead and say yes anyway. Now under spelling here on the left, I'm going back to the My Preferences tab. You'll see that it will always check your spelling before it prints or sends any forms. It's a very good idea to spell check any forms that you sent out so that you look professional, but if you don't want that, you can uncheck that. There are also some options down here for 1099s. You'll want to click on the Company Preferences tab. Here's where it just asks you, do you file 1099 forms, yes or no? And then one last thing I'll mention on the left under Time and Expenses. You have an option in QuickBooks to track your time. Now there are a couple of different ways that can be used. It could be if you're in a business where you invoice your customers based on the time you spend working on their projects, then you can turn on a timer in QuickBooks and have it track that time for you and then pull it into an invoice. It could be that you're just trying to track the time that your subcontractors worked on a job or your employees. So you could turn that option on here if it's not on, and also look at the first day of your work week. It's currently set to Monday, but you can choose Sunday through Saturday. That's really the most important options that I think you're going to work with here in QuickBooks. You might want to take time and look through the other ones. Just go through it any time and go ahead and make these changes. And once you've made those, go ahead and click OK. And now you've finished the preferences. Now that we've looked at all of the preferences in QuickBooks, let's go ahead and move over to video number 3 and talk about how to work with different users in QuickBooks. Hey there, welcome back. It is Cindy again. We are working in QuickBooks Desktop for version 2022. This is video 3 of module 3. I want to talk to you a little bit in this video about how to work with the users option in QuickBooks. When you open QuickBooks, if you'd like to have that user type in a username and password, you would need to set up those users in order to be able to do that. This is not something you have to do in QuickBooks, but it is very highly recommended. Setting up users will allow you to set up different permissions for different people who use QuickBooks. You can actually set it up so they can access certain areas and maybe not access others. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and I'll show you how to set up those users. You do not have to set up users in QuickBooks, but it's very highly suggested. When you set up users, that means that when you double click to open your company file each time, it will ask whoever's using it to put in their username and their password in order to allow them access to your company file. You do have to be the administrator in order to actually work with the users. Make sure that administrator is logged in. What you'll want to do is go to the menu and click on Company, and then you'll see an option that says Set up Users and Passwords, and in the sub-menu choose Set up Users. If you did have a password set for the administrator, maybe you set it up when you set up your company file through the Easy Step Wizard, it would ask you to go ahead and log in, and then you just click OK, and now you'll see the user list. Here you can see the admin is logged in. You can add up to 5 users in QuickBooks. Each one will have a different login. As the administrator, you'll want to be the one to set up these users so that you can write down their username and password. And if that user leaves the company, go ahead and delete them over here. Or if you want to edit the user that was there previously, you could do that. But make sure you have the current user set up. Let's say that we've hired a new employee, and that employee is going to come in a couple days a week and just pay the bills. And we just want to give them access to those areas. I'm going to click on Add User, and we'll put in the user's name. Let's say the name is Carol, and we'll set up a password for Carol. You'll want to make sure you type it in twice, and then you'll want to click Next. The first thing QuickBooks asks is, what do you want this user to have access to? Notice you can give Carol access to all areas of QuickBooks, selected areas, which we're going to choose. And I also want to point out this last option for the external accountant. If you have an accountant that you want to have access to your QuickBooks file, you can give them their own username and password. They won't have access to what we call sensitive customer data, credit card numbers, things like that. I'm going to choose selected areas and click Next. The first area it asks about is sales and accounts receivable. Now this has to do with invoicing our customers. I'm going to leave that on no access and click Next. This next question asks about purchases and accounts payable. This is what I hired Carol to do. I'm going to give her full access. Notice I could give her selected access where she can only do these 3 items that you see here, but I'll go ahead and give her full access to accounts payable. The next option is checking and credit cards. I don't want her to go in and make deposits and enter credit card charges, things like that, so I'll just say no access. This screen asks about inventory. I'm not going to give her access to inventory. Not going to give her access to time tracking or payroll. This option asks about sensitive accounting activities. Those are things like, do you want Carol to be able to make journal entries in QuickBooks? Do you want her to have access to online banking functions? Again, I'm going to say no. And sensitive financial reporting, those are the reports that go with that previous screen. Now it asks me, do I want Carol to have the option to change or delete transactions? I usually leave this where it defaults. The first option asks, do I want Carol to have the ability to change or delete transactions in the areas she has access to? Of course. What if she enters a bill twice and needs to delete one of them? This option says, do you want Carol to be able to change or delete transactions recorded before the closing date? If you remember in the preferences, there was an option to close the books. If you use that function, you may not want Carol to go in and make changes in those closed periods. This last option just gives me a summary of all of the options I chose. I'm going to hit Finish, and now you're going to see that our new user Carol has appeared on this list. If I ever want to edit her, I can come over to Edit or Delete her. I'm going to close this window. I want to show you how this option actually works. Each time you are finished using QuickBooks, you want to go ahead and log out. You want to click on File and then go down to where it says Close Company and log off. If you do not do this, you're still logged in, and the next person that comes in will be logged in as you. Sometimes QuickBooks will ask you if you want to back up your data. We'll talk about that a little bit later. I'll just say no here. And that's actually going to take me back to this screen that you're going to be very familiar with, where you're actually able to open an existing file. Our new user is coming in to work. The new user is going to double click on the company file, ABC Plumbing in this case, and it's going to bring up a window where Carol has to put in her name and her password. Notice it has the last username that was logged in. I'm going to put in Carol, and I'm going to go down and put in her password. Now Carol has access to this company file. You might notice that the icon bar is back on the left-hand side again. Any preferences that are changed are per user. Now I want to show you how QuickBooks will allow Carol to access areas she should be in and not allow her into other areas. We gave Carol permission to work with bills, so she will definitely be able to enter bills like this. Okay, let me close that. I did not give her access to work with accounts receivable. That's this area down here. I'm going to click on Create Invoices, and notice it gives me a warning and says that you need sales and accounts receivable permission to perform this action. I'm going to go ahead and click OK, and that's how the users work in QuickBooks. Let me go ahead and log off here. I'm going to close Company Log Off, and I'll log back in as the admin again and go ahead and put in the admin's password I had set up. See how it says Carol? I'm going to put in admin, and I'll put in that password again and go ahead and click OK. And now I will be back in QuickBooks, and I'll be able to access everything because I am the admin. That's how you're going to set up users in QuickBooks. Remember, you have to be logged in as the administrator in order to make any changes to the users. Let's go ahead now and wrap up this video. We're still in Module 3. I want to go down now to video number 4. We're going to talk about working with the chart of accounts in the next few videos. Video number 4 is called What is the Chart of Accounts? Hey there, welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. My name is Cindy, and we are walking through Module 3, Customizing the QuickBooks Environment. We're all the way down now to video number 4, where I want to talk to you about the chart of accounts. The chart of accounts is the most important part of QuickBooks. It's very important that it's set up correctly. If it's not, then you're going to run reports and the data will not be accurate, and you'll wonder why. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks, and we'll start talking about how that chart of accounts works. The easiest way to access the chart of accounts is from the home screen. You'll see an icon right here that says Chart of Accounts. This is a listing of all the different accounts that are in this company file. This list was created based on how you answered the questions when you set up the company file. You might look at a different company file that has some of the same accounts, but it might have some different accounts, and both are correct. Initially, you'll want to go through this list and add any accounts that you know you're going to want to use. You will want to delete ones you know you'll never use, and if you need to edit the name of some of these, you can do that as well. It's very important when you set up this list that you've got the types set up correctly over in this column, and we're going to go through each one of the types. Before we do that, I want to point out that currently, the list is set up by type, and the accounts are set up alphabetically. So there are 2 fixed asset accounts. You can see we've got accumulated depreciation and furniture and equipment there. You'll notice also that the general ledger numbers are not on automatically, and this is a preference. You do not have to use them, but if you want to, here's how you turn them on. If you go up to Edit on the menu, come down to Preferences, make sure on the left you're clicked on Accounting, and choose the Company Preferences tab. In here is a checkbox that says Use Account Numbers. You'll want to make sure that's checked, and then just click OK. And now you'll see you have General Ledger Numbers over on the left-hand side. These can be edited if you want to use them, but you want a different number, you could just edit these. Just right-click and choose this Edit option, and that will let you go in and edit any of the information that you have set up as far as this account's concerned. I want to go through the different types with you now just to make sure you've got those set up correctly. The first thing you'll notice is we don't have any bank accounts here. They're usually set up as the first type here. If I wanted to actually enter a debit card transaction, I couldn't do it because I don't have a bank account set up yet. Let's go ahead and add a bank account. You can just right-click anywhere in this list to access this new option. The first thing QuickBooks will ask you is what type of account is this? This is a bank account. And notice it gives you a couple of examples of what a bank account would be. Bank accounts are any checking accounts that the company has, any savings accounts, any money market accounts. If you have PayPal, you would want to set that up as a bank account. If you have a lot of cash expenditures for your business, you would want to set one up to have a place to put those. Those are examples of bank accounts. I'm going to click Continue at the bottom. And the first thing you'll notice is that if I happen to have chosen the wrong bank account on the previous screen, I can go here and actually edit that now. The next thing you'll notice is a place to put the general ledger number. I'm just going to add one here. And then you put in the name of the account. Now you can name your accounts anything you like. I'm going to call this one checking. Often I'll see them referred to as operating account or payroll account. You might have your bank name in there. As long as you know that it's a checking account, then you're good. This is not a sub account of another one. We'll talk about that in a little while. You don't really need a description unless you want to put something in there. Someone would have to be on this exact screen to see the description, the bank account number, and the routing number. And I wouldn't put the bank account number or the routing number in here. QuickBooks does not need it. What you would need to do, though, is enter the opening balance. As of the start date of your company file, what was the balance in this checking account? I'm going to say that I had $1,500. And I'm going to put the statement ending date as January the 1st of 2022 in this case. There's also an option here that says remind me to order checks when I reach a certain check number. It will just pop up there and let you know it's time to order checks and ask you if you'd like to order them from Intuit. I'm going to hit Save and Close. And now you're going to see that we have a bank account set up called checking. If you get this message, they're asking you if you want to set up your bank feeds. We'll talk about that in a later module. For now, I'm just going to say no, and it will close that window. You'll notice now that you have a bank account and you have $1,500 in that account. Every transaction has a debit and a credit. The good thing for you is you don't have to know the flip side of the transaction because QuickBooks did that for you. Notice there's an account here called Opening Balance Equity, and it now has $1,500. That's the flip side of your transaction. Let's go ahead and set up another one. I'm going to right-click and choose New. I'm going to make this a bank account again. This will be a savings account this time. I've got bank account here. I'm going to say savings, and I'll go ahead and open that with a $5,000 balance as of the 1st of 2022. You can also click this calendar if you want to pick from this list. I'm going to click OK and then Save and Close. And now you'll notice that I have $5,000 back here in a savings account. Now notice something that happened here. You'll notice that my checking account had a general ledger number, but my savings account did not. I want to edit that. I'll just right-click on Savings and go ahead and edit that account. Notice it takes me right back to this screen, and I'll go ahead and put in $11,000 and go ahead and Save and Close. And now you'll see that I've got my checking and my savings, and they're both bank accounts with the balance in each. Notice that the Opening Balance Equity account now has $6,500. If you had a loan where you owe the money, then this would be a negative number possibly, and don't freak out when you see that because it's an accurate picture of your books. The next type of account I want to mention are your asset accounts right here. An asset is something that your company owns that makes it more valuable. You might have furniture, desk, lamps. You might have inventory in the back. Those assets can fall into one of two categories. You can have fixed assets, like you see here for furniture and fixtures, or you can have what QuickBooks calls other current. Other current assets are assets that you have right now that make the company more valuable, but your goal is to sell those and get them out the door. They're more liquid. That's an other current asset. This is the one place where your accountant's going to be very helpful because you're not really going to know what numbers to plug into your asset accounts. When you set up your asset accounts, you want to have maybe 7 to 10. You don't want to have a ton of asset accounts, and they're going to be more generic. You're going to have asset accounts like furniture and fixtures that you see here. You're going to have one that might be called vehicles. You might have one that's called equipment. Those are just big buckets that you're going to be able to plug those numbers that relate to assets into. And this is where your accountant will become very helpful because he or she will help you figure out which accounts to set up and which numbers to plug into those accounts. The next one I want to point out here is one that says accounts payable. Accounts payable is an account where all of the bills you've entered will show up. If they're not paid, they'll show up in the accounts payable balance that you see right over here. Once you've entered a bill and you've paid that bill, it will not be part of your balance anymore. It's not considered accounts payable. You'll also have one called accounts receivable that will show up down here once you create your first invoice. Invoices that have not been paid will show up in the balance of the accounts receivable account. Once they've been paid, they will not show up in that balance anymore. And we'll see some of those as we move into one of our sample files in a later module. The next thing I want to point out are your liabilities. A liability is something that the business owes, like a loan, for example. Each loan or liability should be set up separately. In accounting, you have short-term liabilities and long-term liabilities. A short-term liability is something you're going to pay off in 12, 13 months, and a long-term liability is something that you're going to pay off long-term, maybe 5 years down the road. Let me show you how to set up a loan. I'm going to right-click and choose New. You'll notice that QuickBooks has the loan option here, and this is a short-term liability. If you're looking for the long-term liability option, they've got it listed here under Other Account Types. I'll just choose Long-Term Liability and click Continue. The first thing I'll want to do is make sure I have the name of my account set up. And again, you can name these anything you want. I'm just going to say Car Loan. It's not a sub-account of another. If I want a description, I could add one, maybe the make and model of the car. If I want to add the account number, I could, but QuickBooks doesn't need it. I do need an opening balance, however. As of the start date of my company file, how much did I owe on that loan? Let's just say it was $12,000, and that would be as of the 1st of this year. And I'm going to click OK, and then save and close. Now you'll see that I've got my long-term liability, my car loan, and I owe $12,000 on that loan. Now you'll notice again, I don't have a general ledger number, so I'm just going to edit that. I'm going to right click and choose Edit and put in a general ledger number. Now I can click Save and Close, and you'll see there it is. And again, I owe $12,000 on that loan. Now something super important to know. When you make a payment on the vehicle, always, 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 the principal amount goes back to this account. You should not set up a car loan as an expense in this list. It's not an expense to the business. It is a liability. You'll notice also that the opening balance equity now has a negative number, like I mentioned earlier. That's because you owe more than the actual equity in the business right now. That's an actual accurate picture of what your books look like. You can't change that. You want to go through and set up each loan separately so that you can track the balance you owe at any given time. Let's go over to video number 5, working with the chart of accounts, part 2. Hey there, welcome back. It's Cindy again. We're still working in QuickBooks. We're in Desktop 2022. We're going to go ahead and finish talking about the chart of accounts. This is video number 5 in Module 3, where we're customizing the QuickBooks environment. We're back in the chart of accounts here. When we left off in part 1, we had just set up a long-term liability. We had set up a car payment. Remember, a long-term liability is something you owe and you're going to pay on it long-term. The other type of liability is a short-term or other current, as QuickBooks calls them. And you'll see an example of one right here, sales tax payable. When you collect sales tax, you are actually going to have to forward that money to the appropriate entity. Typically that's done once a month. It could be more, but it's on a short-term basis, and that's why those are set up as other current liabilities. If you do collect sales tax, you won't have to set this account up because QuickBooks will set it up for you automatically. And the balance that you see here will be the balance that is accumulated from all the invoices you've created, and you haven't forwarded those sales tax payments yet. Let's talk about equity accounts. You'll see there are a few here already set up. Here's your opening balance equity we've mentioned a few times, but a really popular one that you'll want to think about is owner equity. Think about the word equity meaning equal. If you own the company and you decide to take $100 out, that would be an owner draw or owner equity as it's called. If you decide to put that same $100 into the business, that's called an owner contribution. If you're not incorporated, the way you would pay yourself as a small business owner is by taking draws. Once you incorporate yourself, you want to think about setting up actual payroll where you're deducting taxes. But I want to go ahead and set one up for you just to show you how you would set up an equity account. And also, this will show you how to set up sub-accounts. We're going to set up one for the owner draws and one for the owner contributions. The first thing you want to do is right-click and choose New. And you'll want to set up an equity account for the main account, which we're going to call Owner. All you have to do is put in the account name. You really don't need any of this other information right now. There's probably not going to be an opening balance. Instead of me saving and closing and then having to create another one, I'm going to choose Save and New. You can see this took me to a blank screen. It already has equity filled in up here. Now what I'm going to do is create an account for owner draws. I'm just going to call this one Draws. But notice it will be a sub-account of, in this case, Owner. And I'm going to save a new and create one more. I'm going to create the contributions account. Remember, this is when you put money into the business as a small business owner. And this will be a sub-account again of Owner. Now I'm going to save and close, and you can see all three of these are right here. And you'll notice how contributions and draws look like they're indented underneath Owner. That's because they're sub-accounts. QuickBooks will let you have as many levels as you need. Typically, if you need more than 3, you're going to get yourself confused. So stay with 2 or 3 and you'll be fine. You'll sometimes see other terminology for these. Sometimes you will see the contributions referred to as shareholder equity. There's many different terms that you might see for that. So just set that up however you'd like to see it on reports. The next type I want to talk to you about are your income accounts. When you actually make a sale in your business, that's considered income. You can have just one income account if you like, or you can have multiple. The next one I want to talk about is a cost of goods sold type. Anytime that you have to spend money to buy a product or buy a service to make a product or service for your business, that's considered a cost of goods sold. Some examples would be if you buy a lot of materials for your job. You might have one called job materials set up. If you use subcontractors, you might have one set up for subcontractors. Let's set up a couple of these so that you can see how this works. I'm going to right-click and choose New. You're going to have to go to where it says Other Account Types and drop the list down. And from here, I'm going to choose Cost of Goods Sold. Then I'm going to hit Continue. And I'm just going to call this one Job Materials. And this would be any time that you have to buy any type of material at all to create that product or service for your business. I'm going to hit Save and Close, and you can see now it says Job Materials. If I wanted to go back and add a general ledger number, I could do that. I could just right-click and edit. And I'm going to save and close, and now you can see it has a general ledger number. Let's talk a little bit about setting up one for subcontractors. If you have a lot of subcontractors you deal with, go ahead and set up the main account called subcontractors, and then the sub-accounts can be the different types if you want to break it down that way. I'm going to go ahead and right-click here. I'm going to go back to the other account types and choose Cost of Goods Sold and hit Continue. I'll call this one Subcontractors. And then I'll go ahead and click Save and Close, and you can see it's on the list here now. Now let me go ahead and edit that one and give it a general ledger number, and then we'll add some sub-accounts below that. Now let's go ahead and add a couple of sub-accounts. I'm going to right-click and choose New. I'm going to choose Cost of Goods Sold. I want to call this first one HVAC, and we're going to say it's a sub-account of, and in this case, it's going to be subcontractors. Now I'm going to hit Save and Close, and you can see how it shows up underneath subcontractors. I don't have a general ledger number again, so I'm going to right-click and add one here. And then I'm going to Save and Close, and you can see that it's indented underneath subcontractors, indicating that it is a sub-account. The next type you're going to see are your expenses down here at the bottom, and you can see there are quite a few expenses here. I'm going to go ahead and stop the video, and let's go ahead and move over to part 3, and we will continue setting up your chart of accounts. Hey, it's Cindy again. Welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. We've been working in Module 3 where we're talking about customizing the QuickBooks environment. This is going to be part 3 of working with the chart of accounts. You want to make sure you watch part 1 and 2, and then you can go on and watch part 3 to make sure you have a full understanding of how to set up this entire chart of accounts. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we'll keep going with the chart of accounts. We're back in the chart of accounts now, and I want to take a look at your expense accounts here. You're going to add quite a few expense accounts to this list. You'll probably also add quite a few sub-accounts. Let's just look at a few of these just so you get an idea of what types of accounts are here and which ones you might want to add. The first one you'll see here is advertising and promotion. This is typically where you're going to add any advertising that you do, whether it's social media advertising, whether you do print, maybe you do some TV advertising. And if you want to have sub-accounts below to break that out, you could do that. I want to point out automobile expense. Right now, you could dump your gas in here. You might actually add any repairs and maintenance to your vehicles. But if you wanted to run a report on gas, you wouldn't be able to do that because you have it all in one account. Let me just add a couple of sub-accounts here just again to refresh your memory on how to do this. I'm going to right-click on automobile expense, and I'm going to add a new account. When you add a sub-account, it has to be the same type as the main account, so this will be an expense. I'll hit continue. And I'll just call this one gas. You want to make sure that it is a sub-account of, in this case, automobile expense. If you want to add your general ledger number, make sure you do that here. And then go ahead and save and close. And now you'll see gas is a sub-account under automobile expense. Next, you'll see bank service charges. Typically, this is where you're going to put your $14 a month to have the account. You're going to put NSF fees. Maybe you wire some money. You have a fee for that. You might also put your PayPal charges in here. Looking down this list, you've got your business licenses and permits, charitable contributions, computer and internet expense. This is where you're going to put your monthly cable bill for the internet, or if you have to have the computer fixed, you might put that expense here. Let's say that you don't use continuing education. All you have to do is right-click on that account and just delete it. If you've used this account before, it will not let you delete it, and it will give you a message telling you that. If you see this one that says, "Are you sure you want to delete?" that means you've never used it, and you can click OK and go on. Here's insurance expense. Some people put their automobile insurance under this one. Some people put it back under automobile expense. It's not wrong either way. It's just how would you like to see it when you run a report. Looking down this list, you'll see interest expense. There are two that you'll want to add underneath this one. You'll want to add loan interest and credit card finance charges. Let me just add those two so that you can see these here. I'll just right-click in New. This will be an expense. I'll hit Continue. And the first one I'll add is finance charges. And this is going to be finance charges related to credit cards typically. I'll go ahead and make that a sub-account of interest expense. And I'm going to add the other one here, so I'll say Save and New. And this one here will say loan interest. Any loan interest will go to this account. Now I'm going to hit Save and Close, and you'll see I've added those there, and you can go back and add a general ledger number if you want. I want to talk to you next about payroll expenses. Quite often, I will see that businesses actually outsource their payroll. Usually when that happens, you're going to want to add 3 accounts as sub-accounts underneath payroll expenses. You're going to add one for the admin fee. You're going to add one for the total of the net checks and another for the total of the net taxes. You'll see postage and delivery and then professional fees. Typically under professional fees, you'll see one for the accountant and you'll see another sub-account for attorney's fees. Looking down this list, I want to point out that there is utilities here and telephone expenses right above it here. If you wanted to move telephone expense under utilities, all you have to do is right-click on telephone expenses, edit that account, and make it a sub-account of utilities. You'll also see one at the bottom that says Ask My Accountant. If you ever have a situation where you don't know where to put one of the lines on the transaction you're entering, then you can go ahead and add it to this Ask My Accountant, and later you can go back and move it. This gives you a really good idea of how to set up this chart of accounts. Remember, it's super important that it's set up correctly from the beginning, because if you don't have the correct type, then what will happen is you'll run reports and they will not be accurate. Let's go ahead now, move over to video number 7, and we're going to talk real quick about some of the different sample files that are in QuickBooks. If you happen to be working in one of your company files, you'll want to go ahead and close that company. Just go up to File on the menu and then come down to the Close Company /Log Off option. When you're on this window, you'll notice there's an option here to open a sample file. The down arrow will give you a list of the sample files that are loaded into your version of QuickBooks. You can see there's a product-based business, which is a construction company, and there's a service-based business, which is a landscaping company. You probably want to use the product-based business because here you can see everything the way it should be set up the proper way. You'll be able to go in and actually see how things were done. And anytime you're using the sample file, it will just give you this message. And you can see that it's letting me know that once I get in, the date will be set to December 15th of 2023. All you do is click OK, and then you'll be inside the sample file. You'll be able to look up anything you'd like. If you're having an issue setting up an account in the chart of accounts, for example, just go over to the chart of accounts and look and see how it was set up here and set yours up the exact same way. Well, I just wanted you to know where those 2 files are. They're going to be very helpful for you when you have questions about different things as far as setting up your company file. Well, let's go ahead and move over to video number 8, and I want to quickly just talk to you about how to use the company file search option in QuickBooks. Hey there, welcome back. We are wrapping up module 3. We're here in video number 8. We're going to talk a little bit about how to use the company file search option in QuickBooks for Desktop 2022. There are many ways to search in QuickBooks, but if you just need to search quickly for something, there's a search box you can just type things into and it will pull up any data that meets your search criteria. Let's flip over to QuickBooks and I'll show you where that file search option happens to be. We're here in one of the sample files. This is the sample product-based business. The first thing you'll notice is your icon bar is still on the left-hand side. I wanted to point this out because we're going to talk about a search box that should appear right up here. That way, if you're looking for an amount of money or a name, you can just type it in. But since there's not one, let me show you how to actually get it to show up. If you remember, we can actually put the icon bar at the top. I'll click on View from the menu and then choose Top Icon Bar. Once you do that, you'll see over here now we have a search box. Let's say I want to search for a payment for $2,000. I can just quickly put in 2,000 here. And then once I go ahead and hit the Enter key, you'll see it pulled up the search history here. And you'll see that it's got exactly, and it's looked up everything for $2,000. So if I happen to be here and I see that I'm looking for this particular payment down here, let's say this one, and I want to open it up, I can just click open here and go right to that particular transaction. In this case, it's a payment. While we have the search box open, let me just show you a couple of things. You'll see over on the left here that we're looking through transactions. There were 13 that met my criteria. I could actually click that arrow that's to the left of transactions, and it will show me that 3 of those happen to be bills, 5 of those happen to be payments. You can see that list. I could be looking just through customers or just through vendors. You can see when I click on these that I can put in some criteria down in this section. Right here where it says amount, I had typed in 2,000, so it was looking for an exact match. But I could be looking for anything greater than 2,000 or less than, or a range, which allows me to put in 2 different numbers. I might be looking for anything between 1,000 and 2,000. Notice I can also put in a date range down here. All of these options make searching really easy in QuickBooks. Remember that it starts with this search box here. You can put text in here too if you'd like. It doesn't have to be just numbers, and it will search for any text that you've typed in. There are other ways to search in QuickBooks. We'll talk about a lot of those down in Module 17, but for now, I just wanted you to see that quick way to search for something in QuickBooks. Well, that's going to wrap up Module 3, where we talked about customizing the QuickBooks environment. Let's go ahead and move now over into Module 4, and we'll go ahead and get started with the first video, where we're going to talk about working with customers and jobs. Hey there, welcome back. It is Cindy. We're working in QuickBooks Desktop 2022, and we've made it all the way down now to Module 4. This is the module where we're going to talk about working with customers and jobs. You can actually call this accounts receivable. We're going to talk about setting up customers in this module, invoicing. We're going to talk about estimating, receiving payments, anything having to do with accounts receivable, we're going to cover in this module. This is the first video where I want to start helping you set up your customers and your jobs. There are 2 parts, so make sure you watch part 1 and 2 to make sure you have your customers and jobs set up correctly. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we'll get started working with those customers and jobs. A customer is a person or a business that buys from you. A customer might have different jobs that you're working on for them as well. I want to take you into the Customer Center and show you where the list of customers and jobs is and how to work with that list. Before we do that, remember that this section here is your accounts receivable section, and this is where you're going to do most everything related to customers. The easiest way to access the Customer Center is to click right here. But before I do that, let me just point out you can also access the Customer Center from your icon bar, or you can go up to Customers on the menu and choose the first option, the Customer Center. And I'll go ahead and do that. This is a listing of all of the customers and jobs that you have already set up in QuickBooks. Before we get started looking at the list, let me just tell you a little bit about how this screen is actually set up. You'll notice here on the left, you're seeing every one of your customers, last name, comma, first name, and they're in alphabetical order. These that look indented, these are jobs for that customer. This is the balance the customer owes you. And this column over here would allow you to create an attachment and actually attach a file to that customer. And that way you don't have to get all the way out of QuickBooks if you're looking for something specific that you've already attached. If you're clicked on a customer, you'll see that customer's information right over in this section. You can see all of their information as far as their address, their phone number, their email. And over on the right, you're going to see some reports for this customer or job. This section here allows you to look at different transactions for that customer. Maybe you want to look at contacts, to-dos, notes, or sent emails. And we're going to go through all of this, but I want you to get just familiar with the screen itself. Let's go ahead and add a customer so that you can see all of the information needed when you're creating customers and jobs. The easiest way to do this is you'll see an option right here that says New Customer and Job. When you click the down arrow, you'll see 3 choices, the first one being to add a new customer. The first thing you need to tell QuickBooks is what is the name of the customer. If you remember, the customer name was alphabetical, last name, comma, first name. It's not going to alphabetize them automatically. You'll need to actually type in their last name and then put a comma and put the first name. Then it will sort by the first letter of the last name there. The next field that you see says opening balance. What this means is how much money did the customer owe you as of the start date of your company file. You might want to leave that blank. If you're just starting your company file new, what you might want to do is actually enter the invoices that aren't yet paid for that customer. If you just have a balance here, your accounting will be correct, but you won't have any way of going back and looking at one of those invoices that's still open. Notice that I'm on the Address Info tab, and the first thing it asks me is what is the name of the company. If Tom Allen works for a company, then you can type it in. If not, you can leave this blank, and I'm going to say he works for ABC Plumbing. Notice there is a place for the full name. You can say Mr. Tom, and of course you've got the middle initial and last name. A common question is, if I have the name here, why do I need to put it in here? This field right here allows you to put the customer's name in that list that we saw right over here. Remember this? It's going to put it in that list. However, if I wanted to do a mail merge, it would pull from these fields right here, so it's important to have these filled in. You can see that you can fill in the job title, and then all of these fields down here, you can actually edit that field to represent any of these options that you see on the drop down. Now here's something really important. You'll see when I typed in ABC Plumbing Tom Allen that it populated this right here, but this is the actual address block that's going on a customer's invoice. So you may want to click in there and set it up the way you'd like it to be. I'm going to say attention Tom Allen, and then I'm going to go ahead and put in a P.O. box. Here I'll put in the street address. We'll just use a P.O. box in this case. Then I can go ahead and hit the enter key and go ahead and put in the city, state, and zip. And we'll just say this person is in Charlotte, North Carolina. If you wanted to have a separate shipping address, maybe you like things for this customer shipped to the job site as an example, you could type that in over here, or you can just copy this address to this one. But if you don't ship anything, you really don't need to fill in this section right over here. Now let's go up to our tabs on the left and click on Payment Settings. The first thing you'll see here on the Payment Settings tab is there is a field for the account number. If you give your customers account numbers, you can fill this in. If you don't, you can leave this blank. The next one you'll see is for payment terms. You might give different payment terms to different customers. Maybe if it's a new customer, you give them terms of due upon receipt. And maybe if it's someone you know well, then you might give them net 30. We'll just add net 30 in this case. The next field asks you what is their preferred delivery method. Do they prefer to have things emailed to them, mailed, or neither? And is there a preferred payment method? Now this doesn't mean that they're going to pay you with their Visa card every time. It's just giving you information, letting you know that they usually prefer to pay with their credit card. You'll notice there is a place down here to store your customer's credit card information. I probably wouldn't do that because if someone gets into your computer, you are liable for that as a business. If you've got someone that wants you to keep their credit card number on file, just write it down somewhere and just keep it safe so that no one can get access to it. You'll see over on the right, there's a field for a credit limit. What would happen is if you set a credit limit for your customer and you invoice and those invoices exceed the credit limit, it will pop up and ask you, would you still like to sell them something? And then you can just bypass that. There's also a field for price levels. If you decide that all of your commercial customers should get a 10% discount as an example, then you can set that up. I'm just going to click on Add New for a moment and just show you what the screen looks like. The first thing you would do is put in a price level name, commercial for example, and then you can see that you can tell QuickBooks that every time you invoice a commercial customer, their price level will either increase or decrease by whatever percentage you type in. And we've got commercial already set up back here, so I'll cancel that. But that's how that would work, and it would automatically give them that discount. You can also set up online payments for your customers. If you want to have a button that they can click on once you email the invoice to them, that button would allow them to actually pay you with either a bank transfer or credit card, and you could set that up with Intuit. Let's go over to the Sales Tax Settings tab. If you charge sales tax to your customers, then you can specify whether this customer is a non-taxable or a taxable customer. A nonprofit organization, for example, would be non-taxable, where a regular customer would be charged sales tax. You also would tell QuickBooks what is the most common tax item. You would have to have these set up already or go through and set them up here. These are actually set up in the items list, and we'll discuss this in a later module. And also there's a field for the resale number. All that means is, let's say that I sell physical products in my store, and one of my customers sells physical products as well. They might have a resale number already set up that they can give me so that when they purchase those products from me, they don't have to pay sales tax. And this would be a good place for you just to keep that information. The next tab says Additional Info. This is where you can categorize your customers. You can see in this example, they have commercial customers and residential customers. If you work with sales reps in your organization, you can set them up here as well. And then these fields that you see on the right, these are created by you. All you have to do is click on Define Fields. And if you have a new field you want to add, just type the name of it here. And then check underneath each of these if you want that field available for customers, vendors, and/or employees, so that you don't have to set it up 3 different times. Now the last tab says Job Info. You obviously wouldn't use this one setting up a customer, but if this was a job, you could put a description of the job. You can have a type of job if you want, a status for the job. You can put in a start date and end date, and a projected end date. And those are options you would use if you were creating a new customer. I'm going to click OK, and let's see if our new customer is in the list, and you can see there's Tom Allen right there. Now that you have a new customer, Tom Allen, let's go ahead and add a job for this customer. As long as you're clicked on your customer, you can come up here where it says New Customer and Job and choose the Add Job option. I want to call this job Kitchen Remodel. I really don't need to fill in any of this other information. It pulls in the information from that customer. So unless something's different, all you have to do is click OK at the bottom. And now you'll see you have a job for your customer. If you want to edit any of the information for your customer or your job, just make sure you're clicked on that customer or job, and you can come right over here where you see this little pencil, and that means Edit. And that will take you right back into this screen so you make any changes you want. When you're finished, click OK, and you'll see that your customer and job are now created. Let's go ahead now and move over into Customers and Jobs Part 2, and we'll finish talking about setting up these customers. Hey there, welcome back. It's Cindy again. We're working in QuickBooks Desktop 2022. We just got through with Customers and Jobs Part 1. I want to go ahead and continue talking to you a little bit about setting up your customers and jobs. This is Part 2. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we'll keep going. I am back in the Customer Center. Just in case you forgot how to get here, I'll go back to the home screen for just a moment. From the home screen, you can access the Customer Center from here. You can access it from the icon bar under the icon that says Customers, or you can go to Customers on your menu, and you'll see the very first option says Customer Center. Whichever customer you're clicked on the left, you'll see their information in this area of the screen. I'm clicked on Christy Abercrombie, and you can see that I've put in information like her billing address, I've got her phone number, her email address. You'll also see here a map and directions to Christy's bill to address. And just to show you how this works, if I click directions, it's going to open Google Maps, and the address will be 5647 Cypress Hill Road. Let me go ahead and do that so you can see how this works. And now I know how to get to Christy's office. Let me go ahead and close this. A couple things on the right that I want to point out. First of all, you'll see there's a box right here underneath Note. And when I point there, you're going to see 3 notes, and you can see the dates for each one. Now, those notes actually come from this tab here that says Notes. That's these 3 notes. If I wanted to pin one of those notes here, I could do that. I could just go ahead and click the pin option here or here, and that would actually stick it here permanently so that I can see those notes whenever I come into Christy's account. You'll notice below this, you'll see a couple of reports for Christy. I can run a quick report. I can run an open balance, meaning every invoice I've created for Christy that she has not paid me yet. I can show estimates for Christy, and also there's a customer snapshot. The other thing I want to mention up here is this little paper clip. If you have a file you'd like to attach to Christy's account, all you have to do is make sure that file has a name. I'm going to click the paper clip. All you would have to do is search your computer if you have the file already saved. If it's on your phone, you can actually connect that. There's also a document center here. These would be any documents you've already scanned that might be in QuickBooks. You can also just take a file and just drop it into this area here. Maybe it's on your desktop currently, and that will attach it as well. If you have a file attached, you will see a little paper clip show up right over here, and that way you can click there anytime you want to see that file. Let's look at some of these tabs down at the bottom. I'm going to click on Transactions. This is one of the easiest ways to look for a transaction related to a customer. Instead of running a report, which you could certainly do, or doing a search, if you can just come here and look down the list, sometimes it's easier just to pick out the transaction you're looking for. You'll see these transactions are currently sorted by date. You can see the little down arrow there. But I could sort them by type or number if I wanted to, any of these column headings. If you want to open one of these transactions, let's just say the very first one, just double click on it. In this case, it's a payment. And you can see that it brought up that payment for Christy. If you needed to make a change to this transaction, you could do it right here, save and close at the bottom. And when you come back, you will see that change reflected on this line. Notice I'm currently looking at all the transactions, but I might want to filter this list. Maybe I just want to see invoices for some reason. You can also, over here, instead of showing all the transactions, you can filter it by this date range. You can come down and say last month, or if you want to see anything last fiscal year, this fiscal year, you can see your choices here. Notice at the bottom of this tab, you see an option that says Manage Transactions, and there's a down arrow to the right of it. Here's where you can go in and create an estimate, an invoice, a sales receipt. You can create any of these transactions you want right from here. Chances are you're not going to be in this screen though, but just know that you could if you wanted to. This Edit Selected Transaction is the same thing as double clicking and making that change and saving it. You've also got some reports down here at the bottom. If you click the down arrow, I can view this entire screen here as a report if I want to. Let's take a look at the Contacts tab. A contact is a person that you want to keep a record of that maybe works for that company. It could be that when you call this company, you always speak to a certain person, maybe Steve. You can see Steve is set up as a contact here. If I come to the bottom and click the down arrow, you can see I can add a new contact here. I can edit the one that's selected, or can delete the selected contact. I'm just going to click Edit because I want to show you the information that you can fill in when you're editing or adding a contact. You would have to put in their name. You can see they've got Christy's first and last name. Notice they have her last name in the same field as the first name. I'm going to go ahead and actually cut that out and paste it down here. The next thing is I can add her work phone, fax, mobile, and again, these fields can represent whatever you'd like them to just by clicking the down arrow and seeing your choices. Christy is a primary contact, but notice I could set up an additional contact or a secondary. I'll go ahead and save and close. And now you'll see there's Christy Abercrombie. She's still our primary contact. Let's look at the to-dos. A to-do is something you have to do related to this customer. If you had any to-dos already set up, you would see them listed here. To create a new to-do, come down to the Manage To-Dos at the bottom, click the down arrow, and you'll see Create New. A to-do can be a phone call, a fax, an email, a meeting, an appointment, or a task. You decide. I'll go ahead and say it's a call. And set the priority. Is it a high priority task or a low priority task? It's going to assume it's with this customer, but notice you can change that if you want to. This can actually be with the lead possibly, or a vendor or an employee. You can set the due date. If you want to set a time on that date, you just click this checkbox and set the time. Down at the bottom is where you type in the details. You can also change the status. When you first set this up, it will be an active to-do, but you can actually say this to-do has been done or make it inactive. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. And now you'll see that this to-do has been set up. Once you've completed this task or this to-do, notice that over in this Done column, you can actually double click and that will open up this to-do. You can actually come down here and say Done and click OK. And now you'll see there's a check mark indicating that you've completed that to-do. You can also run reports on your to-dos. Notice you can launch a to-do report, which looks just like this, and you'll see all the to-dos that you have set up, not just for this customer. I'm going to go ahead and close that. The last thing I want to mention is the tab that says Sent Email. Once you send an email through QuickBooks, you're going to see that email is listed here. And that way, if you want to go back and see a record of all the emails sent to this client, you would have that list. Now, there's a couple of other things here I just want to mention real quick before we wrap up working with customers and jobs. You'll notice at the top here, the new transactions. We've seen this screen already. We saw this under transactions when we went to manage transactions. We could create these new items. This is the same list. Chances are you won't be on this screen when you want to create these. And all of these happen to be on your home screen, by the way, as well. But if you happen to be here, you can do it from here. If you wanted to print, you could print your customer list. You might print just job information or customer and job transaction list. You can also export this customer list over to Excel. That way you have a list that's separate from QuickBooks if you needed it for some reason. You can export the transactions. You can also import from Excel. If you have a list of customers already set up, then you can either import them or paste them in from Excel. And just to show you this screen, I'm going to click on Paste from Excel. When you look at this screen, what you see here is a listing of all of your customers and each field of information. What you can do if you have a lot of customers you want to add, you can go to the bottom and just start typing the new customer information in these fields. And when you're finished, you can save changes and they'll be in QuickBooks, just as if you set them up from within QuickBooks. You also have the ability, if you want to do a mail merge with Microsoft Word, you can do that from here. And we're going to go through all of this in a later module. And then also you have what's called an income tracker that you can look at. We're going to cover this in a later module as well. But just want to give you an idea of what types of things you're going to see in the Customer Center. Well, that's going to wrap up customers and jobs. Let's go ahead now and go over to the next video, which is number 3, and talk about customer groups. Hey there, welcome back. It is Cindy again. We are working in QuickBooks for Desktop version 2022. We're down in video number 3 now, and I want to talk to you about a newer feature that QuickBooks has called Customer Groups. This is a newer tool designed to help small business owners with one of the hardest problems that they have, and that's actually getting your customers to pay. You can actually categorize your customers, and based on that, you can create groups of customers so that you only have to send one email instead of a separate email to each customer. Let's flip over to QuickBooks and I'll show you how to set up customer groups, and then I'll also show you how you can create an email and send it to that group. To access the Groups option, you'll need to head up to the menu and click on List, and you'll see the very bottom option says Manage Groups. If you had any groups already set up, you would see them listed here. I don't, so I'm going to click on Create Customer Group and set up my first group. The first thing I want to do is give my group a name. I'm going to call this one my Commercial Customers. And if you wanted to add a description, you could certainly do that, but I'm going to click on Next and set up some criteria. The first thing I'm going to do is drop down this list where it says Field. What I'd like to do is all of my commercial customers, I want to be able to send them emails separate from my residential customers. I have customer types already set up, so I'll choose Customer Type. Then I'll select the operator. I want any customer types that equal residential. And these are the two customer types that I have set up over in QuickBooks. Once you've filled in those three options, go ahead and click on Add, and then you'll see it on this list of selected fields. I'm going to click Next, and now it gives me a list of all of the customers that meet that criteria. If you see one that you don't want to be in this list, you can uncheck it. If you do uncheck one, QuickBooks will give you a message letting you know that if you want to add this customer back to the list, you'll have to manually do that. I'm going to go ahead and say no in this case, and I'm going to hit Finish at the bottom. Now my group called Commercial Customers has been created successfully. I'm going to click OK, and now you'll see it in the list there. If I want to create another group, here's the button to create that new customer group. Now that I have a customer group here, you'll notice under Actions, there's a down arrow. This is where you would go if you want to edit the group. Maybe you want to change the name of the group. You can delete the entire group, or you can actually send the group an email. I'll click on Email so you can see how this works. Now this can be any type of email. It doesn't have to be an email regarding their payment. You'll notice that it actually pulled up a list of all the customers that met my criteria. If I don't want to send an email this one time to one of these customers, I can just uncheck them. So just go through this list and check or uncheck the ones you do or don't want to send to. You'll notice the one that you're clicked on, you will see that customer's email address. If I click on Chris Baker, you'll see this changes to Chris B. It is going to send an email to each customer. If you wanted to add another email address, you can actually click here and type that in. Here you can attach a file if you'd like to send a file with this, and then you can put in a subject. I'll just put in here payment. And then you can set up the body of your email. I just put in, hope you're doing well. I see that your account is overdue. Do you think you can make a payment by Friday? And you can see the rest of that message. You want to check your spelling just to make sure that you look very professional. You wouldn't want to have any misspelled words here. And then when you're ready to send this, you'll just hit Send Now. Notice also that it tells you down here, in this case, QuickBooks will take 16 minutes to send these emails and won't be available. Just make note of that, because if you go ahead and send and then you're trying to use QuickBooks, it might not allow you to do certain things because it's still trying to actually get those emails out for you. And that's how your customer groups are going to work. I'm going to go ahead and close this one. Let's go ahead now and head over to video number 4 of this module. One of the new features that QuickBooks 2022 has is the ability to add multiple customer contacts to your emails, and I want to show you how to do that. Hey there, welcome back. It's Cindy. We're in QuickBooks Desktop 2022. I've got a really short video this time because I just want to show you a new feature that's been added to the Desktop 2022 version, and that is the ability to add multiple customer contacts to your emails or any forms that you're actually going to send out. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and I'll show you how to do that really quick. QuickBooks allows you to email a form to your customer or vendor. In this case, I'm on an invoice and I'd like to email it to my customer. I'm going to click on Email and then I'm going to choose Invoice. You see that it tells me I have information that's missing or invalid, and that's because I don't have an email address set up in Tom Allen's customer setup window. I'm going to go ahead and set it up here. If I wanted to add an additional email to this, I would put in a semicolon at the end and then put in that second email address. Because I copied this in, you can see it put in that semicolon for me, but if I was typing it, I would have to type that semicolon. And you can put in as many email addresses as you'd like. And that's how you would go ahead and add more than one email address to a form that you're actually sending out to a customer or a vendor. I told you this would be a really short video. Let's go ahead and wrap this one up now and head over to video number 5 where we start talking about estimates. Welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. This is Cindy, and we are working through Module 4 where we're going through and talking about setting up customers and jobs. We're going to start talking a little bit about estimating jobs in the next couple of videos. If you do not create estimates as part of your business, then skip on down to video number 9 and go ahead and look through Invoicing Customers for products and services. We're going to go ahead now though and start talking a little bit about creating estimates. This is part 1. Make sure you watch both parts so that you get a full understanding of how estimates work. Let's flip over to QuickBooks and we'll start talking about estimating jobs. QuickBooks offers the ability to create estimates or quotes so that you can turn those quotes into invoices to get paid from your customer. You can actually do what they call progress invoicing, meaning that you invoice your customer for certain items that are on that estimate until everything is pulled over. On your home screen, you're going to see the estimate icon right here. If by chance you don't see it, it's probably because you told it when you set up the company file that you do not create estimates. Let me refresh your memory on how to turn that back on. If you go up to Edit on the menu, come down to Preferences, make sure on their left you're clicked on Jobs and Estimates, and then the Company Preferences tab. Here's where you turn on the option to create estimates. Remember, if you're creating estimates, you probably do want progress invoicing as well. Make sure this one says yes, and then go ahead and click OK. Now you should see your estimate icon appear. If you do not use estimates and you want to leave this icon here, it doesn't hurt a thing. You would just start with the Create Invoices if you invoice in your business. Something else just to know is estimates and purchase orders are on the same line here, and that's because they're both considered non-posting. If you create estimates for a potential customer and you never hear back from them, it doesn't really affect your books. You'd have to actually run special estimate reports to even see that estimate. Let's go ahead and start the process. I'll show you how this works. Let's go ahead and click on Estimates. The first thing you want to do is choose your customer and your job. If you're working with the job feature, always click the job underneath your customer that you're wanting to work with. If you just choose the customer name, you're going to run reports and see other, and you won't know which job those transactions go to. Make sure you click on the customer and the job. The next thing you'll want to do is choose the class if you're using the class feature. If you're going to use the class feature, use it consistently because it doesn't do you any good to use it sometimes and not others. Reports won't be accurate. I'm going to choose Remodel in this case. There are also different templates you could use when it comes to estimates, invoices, any of your forms. If you look over in Module 10, that's where you're going to see how to actually customize these different templates. We'll just use the one that it pulls up automatically in this case. The next thing you want to look at is the date. It's going to pull in the current date, but you can change that date if you need to. And also notice the estimate number. Any transaction that's numbered in QuickBooks, whether it's a check or an invoice or an estimate, it's going to start with number 1. You probably want to start off by changing that number, and then it will number sequentially after that for you unless you change it again. You'll see here it pulled in the name and address of your customer. And if you happen to be shipping items somewhere, then you'll want to choose a ship to address over here. If you don't have one, you can add it. If you don't need this field at all, just leave that blank. Let's go look down in the body of the estimate. If you notice there's a column that says item, and if you click right underneath it, a down arrow appears. This will give you a list of all the different items you have set up in QuickBooks. Items are things that you sell to your customers. Sometimes you purchase items as well. Items are set up by different types. You'll see that some of these items are services you provide. You'll see some of these are actual parts, physical parts. There's inventory and there's non-inventory. You're going to have different categories that items can fall into. We're going to be looking at these in a later module, but for now, we're just going to use a couple that are on the list to show you how this works. I want to start with framing. You'll notice once I click framing, it pulls in a description, and you can type over that. You can add to this. This will word wrap, so you've got plenty of space to type in that description if you need a lengthy one. I'm going to go over to the quantity field, and I'm going to put in 10. And you'll notice that it calculated my 10 times the cost of 55. This 55 was set up when the item was set up. You can type over that if you want to change it, this one time only. You'll notice that it calculated the quantity times the cost to give me an amount in this column. Now we skipped over the unit of measurement. You'll see it's grayed out right here. If you have something you sell by the foot, the yard, by the case possibly, you could set that up as a unit of measurement and choose 1 case, 1 yard. We don't have that set up in this example. That's why it's grayed out. Let's take a minute and talk about the markup column. You have the ability to mark up an item a dollar amount or a percentage. I'm going to say 30% in this case. You have to put the percent sign or it won't do the percentages. Then if you tab through it, you'll notice that it calculated that for you to give you a total. The last column says tax. That means that for sales tax purposes, framing is a labor and this is a non-taxable item. Let's go put in one more. We'll do a physical part this time. Let me scroll down and find some wood doors. We're going to choose exterior wood door, and I want to add 2 of these. We'll just use the cost that it brings in. I wanted to point out the markup in this case. The reason that this markup pulled in automatically and it's a negative number is because when you're setting up an item, you can tell QuickBooks on average how much you pay for it and on average how much you sell it for. If those 2 are set up, it will pull in a markup for you. We obviously don't want that one. We'll just delete it and we'll put in a dollar amount. In this case, I'll just say $1,000. And notice it did the calculation for me. This is a taxable item because it's a physical product that we're selling our customer. Now you could keep going down the list and add as many items as you want. This line here is not the very bottom. It will keep going as long as you keep adding items. Let's take a look at a few things at the bottom of the screen. On the left side, you'll see there's an area for customer message. There are some that are pre-set up, but if you want to add your own, you would click Add New and add one. Right below that is a field for a memo, just something quick you might want to say that the customer won't see. And this also tells me the customer is taxable as far as sales tax is concerned. On the right-hand side, you can see it gives me the subtotal, the total of the markup. If there was sales tax, it has the sales tax rate pulled in, and you see that amount, and then there's a total at the very bottom. That gives you a general idea of how to set up the body of the estimate. What I want to do now is head on over to part 2, and we're going to go up and look at some of these options that you see on your icon bars up here and a few of these different tabs. We'll be looking through some of the reports and things like that. So let's head over to part 2, and I'll see you shortly. Hey there, welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. This is Cindy. We just completed Estimates Part 1, where we were able to set up an estimate for a potential customer. Let's go ahead now and finish talking about some of the other options available for estimates. This is Part 2. Let's flip over to QuickBooks and we'll keep going. In Part 1, we actually created an estimate for a customer, and I'd like to go back to that estimate. Since I'm on the home screen, the easiest way to do that is to go back to the Customer Center right here and look at the transactions for my customer. We were using Tom Allen, and you can see that here is Tom Allen's estimate. All I have to do is double click and go right to it. Now that we have the estimate created, what I'd like to do is go over some of the options with you, and we'll go to the top of your screen and go through these 4 tabs. Starting with the main tab here, you'll see the first thing you can do is use the Find feature that QuickBooks has to find an estimate. You could use the arrows that go left or right to go to the next or previous estimate. Keep in mind that every transaction in QuickBooks is set up in date order. That means that if you had previously entered an estimate and maybe you backdated it a few days, it may not be the previous one when you hit this arrow and you have to keep clicking on it. If you can't find it that way, you can click on this Find option right here, and this will allow you to put in some criteria. You can see that you can put in a customer and job name, a date, beginning and end date here, an estimate number, and an amount, and you can fill in all or any of this information you like and then have it find for you, and that would generally find that estimate. The other option I want to mention is this advanced option right here. You can go in and put in any of this criteria under this filter column that you see and search that way. We are going to look at the whole search option a little bit later. Let's go ahead and close out of this. I just wanted you to know that advanced option was there. The next option you see here says New, and this will allow you to create a new blank estimate. This is the exact same thing as going to the bottom of your screen and clicking on Save and New that you see down here. The next option over says Save. If you're working on this and you want to save what you've done so far, you can hit that Save option. Notice there's a down arrow there that will also let you save this as a PDF file if you'd like to do that. Here's where you would delete this estimate if you'd like. You can also create a copy. That's handy if you need to create another one exactly like this and maybe just make 1 or 2 changes. Saves you a lot of work. We're also going to be looking at memorizing transactions in a later module, but this would allow you to basically tell QuickBooks that every month, as an example, I would like to see this same estimate in QuickBooks. You can also mark a transaction as inactive. Now what happens is if you have a transaction that's inactive, it will still be in QuickBooks, but it's not counted as any of your numbers when you run reports. If you ran an estimate report, for example, it wouldn't be counted in those totals. The next option you see is the option to print this. You've got a couple things you can do. You can preview this, which we're going to do in a second. You can also just print the estimate right here. You can print an envelope, which will do a mail merge with Microsoft Word. And you can also save this as a PDF. Let's start with the preview option. I'm going to just click anywhere in the middle and that will zoom in. And I wanted you to take a peek at what your estimates will currently look like because you will want to customize this. You can see it's very plain. It has your company name and address at the top. You may want to add a logo, your telephone number, the website, email address. You can do that by using one of the templates that's available to customize in QuickBooks, and we're going to do that in a later module. You'll see here's the date of the estimate number. Here's where it automatically puts the job name. Notice they call it project. That would be something else you may want to customize. The big things I wanted you to notice here is that when you have an estimate, the customer does not see the name of your item. They also don't see the markup column. Now you could turn those on if you wanted the customer to see those, but generally you don't want them to, so QuickBooks doesn't turn them on automatically. You'll notice at the bottom you can see the subtotal and the sales tax and the total of the estimate as well. And again, those are some things you can customize. I'm going to close out of that here at the top. The next thing I want to point out is the email option. You have the option to email this to your customer. If you had several that you had set up that you wanted to email, you would make sure this little checkbox where it says email later is checked, and then you could email the batch. Notice you can also attach a file to this. This could be a Word document or something you've scanned in. Notice you can also create an invoice from here. Chances are you will not be in this screen when you want to create an invoice, but you can do that from here. And just to mention the Start project, there are several different add-on packages you can buy for QuickBooks. Intuit does make a project management type software, and this is where you can go and get a 30-day free trial if you'd like. It's called Maven Link, and that way you can manage the project, the expenses, anything related to it. Let's look at the Formatting tab. I mentioned a few moments ago that you could customize this template for this estimate. This is where you would be doing some of that. And like I said, we're going to look at that in a later module. Here's where you can run your spell check. You can also insert a line. Whichever line you happen to be clicked on, if you insert a line, notice you insert one above the one you're clicked on. If you're clicked on a line, you can also delete that entire line, or you can copy the line you're clicked on. And here's some more customization options we'll look at in a later module. Now let's talk about the send/ship option. I mentioned earlier that QuickBooks can do mail merges with Microsoft Word. You can merge envelopes, letters, and this is where you would work with those options. We will work with those in a later module as well. And then let's look at the reports for a moment. There are a couple of generic reports already set up for you that are related to estimates. You can see you can run an estimate by job if you'd like. If you want to see an estimate versus actual, you can do that. And then you can also see an item price list. I also want to point out the transaction history, which you have none right now. But if you'd already created an invoice based on this estimate, maybe received a payment, that would create a history you could go look at. And sometimes that's very helpful to narrow down where to find certain transactions. Typically, the main tab is where you're going to be working, so I'll just click back on that. And that's how estimates work in QuickBooks. I'm going to go ahead and save and close at the bottom. And if you've made any changes to your transaction, it will ask you if you'd like to save them. Just go ahead and say yes. Now that you know how to create estimates in QuickBooks, let's head over to the next video and we're going to start talking about how to create invoices based on those estimates that you've already created. Hey there, it's Cindy again. Welcome back. We are working in Module 4. We're talking about customers and jobs. This is actually video number 7 where I want to introduce you to how to invoice from estimates. If you do not create estimates in your business, then you can skip 4-7 and 4-8 and just go right down to 4-9 and just start with invoicing customers for products and services. But let's talk about how to take your estimates and turn them into invoices. Let's flip over to QuickBooks and we will go ahead and get started. Now that you've created an estimate for your customer, you'll want to go ahead and pull some of those items onto an invoice. That way you can send the invoice out and get paid for some of that hard work you've been doing. Before we do that, we're going to be talking about progress invoicing as we go through and create this invoice. And I want to make sure, again, that you know where that option is in case it's not turned on. If you go back to Edit on your menu and come down to Preferences, you want to make sure on the left here that you're clicked on Jobs and Estimates, Company Preferences tab, and make sure you've chosen Yes for the option that says, do you do progress invoicing? This is what's going to allow you to pull items from that estimate onto an invoice. I'm going to go ahead and click OK because that looks okay, and let's get started. I'm going to choose Create Invoices. The first thing I want to point out is if you have this gray bar, you can click this arrow to show the history. This may be on already and you want to actually hide the history by clicking on this arrow. That will give you more room to work with on your screen. The history will just give you the recent transactions, any notes, customer payments, things like that that you may want to see as you're creating this invoice. We're going to go ahead and hide that for now. And notice the first thing that QuickBooks wants to know is who is my customer and my job that I'm actually creating an invoice for. I'm going to choose Tom Allen's Sunroom. Now you have a list of available estimates. These are estimates that you've created for Tom Allen's Sunroom, and you haven't pulled everything onto an invoice yet. If this window doesn't pop up, the first thing I would do is check your estimate to see if you have the exact same customer and job. If I created the estimate originally and I just had Tom Allen and not the sunroom, but here I chose the sunroom, there's not going to be an exact match, so this window won't pop up. I'm going to go ahead and click on the estimate I'd like to pull from and then click OK. And now you see the progress invoicing window. This is what I wanted to make sure was turned on over in the preferences. Here I have three choices. I can go ahead and pull everything on the estimate onto this invoice. That would be the first one. The next thing I could do is create an invoice for a percentage. If I wanted to create an invoice for 30%, I would just type in the 30. It will let you put the percent sign in. That's okay, but it does know it's a percentage. And then the third option at the bottom, notice, is where you would create an invoice for selected items. I'm going to show you how that one works. I'll just click on OK. And here you'll see each item that you had actually pulled onto your estimate. You can also see the quantity and all the information about each one. If you want to pull over 3 of the hours of framing, you would just type that in the quantity area. And then here, let's say I pull over 1 of the wood doors. You could also go in and put in the percentages if you prefer to do that. I'm going to click OK. And now you can see that it pulled in those quantities that I just told it I wanted to pull over. If you wanted to add something to this, just click on the next line down and type it in. You can add as many items as you want to. Maybe there's a freight charge that you want to get reimbursed for. They actually already have an item set up called freight reimbursement here. I'm just going to say there's a quantity of 1 of these, and I'll just make up an amount, $193.26, and you can see it tracks all of that. You can see at the bottom here that the sales tax that I'm using is San Thomas, and the tax it's charging is $84.51. You can see the total. If there were payments applied, you would see that here. You wouldn't see any payments applied until you've saved this and then recorded a payment and then opened this back up. That's when you will see any payments that have been applied. And of course, there's the balances due right down at the bottom. Over on the left-hand side, you can see there's a place for a customer message. They have a few of these already set up, but if you wanted to add a new one, you would just choose Add New and type that in. I'll just choose this one here that says, please sign and date this proposal. There's a place for a memo below that, and no one will see this memo except you. It's not going to print out on your invoice. There's also a place for the customer tax code. This just means this customer is subject to sales tax. A couple things at the top I want to go over real quick. If you're using the class feature, make sure that you choose the correct class. You want to use that consistently if you're going to use it so that your reports are accurate. There's also a place for the template that you want to use for this invoice. We're going to cover templates in a later module. Here's the date of your invoice. I'm going to change this to December 27th. The invoice number is populated automatically. You can change that if you'd like, and double check that your billing information is correct for your customer. This customer has terms of net 30. I can change that if I like. You can see that if I choose net 15 as an example, that this due date reflects 15 days from this date right here. When you're finished, just go ahead and save and close if you're finished, or if you want to create another one, you can choose Save and New. I'm going to save and close for now. And you'll notice that I changed the terms over here. And this is asking me, do I want QuickBooks to change those terms permanently in the customer's record? I'll go ahead and say yes for now. And that invoice has now been completed. Let's go ahead and move over now to part 2. That's going to be video number 4-8. And we'll continue and talk about some of the options you have when you're creating that invoice. Hey there, it's Cindy again. Welcome back. We just wrapped up Invoicing from Estimates Part 1. We actually went through and created an invoice based on an estimate. What I want to do now is go ahead and take you into Part 2. We're going to complete another invoice based on that estimate, and then we'll go over some of the options you have available when you're working with that invoice you've created. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks, and we will continue with Part 2. I want to head back to the Customer Center. I still have it open on the left just to show you that we do have our estimate and then we have one invoice we created. What I want to do now is go ahead and create an invoice for whatever was left on that estimate because we've completed that job. And we'll just follow the same process. I'm going to go back to the home screen and choose Create Invoices. The first thing I want to do is pick my customer and my job. I'm going to pick Tom Allen's sunroom. It does tell me I have some available estimates. As long as you have even 1 penny left on that estimate, this window will pop up. You won't get this window for this customer and job once you've pulled everything from that estimate. But I'll go ahead and choose the estimate I'd like to pull from and click OK. And now I get my progress invoicing window again. One thing that's a little bit different from the first time we saw this is notice the first option now says create an invoice for the remaining amounts of the estimate, which is what I'm going to do. But I could choose another percentage, or if I want to pick selected items like we did with the first one, I could do that as well. I'm going to click OK here, and you can see that it pulled in whatever was left on that estimate that had not yet been invoiced. I'm just going to double check some of the options on the screen. I want to change the date. In this case, I'll say that it's January the 9th. Notice it does give me the next invoice number. My bill to information is correct. You want to make sure you check the terms and the due date. If you want to add anything to this, remember just click on the next line down and you can add anything you'd like to this invoice. You do have at the bottom your sales tax, your payments applied, and your balance due. We talked about all of that. Once you're finished, you can go ahead and save and close or save and new if you want to create a new one. Before I save and close, I want to go through some of the options that you have up under your tabs at the top of your window. These are options that pertain to this invoice. You're probably going to stay on the main tab most of the time, and some of these options you'll already be familiar with because you saw them when we actually created the estimate. But let's go back through these. The first thing you'll notice is you have the option to find. If you're looking for an invoice and you just can't find it using these arrows that go left or right, go ahead and click on the find option, and that way you can put in some search criteria and have QuickBooks search for you. Your next option is your new button. This allows you to create a new blank invoice. Remember, this is the exact same as coming down to the bottom of your screen and choosing Save and New. You do have the option to save this invoice. If it's taking a while and you have a lot of line items, you might want to save it at various points. Notice also that you can save this as a PDF just by clicking that down arrow. The next thing you'll see is the delete option. This is how you're going to delete this invoice. Notice when I click the down arrow, I also have an option to just void it. If I delete it, it's going to be gone, but if I void it, it will stay in QuickBooks and it will just say void across it with a 0 balance. If I wanted to create a copy of this, I could. I could also memorize this, and we'll talk about memorizing in a later module. Also, mark it as pending. Remember, if you mark something as pending, it's going to be in QuickBooks, but QuickBooks will not count it in your numbers. It could be that you set this up a little bit early and maybe you're not quite ready to send it out, but you don't want to delete it. You could leave it in here, and that way it's not part of your accounts receivable. You do have the option to print this. I want to show you a preview of what your invoices look like. I'll just click anywhere to zoom in a little bit. You can see that it has your company name and your address. You will want to customize this a little bit so that you have some more information here, possibly the telephone number, the email address. You'll notice over on the right it says invoice. There's a place for the date and the invoice number, and then all of the information that's on that invoice. Remember, you can customize this like I mentioned, and we'll do that in a later module. I'm going to hit the close button at the top, and that'll take me back. Now underneath print, there are a few other options. Here's where you can actually print that invoice out or print a batch. And what a batch means is, if you notice there's a checkbox here that says print later, if you've got several invoices created, the ones that have the check mark, if you choose the batch option, those will be printed. If you're going to be shipping items, here's where you can create a packing slip, a shipping label, or an envelope. These will do mail merges with Microsoft Word. And then notice you can also save this as a PDF file. You have the ability to email your forms in QuickBooks. If you want to email this invoice to your customer, you could just choose invoice here, and that would let you email it. If you want to email the batch, all the ones that have the check mark that say email later would be included in that batch. Here you can attach a file. You might have some file that you've scanned in, or it's a file that you can access in your computer and actually attach to this. So that way you don't have to go out of QuickBooks and search for those files and open them up. They're right here. You do have an option to add your time and your cost. We'll actually talk about this over in the next video, which is video number 9, Invoicing Customers for Products and Services. So we'll hold that. And you can also apply credits. We'll hold that one as well and talk about those in the next video. And just to tell you what progress means, if you wanted to see a timeline of, I've estimated this job, I created an invoice, I received a payment, that would show you the progress. And you could see the progress too as to how much you've actually pulled from that estimate. Here's a way to receive a payment against this invoice. Chances are you're not going to be on this screen when you want to receive a payment, but you can do that. You can also create a batch. What that basically does is takes one invoice and allows you to send it to multiple customers. Maybe if you have 3 customers that are each going to pay a third, then you'd be able to send this to all 3. And there's also a place for a refund or credit, and we'll talk about that a little bit later in this module as well. I just want you to be familiar with those options because that's where you're going to find most of the things you'll use on a daily basis. We'll look at some of these other tabs when we get over into the next video as well. I just want to make sure here that you know how to actually pull all of the information from your estimates onto invoices. Once you're finished, go ahead and save and close. And that's how you're going to create your invoices based on estimates. Let's go ahead now and move over to video 9 in this module and talk about invoicing customers for products and services. Hey there, it's Cindy again. Welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. I want to go ahead in this video, which is video number 9 of module 4, and talk to you a little bit about invoicing your customers for products and services. We've been talking about invoicing in the previous videos, but that was actually taking estimates you've created and turning them into invoices. Not every business uses the estimate feature. If that's the case, you would just start here and just start with the invoicing and go forward. Let's move over to QuickBooks and I will show you how to create an invoice. To create an invoice for a customer, you'll find the Create Invoices icon right here on your home screen. The first thing you'll want to do is go ahead and choose your customer and your job. I'll just choose Robert Allard Remodel Job. Make sure you choose the class if you're using the class feature. Remember to use this consistently so that your reports are accurate. You've also got an option to choose a template. I'm going to use the default one. We'll talk about templates in a later module, but you can choose different templates for each invoice. You'll want to make sure you choose the correct date that you're creating the invoice. And remember that invoices are numbered. It's going to number the next one sequentially unless you change that number. Invoice numbers can include letters if you'd like. You just type those in. You want to make sure you have the correct billing address for your customer as well. Each customer can have different terms. I'm going to go ahead and say net 30 for this one. And you'll notice that if I choose net 30, the due date defaults to 30 days from this date here. You can always change the due date if you want a specific date to be the date that this is due. Here's where you're going to click down in the body of the invoice and you're going to choose an item that you're going to invoice your customer for. You'll see on this list, these are the items that are already set up. If you wanted to create a new one, you would click on Add New, and we'll go through that in a later module. Right now, we're just going to choose a couple of these. We'll choose Floor Plans. And if you wanted to add a different description, this will let you type as much as you want. It will word wrap all the way down to the bottom. Let's say that we're going to charge our customer for 2 sets of floor plans, and we're going to charge $1,000 a piece. You'll see that it does the calculation for you when you tab over to the amount column. And the last column tells you that for sales tax purposes, this item is not subject to sales tax. On the next line down, I'm going to choose labor and I'll add a description. I'll add labor for gutting the kitchen to prepare for the remodel. We'll say it was a quantity of 30 hours to do that, and we charged $50 an hour. You can see it did the calculation. It's $1,500 for the total amount, and this is also a non-taxable item. And you can keep adding as many items as you like to this list. A couple things to notice at the bottom on the left, you have a place for a customer message. There are some pre-built ones, but if you wanted to add your own, you would click on Add New and create a new message to add to this list that you could use in the future. Underneath that, it says Memo. That is strictly for you. That memo will not print on the invoice. And then you'll see that this customer is subject to sales tax if you charge sales tax in your business. If you wanted to change that, you would change it to non-taxable sales. On the right-hand side, if your customer is subject to sales tax, you will see the tax they're being charged, the total for that tax. If they've made any payments to this invoice, you would see that right here. You wouldn't see any payments until actually this has been saved, and then you've applied a payment and opened this back up. And that's when you would see if there were any payments applied. And then, of course, the balance due right here. All you need to do at this point is go ahead and save and close. And if you've made any changes, if you remember, I changed the class up here and I also changed the terms. It will ask you if you'd like those changes to be reflected in the setup. Just go ahead and say yes. And now that invoice has been created. Let's go to our Customer Center over on the left here just to look. If I go ahead and click on Robert Allard, you will see that there are now 2 invoices. The top one is the one that we just did. It was dated December 28th. If I just want to see the invoices for that job, then I would click on the remodel job on the left and see just those invoices. If you want to open that invoice up, just double click anywhere on that line. And now you will see that invoice. You can make changes if you need to and then save it, and those changes will be saved. A couple things I want to point out at the very top. You'll notice there is a main tab, and this is the tab you're going to use the most often. There are several different items here that I want to point out. First, if you're looking through your invoices for a particular one and you just can't find it, use these arrows to go left or right to look at the next or previous. And if you still can't find it, you can click on this Find option and then put in some criteria and QuickBooks will search for you. Here's your new option if you want to create a new blank invoice. This will save the one you're on. This is the exact same thing as if you came down to the bottom and clicked on Save and New. Next, you can save your invoice. If you're working on this and it's taken a while, you can go ahead and just say Save Invoice. You can also save this as a PDF file if you'd like. Here's where you would delete that invoice. You can create a copy of this invoice. If you need to create another one that's very similar, you can go ahead and make a copy and then just change whatever you need to change and save it. We're going to talk about memorizing in a later module, but what this would allow you to do is if you had an invoice that needed to go out once a month, let's say, you can actually memorize it and QuickBooks will automatically create that invoice for you next month, and then you can send it out. You can also mark this as pending, and what that basically means is that if you have an invoice that you want to put in QuickBooks, but you don't want it to count in your numbers when you run reports, you can do that. It will be inactive, and you can always turn it back on when you're ready to activate it again. Let's look at Print Preview so that you can see what this invoice will look like. You can see this invoice actually has the company name and address. It doesn't have the phone number, fax, email, any of that information. So you probably want to customize this template. You can see it has the word invoice on the right. There's the date, the invoice number, and then all the information about the invoice. We're going to customize in a later module. I'll go ahead and hit close at the top. You'll also notice that you can email this. Now notice there is a checkbox over here for print later and email later. If you've got several that you're working on, you can check those boxes, and when you're ready to email all of them, you can email the batch, or if you're ready to print them all, you'll see there's an option for batch under here as well. Here you can attach a file. If there's some file that would pertain to this invoice and you don't want to have to get out of QuickBooks and go find it, you can attach it here and open it up easily. Here's an option that we haven't talked about yet, add time/cost. If you're doing job costing in your business, that basically means that you want to make sure every transaction you enter is tied to a job. Then you can run job costing reports. You could run a profit and loss, for example, to see how much you've made or lost on a particular job. Each transaction will have a place where you can choose the customer or job that it pertains to. If you want to be reimbursed from your customer for certain expenses that you might have incurred, when you create those expenses, whether it be a check, credit card transaction, whatever it happens to be, if you've told QuickBooks that it pertains to a particular customer and job, then when you come into this invoice, you can add time/cost. You can see that here's the time tab. If you had any time you'd created related, you could pull that in. Here's expenses. If you had actually used a credit card and purchased something and tied it back to this job that would be listed, you could check it off, click OK, and then that way it would pull in those expenses. You've got mileage and also items. I'm going to go ahead and click OK there. You can also apply credits. If you have an existing invoice and you've created a credit memo, you can apply those credits right here. You can also receive a payment for this invoice here. Chances are you're not going to be on this screen. You'll probably be on the home screen, but you can do it here. You can create a batch, and that means that if 3 different customers were going to pay this one invoice, you could actually send this to all 3 customers. And then also, here's refund or credit. You would use this if the customer had already paid the invoice and you were going to issue a refund or credit memo for them to use for a future invoice. There's also a formatting tab here. I just want you to be aware that this is here. We're going to be looking at some of the options for customizing your templates that I mentioned over here a few minutes ago. We'll look at that a little bit later. Here's your spell check. If you want to insert a line, delete a line, or copy a line, you can do that. There's also some options for sending and shipping. If you ship items and you typically ship through one of these, FedEx, UPS, or US Postal Service, then you can set all that up right from here. And the last tab has some different reports you can run related to invoicing. Most of the time you'll be using that main tab, and that's really all there is to actually creating an invoice. Let's go ahead and click Save and Close at the bottom. If you've made any changes, you might want to go ahead and save those if it asks you. And now that invoice has been completed. Let's go ahead and move over to video number 10 now, and we're going to talk about receiving customer payments towards those invoices. Hey there, welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. This is Cindy. We are all the way down now to video number 10 in Module 4, and I want to show you in this video how to receive customer payments. Once you send an invoice to a customer and they pay you, how do you actually receive that payment in QuickBooks? Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and I'll show you how to receive those customer payments. When you receive a payment from a customer, you want to go ahead and enter it through this Receive Payment window. Notice if you're following the flowchart, it's the next thing after Create Invoices. It doesn't matter how the customer paid you. It doesn't matter how much they paid you. You're going to enter all of that information in this window. If there's a balance due, QuickBooks will remember that. The first thing you want to do is put in who the payment was received from. If you're using the job feature, always click the job. I'm going to say this is for Tom Allen's sunroom. As soon as you choose the customer and job, you'll notice that any invoices that are still open for that customer and job will appear at the bottom here, and it will also let you know the amount that's due, just in case something had already been applied to this. You'll also notice in the top right, this is the customer balance. The next thing you want to do is put in the amount that the customer paid you. I'm going to say in this case it's $3,193, and I'll leave off the 6 cents just to show you what happens when there's an over or underpayment. If you notice down at the bottom, this appeared now because it says I have an underpayment of 6 cents, and it's asking me what would I like to do with that. I can just leave it on their account, which is what I'm going to do in this case. Hopefully they'll pay me next time. Or if you know you want to write it off, you can go ahead and do that with this option right here. The other thing to notice is that QuickBooks automatically assumed that all of the first invoice would be paid in full and the balance would go to the second invoice. You want to make sure you apply payments correctly, because if not, 6 months down the road, you're going to end up with a situation where your books don't match your customer's books. If you need to uncheck one of these, or if you need to check one, you can do that. And you can also type over here how much the customer has specified that you apply to each invoice. Always choose the correct date of the payment. And you also have a field for the reference number. Over here, you'll notice this is a way to tell QuickBooks how the customer paid you. Did they give you cash? Did they write a check? You can see that based on which option you choose, this may change. When I was clicked on cash, this said reference number, and that would just be any reference number I'd like to pop in there. But notice when I click on check, it gives me a place to put in the customer's check number. If you click on Visa, you're going to see that it pops up and asks you to enter the card information. If you're not using the Intuit Merchant Services, then you don't really need to fill this in because you're not running their card through in QuickBooks. It would just be a matter of you keeping that information for your records. I'm going to cancel that. There are some other options here. Notice there's a down arrow that has a few payment methods listed. It could be the customer bartered this with you. But if you need to add a new payment method, just click on New Payment Method here and then put in the method they paid you with. I'll add Zelle to the list, and I'll just say that the payment type is cash, but notice my other choices here. I'll just click OK, and now that will be on my list for any customers that pay me with Zelle. Now let's take a look at some of your options up here under your tabs. You can see that we're under the Main tab, and a lot of these options you're already familiar with. You know how to find a customer payment if you're looking for one. Here's a way to create a new customer payment. That's the same thing as that Save and New in the bottom right. Here's a way to delete the payment. You can also come over here and print the payment. I'll just show you what that looks like. If you're going to print the payment, it does ask you what you'd like your payment receipt template to look like. You have the ability to customize this. If you wanted to do that, you would click on Customize Template down here. But right now, this is what it's going to look like. I'm going to go ahead and say Not Now and preview this so that you can see here's what the payment receipt actually looks like. You can see it's a little different than an invoice or an estimate. It has a place for the date of that payment and also the payment method, and you can see where this was a check number and they have that check number in there. Over on the right is the total amount of the payment and the invoices listed that it paid below. I'm going to go ahead and close. The next thing I'll point out is the email option. If you want to email that payment receipt, you can do that and email it to your customer. Here's where you can attach a file. You can also look up a customer and an invoice. If you click on that, this will allow you to search. Right here it says invoice number, and I could search for any customer that has a particular invoice number, but I could also search by one of these options as well. If I wanted to unapply a payment, that basically is going to uncheck all of this. See how these are unchecked now? I'll just go back and check them. And then if there were any discounts or credits that you're going to give your customer related to this, you could go ahead and enter that now. You would enter the amount of the discount you're going to give, the discount account, and then a class if you happen to be using that. This process payments just allows you to process a credit card payment if you're using the Intuit Merchant Services. Here's where you could sign up for that if you wanted to check out the options. You do have a formatting tab in the back. You'll notice a couple of things here. For the payment receipt we saw a few moments ago, you can go through and actually use the standard one here or customize it. There's also a tab for reports. If you wanted to look at open invoices for this customer or some of these other reports that you see right here, you could do that. And the last tab over says payments. If you wanted to check out again the credit card processing from Intuit, you could do that. Most of the time you'll stay under the main tab. Before we save this, let's go ahead and go to the bottom right, and you'll notice that it tells you the amount due, how much was applied, and if there were any discounts and payments applied here. All you have to do when you're finished is go ahead and save and close. And if you've made any changes to your transaction, you can go ahead and say yes if it asks you if you want to record your changes. And that's how you're going to receive payments for customers. Now, before we leave, let me go ahead and go back to the Customer Center. I'm going to click on Customers. And if you notice, I'm on Tom Allen's sunroom over here. And you can see there's the estimate we created, the 2 invoices we created, and then there's the payment right there. If you need to make a change to that payment or open it up to look at it for any reason, just double click on it, and then you can look and see what's going on with this payment. There is one quick thing that I wanted to mention. There's a question here that says, where does this payment go? Let me just show you real quick where the payment's going to end up. I'm going to go back to the chart of accounts. I just clicked on Home over on the left here, and I'm going to the chart of accounts. You're going to see an account called Undeposited Funds. You'll see it right here. That money that we just received for that payment is in this total right here. Let me open this up so you can see it. Here it is right down here at the bottom. Something to know about undeposited funds. These are monies that you've received, but you have not yet taken to the bank as far as QuickBooks is concerned. It's not a deposit in your checking account. One of the ways to keep a check on yourself is this should always say 0 if you've already deposited all of the money. Now, how does that get to 0? Well, we're going to talk about that when we talk about recording deposits. I'm going to have you go ahead and head over to video number 11. We'll talk about payment links, and then when we get to video 12, we'll be going through the deposits right here so that you can see how that money gets out of undeposited funds and into the actual checking account. Hey there, welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. This is Cindy. We're working through Module 4 and we're down to video 11 now. I want to talk to you about a neat feature that QuickBooks has that will allow you to send your customer a link. The customer can use that link to go to a secure site and actually send you a payment. You can use this whether you've invoiced the customer or not. It could be that you need to get an advance payment for something. You can just send this link via email and have the customer pay you. The money will actually be deposited to your account within 2 to 3 business days. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we'll look at those payment links. This new payment links option is going to be a really great tool to help you collect payments before you even send an invoice. If you require down payments in your business, this is a great way to email your customer a secure link. They click the link, they go to a secure site that lets them put in their debit or credit card information, and then you receive the funds automatically through direct deposit into your bank account within 2 to 3 business days. In order to access the payment links option, you need to go through the menu and click on Customers, and then you'll see Payment Links. The first thing you'll need to do is decide if you'd like to actually set up what they call a QuickBooks payment account, or if you want to use pay-as-you-go. The QuickBooks payment account that you see on the left here is a merchant services account. You would pay a monthly fee for that, whereas the pay-as-you-go is good if you don't accept a lot of down payments, but you want to use this feature whenever someone needs to pay you. I'm going to use the pay-as-you-go option and click Get Started. QuickBooks will want a little bit of information from me before it takes me over to the screen where I set up the payment link. You can see there's business info, personal info, and deposits account info. I'm going to start with business info and just click on Start and answer a few questions. The first thing QuickBooks is asking me is what is the business type, and this is where you're going to pick one of these options that you see here. The next thing it asks you is, do you have a particular industry, or you can pick one that happens to be the closest match. I'll pick the first one, accounting, auditing, and bookkeeping services. You can see it did bring in the business name. I would also want to put in the website, and that's an optional thing. Notice my address is already in. I don't have a state, so I'll go ahead and choose that. And then you'll notice that there's a place to put in your business email. I'll just go ahead and put mine in. The next thing you want to do is when you scroll down, you'll see that it actually takes you to the personal info here. I'll click on Start. And here's where you want to put in the owner's first and last name, some of your personal information, date of birth, social, and all this is required to set up the account. I'm not going to put this in now, but you would put it in and click Next. The last option down at the bottom is the deposits account info. When you click Start here, what this allows you to do is go ahead and add your bank account. Here's where you put in the account number and the routing number and then click Save. I'm going to go ahead and finish setting this up off camera, and then I will come back and I'll show you how to set up that link. I went ahead and closed that window because I wanted to show you that once you get out of that window, you won't see that same screen again. When you're ready to actually send that link now, all you have to do is go back to Customers and back to Payment Links. And what you're going to see this time is that it's going to connect you to your Intuit Payment Solutions account, which you just created. And here it will allow you to go ahead and create that payment link from this button right here. I'm going to go ahead and click on that. The first thing you want to do is put in the amount of money that you're wanting to get from your customer. And you can put in a product or service or some kind of description right down here. So you might say that's down payment for kitchen remodel. Here's where you're actually going to put in the name of your customer, and you can put in your customer's email. You'll see here at the bottom that you have the ability to choose the ways that you'd like to get paid. If you want to give your customer the option to pay you with a credit card or a bank transfer, you can leave both of those selected. If you don't want one or the other, just slide this to the left and then that option won't be available. All you have to do now is send the payment link. The customer is actually going to receive this. They're going to be able to click that link and pay you, and the money will show up in your bank account within 2 to 4 business days. And that's how that new payment links feature works in QuickBooks. Now that you know how the payment links work in QuickBooks, let's go ahead and head over to video number 12, and we're going to talk about how to make deposits in QuickBooks. Now that you know how to receive payments in QuickBooks, let's talk about how to take that payment you received and actually make a deposit so that it shows up in your checkbook register. Hi, this is Cindy. Welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. We're going to talk in this video about making deposits in QuickBooks. If you're invoicing customers and receiving payments, then most of your deposits will be from those payments you received. Sometimes, though, you might have a deposit that's just strictly something you're putting into the bank. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and look at making deposits. When you look at the flowchart, the last thing you did was receive a payment from a customer. Following the flowchart to the end, you'll see the next thing is to record your deposit, and that's what you want to do. Let me just mention that new in the QuickBooks 2022, there's an icon that says Merchant Service Deposit. This has to do with your online banking that we'll talk about in Module 7, so we'll hold this until we get there. I'm going to have you follow the flowchart all the way across. Let me mention a couple of things that I want you to be aware of when you're making deposits. When you were in this receive payment window, one of the things that happened is you had an option of where to put your money. Remember that if you have not turned on the preference telling it where you'd like to put the money, this money will automatically go into an account called undeposited funds, and that's what this question is asking you right here. If I go back to the chart of accounts, I'll just show you that real quick. Undeposited funds is actually an account where money sits that's been received but not deposited yet. One of the ways to check yourself is if you have money sitting in here, but you know that everything has been deposited, then you've done something wrong. And you can see currently there's $5,633 sitting in that account. The other thing I want you to be aware of is once you receive your payment, do not go over here to the checkbook register and type in that payment. The reason is you're bypassing the record deposits window. that money will stay in undeposited funds if you put it directly in the register. The other thing is, if you're typing in the register, you will have to tell QuickBooks which account in the chart of accounts does this go back to. Most people will pick accounts receivable, which is wrong because you've already been there, done that, or they will pick one of the income accounts. And if you do that, you're doubling your income. So this will mess you up every time. Do not do it this way. Follow the flow chart all the way to the end. I'm going to click on Record Deposits. This is a listing of all the payments you've collected that went into undeposited funds. What you want to do is any of these that actually were deposited into this account, you want to check off. I could check off the first two, for example, and now I have a deposit for $2,440. If I click OK, you're going to see it pulls in those two payments. If by chance you pulled in the wrong ones, you'll notice right up here there's a button that says Payments you can click on, and you can check or uncheck these. You want to make sure this matches the actual deposit that went into the bank. Do not come in here and change where it says From Account, because this is where the money actually came from. It came from undeposited funds. You can see that it tells you who the money's from, the account. Over here, if it was a check and you had typed in the check number, you could pop that in. If you forgot to put in a check number, just type it right in here. There's your payment method, the class, and the amount over to the right. If you needed to add something to this, you could. You would just click on the next line down and add it. What if you, as the business owner, wanted to put some personal money into the business account? You could do that here. Remember, here's your chart of accounts, and you would just pick the correct account. In a situation like that, don't pick an income account because it's not income to your business. This is where you'd want to use one of those owner accounts that you set up. It could be the liability, or if you wanted to use it as a owner draw, you could do that as well. In this case, they actually call it capital stock. Right here, you can go ahead and put in a memo if you'd like, and then go over to the amount column and put in the amount that you're depositing. You could be actually putting in a rebate. If you were doing something like that, you would want to choose the account that the money actually was expended from to begin with. Let's say it was an office supply, you would put it back to office supplies. Just make sure that you recognize everything that you put here is not income. You'll notice at the top, make sure you have the correct account you're depositing the money to, because it's very easy to put it in the wrong account and it doesn't show up in your checkbook register. And then make sure you have the correct date of the deposit. There's also a place for a memo right here. It usually defaults to the word deposit, but you can change that to anything you like. Down at the bottom left, you'll see a couple of things. There is a field where you can keep some money from this deposit if you're a sole proprietor and tell QuickBooks which account that money goes back to. There's a place for a memo and the amount, and it would subtract it from your deposit total down here at the bottom. Let's go back up and look at a couple of options you have at the top. Here's your next and previous. If you wanted to actually go through and look for a specific deposit, you could do it that way. You could save this. You could also go through and print a deposit slip that you can actually take to the bank, or a deposit summary. We talked about the payments button. And let me just talk to you about the history button for a moment. This deposit will have a history once you save this. You can see right now it does not, but once I save it, I can go back and look at the actual payments that were received, and from there I could go back and look at the invoices that were all related to this deposit. I can also attach a file here if I'd like. I'm going to go ahead down to the bottom and to Save and Close, and this deposit for $3,440 will now show up in our checkbook register. Let's just go to the checkbook register and see if it's there. I'm going to choose my checking account and click OK. And now you'll see there's your deposit right there that we just made of $3,440. The blue line just means it's post-dated, so don't worry about that. We're going to look more at the register in Module 7, but for now, I just want to make sure you know how to correctly enter a deposit. The other thing I want to mention is that if you had a deposit that was not related to an invoice or a payment you received, you could just type it directly in the register. Just make sure that you have the correct account chosen from this list. And again, like I said, we'll get into this a little bit later. But that's how you make deposits in QuickBooks. Let's go ahead now and go over to the next video, number 13, and talk about how to create credit memos in QuickBooks. Hey there, welcome back. It is Cindy. We are working in QuickBooks Desktop 2022. We're down to video number 13 in Module 4 now, and I want to talk to you a little bit in this video about how to create credit memos for your customers. You might have a customer that returns a physical product and wants a refund, or it could be that you just want to issue a credit towards their account. Either way, we're going to go through this whole creating credit memos process for you. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we'll see how to get those started. When you're creating a credit memo or a refund, it's important to go back to that invoice and see exactly what it is you're crediting or refunding and the amount. You can do that a couple of ways. We've been working with Tom Allen. Let's go ahead and go to the Customer Center. I have it open here on the left. Here's Tom Allen's sunroom, and you can see here's the invoice. I'm going to go ahead and open that up because I want to show you that Tom still owes 6 cents on this invoice. And I will go ahead and issue a credit memo to write that off since it's been hanging out there for a while. The other thing I want you to notice is I'm going to show you how to return an item to inventory if they return something and give your customer a refund. You can see here is the exterior wood door. It's $1,090.39. I'm going to go ahead and close that because I want to jump ahead and show you one other way that you can look to see how much is owed on an invoice. We're going to jump ahead here. We're going to talk about reports in Module 11, but let me show you a very quick report that you can run. If you go up to Reports on your menu, go down to Customers and Receivables, and you'll see one called Open Invoices. This is going to be any invoice that has a balance, even if it's just a penny. When I look at this report, I don't see Tom Allen on the list, and that's because I'm only looking at invoices that are due before December 15th. If you come up here and change this date, then click inside the report, that will update it, and you can see now that here's Tom Allen's sunroom. There's that invoice we just looked at, and he owes us 6 cents. Once we create the credit memo and apply it, this will disappear from this report. Let's go back to the home screen and I'll show you how to get started issuing that credit memo or refund. You'll see right down here it says refunds and credits. The first thing you want to do is pull in your customer and your job. I'll pick Tom Allen's sunroom. You want to make sure you choose the class if you're using a class feature. In this case, it's new construction. And here are the different templates you could use. We'll be looking at templates in a different module, so we'll leave that for now. Make sure you change the date to the date that you're issuing the credit memo. It's going to pull in the next credit memo number. You can change that if you want to, but it numbers sequentially. And of course, you want to make sure you have the customer information correct, which it should be at this point. Here's what you're going to do. Down here where it says item, if your customer is returning a physical item or you're wanting to credit a particular item, you want to choose it from the list. If it's something like the 6 cents that's just hanging out there and I want to write it off my books, that's called bad debt. And that is an item they have already set up in this list here. I'm just going to type it in so that it'll save us a little time here. And anytime you have bad debt, it will pop up and give you this warning telling you it's associated with an expense account. You can just click OK and get past that. You'll notice the description that comes up says bad debt or write-off amounts. You can edit that to say anything you want, but you want to go ahead and make sure that when you put this in, you put a quantity of 1, and you want to make sure you have the exact amount that you're going to write off. And make sure this says non-taxable here, because if you charge tax, you're actually going to end up with another credit. So make sure that it ends up being exactly 6 cents at the bottom like this says. And that's really all you have to do for this. You can go down to the bottom and add a customer message or a memo if you want on the left. A couple things at the top, you're familiar with most of these already, But here's where you can search if you want to look for a particular credit memo. Use the arrows or your find feature. If you want to create a new credit memo, you can click here. That's the same thing as save a new down at the bottom. Here's your save option. Notice you can save it as a PDF if you choose to. You can delete this, make a copy, memorize it. I think you're familiar with most of these. We've talked about them in previous videos. The only thing that's a little different that I want to point out is notice because it's a credit memo, you now have the ability to use this to give them a refund or apply this to an invoice. In this case, we're trying to wipe out the 6 cents that's still open. I'm going to use it to apply to an invoice. You'll notice that any invoice that's open will appear here. If there's an exact match, it will actually check it off. And that is the one I want to apply it to, so I'm going to click done at the bottom and save and close. Now let's go back over to the open invoices on the left. You'll see it says refresh needed, indicating that a change has been made to that report. And when you look at this, notice it's still February 3rd, so Tom Allen's should show up at the top of the list, and you can see that it's gone because it is paid in full. Now let's go back and look at a refund for Tom. I'm going to go back to home and refunds and credits again. Now this time Tom is actually returning one of the wood doors, so we're going to give him a refund. Go ahead and choose the customer and the job. Make sure you check everything out over here. I'll go ahead and change this date. This time what I'm going to choose is that exterior wood door that we originally invoiced him for. And you can type anything you want in this description area. You want to make sure that when you put this in, you have the correct amount that you charged him for to begin with. This one was $1,090.39, and we did charge sales tax, and that's all you have to do. Now at the top, you'll notice that there is an option that says use credit to give a refund. I'm going to click on that. And it pulls in all of the information. You'll probably want to check the date here and make sure that it has the date that you're issuing that refund. The other thing is, how do you want this refund issued? Via a check? Do you want to put it back on their Visa card? I'll go ahead and just choose check. And you can see there's the ending balance in the checking account. So make sure you have the correct bank account chosen there and the correct class that this goes to. And that's all you have to do. This means you'll be able to print the check, but once I click OK, this check is actually going to be in the register. Now I'm going to change this date again to make sure I have the correct date here. I'm going to go ahead and click OK, and now that check is in the register. I'm going to hit save and close at the bottom, and let's see how this looks. Let's go to our check register. I'll just go right over here and I will open up checking. And there is the check that you just created. All you have to do now is go in and print it, and you are good to go. That's how you're going to create credit memos and refunds for your customers. Let's go ahead now and go over to video number 14, and we'll talk about creating statements that you can send to your customers at the end of the month so they know exactly how much they owe. Hey there, welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. My name is Cindy, and we are all the way down now to Module 4, and we're talking in this video, which is number 14, about how to create statements in QuickBooks. A statement is basically a history of what happened that month that you can send out to your customers. Usually you send statements at the end of the month. You do not have to send statements, but it's really a great way to gently remind your customers if they owe you money that they need to pay. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks, and I'll show you how to create those statements. To get started creating statements for your customers, head over to your home screen and click on the icon that says Statements. The first thing you need to let QuickBooks know is, what is your statement date? Typically, statements are sent the end of the month. I'm going to set this for December 31st, and the statement period would be that same month, the beginning of the month through the end of the month. But you can also choose whatever date range you would like. Notice also, as far as dates are concerned, that you might choose this option here to just include all the open transactions as of that statement date, and you will have an option to include any transactions over In this case, 30 days past due, and you can see you can change that. It will default to sending statements to all of your customers, but notice you could choose multiple. If you choose multiple customers, then you click this choose button and you just click on the customers you'd like to send a statement to. If you're wanting to send a statement to one customer, choose the one customer option, and then you can choose that customer from the drop-down list. You can also choose to send statements to customers of a particular type that you might have set up, or only ones that have a preferred send method. Maybe they like their statements mailed or emailed. When you're through, you can always preview what your statement looks like at this point. I'm going to hit the preview option. And here's what your statements look like. I'll just click in the middle to zoom in. You'll see it says statement right up at the top. It has your company name and address, and then of course the customer's name and address here. And notice at the bottom it has the balance forward from the previous month, and then any transactions that occurred that month will show up on this statement, whether it's an invoice, a payment. At the bottom, you're actually going to see, for each of these categories, the amount that's due. I'm going to hit close at the top and show you some other options you have for statements over on the right. You do have template options you can change for your statements. We'll cover that in a later module. But notice some of the checkboxes here. You might not want to see any of the details, or you might want to show them. You can check or uncheck that option. You can choose to print statements by their billing address zip code. This would actually sort them numerically by zip code. It's going to print the due date automatically. If you don't want it to do that, just uncheck that option. You might choose to not send statements to your customers who don't owe you money. That would be this option here. Or if they owe you less than, let's just say $5, maybe you don't want to send a statement. You could actually check the box and choose that amount there. If they didn't have any activity, you might not want to send them a statement, or if they're an inactive customer, you might not want to send a statement. If you're assessing finance charges, you do have the ability to click here and set all those options up for the finance charges. After you've previewed this, you can print these if you'd like and send them through the mail, or if you'd like to email them, you can do that as well. There is an option now also to automate sending your statements. This way you don't have to remember to manually go in and do this every single month. Let's go ahead and click on Go to Payment Reminders. Now that you're in the Payment Reminders window, the first thing you'll want to do is create a schedule for these statements. Up here at the top, there's a drop down and you'll choose Statement from the list. The next thing you want to do is tell QuickBooks to send reminders to whichever customer group you have set up. If you do not have a customer group set up, you can choose Add New from here and create one. But we'll just choose Commercial Customers for now. Once you have your customer group set up, you'll want to click on Add Reminder and then fill in some of these options. The first thing it asks you is, what is the statement date you'd like to have on your statements? So you can set it for a particular date. You can say every week, every month, every quarter. We'll just go ahead and set this for the first of every month. The statement period. Let's go ahead and include the previous month. If you're setting this for the first, then you'll want to include the previous month on your statement. Notice you could also generate a statement for any of these transactions that are open or overdue. You just choose whichever option you want. I'm going to go back and say statement period for the previous month. The next thing it asks you is, which invoice details do you want to include? Notice you can include all the details from each of the transactions. You can include a memo if you'd like, and a due date. I'll just go ahead and choose a couple of these. The next thing QuickBooks asks is, how would you want your statements to look? If you've chosen different statement templates, you can choose them from the list here. Notice you can also go ahead from here and customize one. And we're going to talk about customizing in a later module. The next thing is the email template. If you've got some set up, you'll see them on the list. If not, you can go ahead and edit or create one from here. And the last thing QuickBooks wants to know is if you want to separate your statements by each job that you've done for your customer. Once you've chosen your options, go ahead and click on OK. And now the statement reminders are set up, and every month on the 1st, it will send those out automatically for you. That's really all there is to creating statements for your customers. Let's go ahead now and move over to video number 15, and I'll show you how to use the income tracker in QuickBooks. Hey there, welcome back. It's Cindy again. We're working in QuickBooks Desktop 2022. We're on the last video in Module 4. This is video number 15, where I want to take a few moments and just introduce you to the income tracker that's available in QuickBooks. The income tracker is going to allow you to see on one screen any invoices you've sent out that haven't been paid, what has been paid, if you have expenses. You're going to be able to see all that in one screen. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and I will show you how the income tracker works. When you're looking at the home screen, you will not see an icon for the income tracker. The easiest way to access it is to look for a button that says income tracker here, or if you have it on the left, you'll see it. I'll go ahead and click on the income tracker and this is what it looks like. This is showing me a list of all the transactions I have set up, and you've got different ways you can sort this list. But I want to show you at the very top across here, it shows you that you have so much that's unbilled, meaning that you have estimates you haven't turned into invoices yet. You've got so much that falls in the category of time and expenses related to these jobs. Here it tells you how many open invoices you have. These are invoices that have not yet been paid, and how many of those are overdue. And this last option here will show you how many were paid in the last 30 days. On this next row, you can add some filtering options. Currently, I'm looking at all the customers and jobs, but if I only want to see a particular customer and job, let's say Christy here, then you can see it narrowed the list for me. All will always be the top choice on the list if you want to see everything. The next thing is the type of transaction. Do you want to look at just invoices? Do you want to look at any payments you've received? You just choose the options that work for you. The next thing is the status. Do I want to see invoices that are open, overdue, or paid, or all? And then, of course, you have a date option over on the right-hand side where you can see anything this year, the last 90 days. Those are some of your choices there. For each of these, you can go down the list and check off a particular transaction. Let's say that it's Brian Cook's invoice on this line right here. You'll notice all the way to the right, I have some options where I can go in and receive a payment for that invoice right from this window. I can print this row or email this row. If you're on a line that has an estimate, you'll notice that your options are a little bit different. I can convert this estimate to an invoice, mark it as inactive, or go ahead and print or email that row. So this is a quick way if you just want to go down the list and receive several different payments, or if you want to just look and see how many estimates you have. There's all kinds of information that you can actually see from this window. Another thing I want to point out is, let's say you have several of these selected. You can do what's called a batch action down at the bottom. You can actually click the arrow next to batch actions, and you can choose invoices, or if you want to batch email them, you can do that as well. You can also see the manage transactions options over here. So if you wanted to go to sales receipts or receive payments, you could do that. Take a few minutes and look through this because it might make things a lot easier for you than just hunting for the correct icon and entering things one at a time. Just an option. I'll go ahead and close the income tracker here. And that actually wraps up Module 4. Let's go ahead now and jump over to Module 5, and we're going to talk about working with the vendors. Hey there, welcome back. It is Cindy again. We are talking about QuickBooks Desktop 2022. We've made it down to Module 5 now, and this is the module where we're going to discuss vendors. Vendors are people or businesses that you buy from. Sometimes you buy inventory, sometimes you buy a service, but anyone you buy from is considered a vendor. I want to take time in this first video and give you a little bit of information on how to set up your vendors in QuickBooks. Let's head on over and set up some vendors. Just like with customers, we had a customer center. We also have a vendor center. You can access it from the home screen by clicking here where it says vendors. You could also go up here and click on vendors, or if you want to go to vendors from the menu, you can do that as well. I'm going to the vendor center. This is a list of all of your vendors in alphabetical order. You can also see the balance that you owe that vendor if you've put in bills. That's the only way you're going to know a balance. And also notice there's a column where you can attach a file over here. You're currently looking at all of the active vendors. If you drop the list down, you can see that if you just want to see the ones with open balances, you can do that. You can also look at all the vendors. That would include any that you had made inactive as well. I'll just click on the active vendors. Whichever vendor you have selected here on the left, you're going to see information about that vendor over on the right. You're going to see their company name, you're going to see their billing address, phone number, fax, email, all the same information that we saw when we were looking at the Customer Center. You've got a map to their location and directions here. And over on the right, you can see that if you wanted to run a couple of reports for this vendor, like a quick report or an open balance report, you can do that as well. Notice the option to order 1099 forms from Intuit if you want to, but you don't have to order them from Intuit. You can buy them anywhere you like, or if you want to order checks from Intuit, you can do that right here. Here's where you would go up and attach a file. This would be any file that you want related to this vendor. It could be a bill that you've made a copy of. And if you want to edit the information for that vendor, you would choose this option right here. Down here at the bottom, you'll notice under the Transactions tab, you're looking at all the transactions related to this vendor. The types of transactions you're going to see here are going to be bills you've entered, purchase orders if you're using the purchase order system, any what we call bill payment checks. You're going to see all of those listed here. You will have options to sort or filter this list. You can see that right now you're filtering it by all of the transactions, but you can also filter it by a different date range if you'd like. The next tab over has all of your contacts related to this vendor. You have any to-dos related to this vendor under the to-dos tab. And then any notes related to this vendor, you'd be able to enter those here. Also, if you've sent any emails through QuickBooks to these vendors, then you would see them listed here as well. What I want to do now is take you in and show you how to actually enter a new vendor. What you're going to do is right up here at the top where it says New Vendor, you're going to click and you're going to enter a new vendor. The first thing you want to do is put in the name of the vendor. We're going to say this vendor's name is Smith Painting, and you'll see there's a place to put in the open balance. This field is set up so that you can put any money you owe the vendor as of your start date. You can put that number in here as a starting balance. I suggest that you don't put anything here and you actually put in the bills that you still owe as of your start date. That way you can go back and look at them at any time. The first thing you'll notice at the bottom here is we're under the address info, and this is where we're going to put in the address, the phone number, things like that. This is Smith Painting. Now I know we have Smith Painting already up here, but remember that if you're going to do mail merges with Microsoft Word, it's going to pull from this field. So you want to make sure you've got information there. If you wanted to put in a name for a particular person there, you can do that. We'll say this is Randy Smith. If you wanted to put his job title in there, you could do that. We'll say he's the owner. And then you can see there are fields for the phone numbers, the faxes, emails, website, and all of these fields can be changed if you want them to represent something different. Down at the bottom where it says billed from, this is going to be the billing address that is set up for this vendor. I've got Smith Painting in here. I might put in attention, Randy Smith, and then go ahead and put in whatever Randy's address is. The next tab over to the left is the Payment Settings tab. The first thing that it asks you is, do you have an account number with this vendor? If you don't have one, just leave that blank. What are the payment terms for this vendor? We're going to say net 30 in this case. Notice there's a field also so that you can put in the name that the vendor wants printed on their checks. This would be the payable to field. If the vendor gives you a credit limit, you can put that in here, and also a billing rate level. This means that if you happen to do certain things for this vendor at a particular rate and other things for a different rate, you can set those up. The next tab I want to point out is the tax setting tab, and this one's really important. If you have 1099 contractors, these are not employees. These are people that you call in to do special projects. They need to actually send you a bill and then you pay that bill. That's the correct way to handle that. If you have 1099 vendors, you want to have their tax ID in here and also check the box that they're eligible for 1099. If you do not do this, when it's time to print 1099s, they will not get a 1099. The next tab on the left is account settings. If you know that every time you create a check or some type of entry for this vendor, there is a certain account for the chart of accounts you want this to go to, then you can pick from the list. You can assign up to 3 of these. And that way you don't have to choose those accounts every time you're working on a transaction. And the last tab is additional info. If you want to categorize your vendors, you can do that. You can see there are several different types here. I'll just pick subcontractors. And also, there are custom fields over on the right. If you want to create additional custom fields, come down to Define Fields, type in whatever you want that field label or name to be, and then check off whether you want that field available for customers, vendors, and/or employees. I'm going to click OK, and we should see Smith Painting in our list. You can see it right down here. It's in alphabetical order. Once we create our first transaction for Smith Painting, then you will actually see a balance, and then you'll see those transactions show up over here under the Transactions tab. While we're in this window, I do want to mention a couple things. Notice if you go up here where it says New Transactions, there are several different options here. You can enter bills, pay bills, create purchase orders. You can see the list. But chances are you're not going to be on this screen when you want to create those transactions. You can also come up here and you can print your vendor list. You can also export this list to Excel, or you can import a list of vendors you have from Excel already. You can also do mail merges with Microsoft Word. Those are some of the options you're going to be able to do when you're working with vendors. Now that we know how to set up vendors, let's go ahead and move over into the second video and talk about how to enter bills in QuickBooks using these vendor names. Hey there, welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. My name is Cindy. We are working in Module 5 and we're talking about vendors in this module. This is the second video where I want to talk to you a little bit about how to enter bills in QuickBooks. Bills come in the mail that you have to pay. They could be emailed to you, but it's something you know that you're going to have to pay at a future date. You could enter that bill so that you could run reports at any time and see who you owe, if you're in the 30-day overdue category, just different things that you'll want to know about upcoming expenses that you have. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and I'll show you how to get started entering bills. When you're looking at your home screen, you'll see this section here is your accounts payable section. Anything having to do with bills, paying bills, purchasing inventory, things like that will show up in this section. When you're entering bills, if it's just a normal bill, like an electric bill, for example, you would start here. If your business deals with inventory and the purchase order system, then you would actually start here and follow the flow chart all the way across to this Enter Bills button right here. You can see from there the flow chart would go this way. Before I get started, I wanted to mention that a lot of people don't enter bills in QuickBooks. They just have them on their desk or know that they're due, and they'll go ahead and make that payment and enter the payment in QuickBooks. That's certainly okay. Your accounting will be correct. But if you need to forecast your expenses, you will want to use the Enter Bills feature that you see right here and enter all of your bills. You will have some things that are automatically deducted, like a car payment, for example. You might not think to enter a bill for that, but I would go ahead and do that because it's part of your forecasting of your expenses for the next few months. Anything you want to show up in those reports, you want to put in the Enter Bills section right here. Let's go ahead and start with the Enter Bills. And let's say that our subcontractor, Smith Painting, has sent us a bill for some work that he's completed. He expects to get paid. You can see I typed in SM for Smith Painting and it popped up. I could also click the down arrow and choose that vendor from the list. If it's a brand new vendor that you haven't entered yet, You'll notice at the top of this list it says Add New. That keeps you from having to go back to your home screen and enter them through the Vendor Center. You could do it right from here. Once you click down in the address section, you'll see that the address appeared. If you needed to edit that, you could edit it right here. And once you save this transaction, QuickBooks would let you know that it's going to change it permanently for you. You'll notice right below that it says the terms are net 30. That's because we set up the terms of net 30 when we set up the vendor over in the Vendor Center. If you notice over here, it pulls in today's date, and the bill date is 30 days from that date. What you want to do is put in the correct bill date. That means if you have a paper bill in front of you, go ahead and put in the date it was printed. You will want to make sure that the bill due date is correct in a case like that. You can go ahead and change that to 30 days. Or if it says specifically on the bill that it's due on a certain date, then you change that because this date here is important. So when you pull reports, you'll know when things are actually due. This reference number would be the number that is on the bill. Then you have the amount due. We're going to say it's $500. You also have a place to put a memo if you'd like. You'll notice down at the bottom there are two tabs. There is the Expenses tab and there's the Items tab. When you're finished, these two tabs have to total this amount due to the penny or it will not let you save it. You'll notice under the Expenses tab, if you click on the first line, this is your chart of accounts. You can choose whatever account you'd like to put this to. If you have subcontractors, then you probably have set these up as a cost of goods sold. And you can pick any one of these. I'll just choose subcontractors. The next thing you'll see is the amount. This is $500 for this one account, but this can be broken up into as many accounts as you like. If some of the money went to a different account, you would just click on the next line down and choose that account and that amount from the list. The other thing I want you to notice is there's a place for a memo. And also, very important, if you are tracking job costs in your business, you would want to choose the job, the customer and the job that this particular expense needs to relate back to. If you're using the class feature, you can see that the class option is here, and I'll go ahead and pick remodel. Now this little box that says billable in the middle here. When we talked about invoices, there was an option to pull in any expenses that you had incurred relating to this particular customer or job that you wanted to be reimbursed for. If this is checked, then you'll be able to do that. Now I do want to mention the Items tab over here. When you look at items, these are physical products that you sell in your business. If you are purchasing inventory, for example, you'll want to make sure that you pick that particular product from this list so that it goes into your inventory count. If you don't do that and you just say it's an expense over on this tab, then it will not show up in your inventory. I'm just going to choose expenses and I'm choosing the subcontractors in this case, and I'm going to go ahead and save and close. And now that bill has been entered. Now let's go back and look at a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to my Vendor Center up here, and I'm just going to go down and pick my vendor, which is Smith Painting. And when I click on Smith Painting on the left, now you'll see the bill that I entered for Smith Painting. I'm going to double click and open it back up, and there you'll see it. Over on the right-hand side of your screen, you can actually hide this history, or if you want to show this history, you can. Basically, what it will do is just give you some history, like it says, of this particular vendor. You can see there's a summary, if there was any purchase orders that needed to be received. Here's the bill we just entered. You won't see this until it's saved, but since this was saved and we opened it, we now see that bill and any notes we had entered down here. I'm going to hide that for a few moments. And let's look at a couple of options we have up at the top. I want to point out that this is a bill, but sometimes a vendor may issue you a credit. We're going to go for vendor credits in video number 6 of this module, but just notice that option. A lot of these options on your icon bar you'll already be familiar with. You know how to search. You can go backwards or forwards and search for a particular bill. You can also hit find and put in some criteria. This new option would be the same thing as the Save and New option at the bottom right of your screen. And of course, if you're working on this and you're not finished, you can hit Save so that you don't lose any of your information. If you wanted to delete this bill, this is where you would delete it. You could also just void it, meaning it would stay in the system, but it would be voided and the amount due would be 0. If you had another bill you wanted to enter that was very similar to this one, you could create a copy and then make those few changes on that copy. We're going to talk about memorizing in a later module, but if you have a bill that you need to pay on a repetitive basis, the car payment is a really good example. You pay it every month on the first of the month. You could enter that bill one time, and then QuickBooks would automatically enter it each month for you because it was memorized. Here's where you can print this. You can also attach a file here. If you had a physical paper bill that you wanted to attach to this, you could do that so that you could open it up from here if you need to look at it. Also, if you're working with purchase orders and you happen to have chosen the wrong one, you can go ahead and select the correct one from here. And if you needed to enter some time associated with this, you could do that. This would go into your job costing, and we're going to talk more about this in a later module. Clear splits. That basically means that if you have multiple lines of accounts chosen, for example, or items, you could clear that and start over. You can also calculate or upload and review your bills. This is a new feature right here where QuickBooks will actually try to match a bill that you might have as a PDF file, for example. And we're going to look at this over in the next video, which is number 3. And of course, you can pay your bill from here. Chances are you're not going to be on this screen when you're ready to pay this bill, but you can if you happen to be here. There are a couple of reports I just want to mention, and we're going to go over reports in a later module. But if you wanted to run some reports just on bills, you can look at the transaction history here, and that would actually show you if there were any payments made towards this. You could see that history there. You could run an item listing, which would just list all of your items if you had some quantity on hand, things like that you might need to know. You can look at open purchase orders, your vendor balance detail for every vendor. You can look at unpaid bills, and you can also look at purchases by vendor in a detail format. I'm going to hit Save and Close at the bottom, and that's how you're going to enter bills in QuickBooks. Let's head on over now to video number 3 in Module 5, and I want to show you a new feature where you have the ability to upload and review your bills right here in QuickBooks. Hey there, welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. My name is Cindy, and we are working now in Module 5, where we're talking about the accounts payable function in QuickBooks. Module 5 is all about vendors, and we're down now to video number 5, where I want to show you the correct way to pay your bills in QuickBooks. Let's head on over to QuickBooks, and I will show you how to get those started. Paying bills is easy in QuickBooks. If you look at your home screen, this is where you had previously entered that bill, and now what you want to do is follow the flowchart all the way across to the Pay Bills icon. Before I click on that, I just want to mention a couple of things. What you don't want to do is have a bill that you've entered and then come down here to either the write checks or the check register to enter that payment. If you just come directly to one of these icons, what will happen is the bill will stay open because it doesn't see an association between the bill and the payment. Make sure you follow the flowchart all the way across to the Pay Bills. Once you complete this Pay Bills option here, it will automatically put that payment in the register for you. I'm going to click on Pay Bills. This is a list of all the bills that you owe, even if you owe a penny. And you'll see that currently they're listed by vendor in alphabetical order. If you want to change that, use this sort right here. You can sort these by the due date, or if you want to sort them by any that might have a discount or a credit. You can see different options on this list, but we'll leave it sorted by vendor for now. You can also filter the list. If you're looking for a particular vendor, let's just say it's CU Electric, then you can actually hide all the other vendors and just work on paying these two. I'm going to go back and show all, and that's going to be at the top of the list. It says all vendors. Notice I'm also showing all the bills. If I just want to see one's due before a particular date, I can choose this option here. Let's say I've got a couple of different ones that I want to pay. I do want to pay CU Electric. Notice there are 2 bills for that vendor. I'll just pay them both. If you've got multiple vendors you're going to pay bills for, you can just check them all at the same time and it will write separate checks and it will create separate payments for each. Or if you want to do them one at a time, you could do that as well. Once you check those off, you'll notice that over to the right, it assumes you want to pay all of that bill. If you're wanting to make a partial payment, just change this amount right here to whatever it is you're going to pay, and it will remember the rest. Some of your options down at the bottom are to go to that bill. This is one of the few places in QuickBooks you can't double click on the bill itself. You have to actually have that bill selected and then choose Go to Bill. You can also set your discount here. If the vendor is giving you a discount for paying early or for some other reason, you can go ahead and take that discount here. You would type in the amount of that discount you're taking, and then you would have an account set up in your chart of accounts for that discount. And if you're using the class, you might have one of those set up as well. If your vendor has issued you a credit, you can actually apply that credit here. You would need to have that credit already set up in QuickBooks, and here you could set that. Here's the date of your payment, the method of your payment. It can be check, credit card, or bank payment. Remember that if you're using a debit card or it's automatically drafted, just choose the check option. To be printed, you would use this option if you're going to actually put checks in your printer and print these out. If you're going to just pay it online or maybe it's automatically deducted, just choose the Assign Check Number option and you can type anything you want in that check number field. Make sure you have the correct bank account chosen and then choose Pay Selected Bills. Now here's the check number field. When I mentioned to you a moment ago to use the Assign Check Number if you're using a debit card, you can leave this field blank or you can put the word debit in there, any code that you'd like to show QuickBooks what type of payment that is. I'm going to click OK. And now that payment has been made. This is the payment summary window, just letting you see the payments you just made. If you have more bills to pay, you can choose this option, or you can say done. You also have in the middle of it an option to print a bill payment stub. You would print that if you wanted to send a check and maybe a stub with it. There's your print or email now options. I'm going to click on done. And let's see if it's in our register. I'm going over to the check register here on the right. I'm going to use my checking account because that's the bank account I paid this from. And here is your payment for CU Electric. You'll see that it says bill payment. It does not say check. That's how you know you did this correctly, that you actually entered a bill and then you made a bill payment to pay this bill. I do want to show you one other way that you can pay your bills, especially if you have a lot of them. This might be a little quicker for you. Notice I have the Vendor Center opened on the left here. In the Vendor Center, you're going to see this button that says Bill Tracker. This will let you see all of the expenses you have related to a particular customer or job, or even if they're just for the office, you can see all of that here. Notice some of these are purchase orders, some of these are bills that have been entered. And at the top, it gives you some totals. Here's the total of your 10 purchase orders, any open bills. If you want to see if any of these are overdue, you can look here. And you can also see the total that were paid in the last 30 days. Now you'll notice that if you've got a purchase order, you can convert it to a bill. We will be talking about purchase orders over in Module 6. Also notice if you have a bill that there's an option to pay that bill. All you would have to do is check the box all the way to the left of that bill. And then you'll see it says pay bill here. You can also copy or print that bill if you wanted to. You also have options to copy or print that bill. But when you're ready to pay it, just come down here where it says Batch Actions and then choose Pay Bills. You'll see this is your Pay Bills window that appears. You can actually click on that bill if it's not already chosen. If you have another one you want to add to that. Since there's another one for Perry Windows, I'll go ahead and check that one as well. And then all of the options we just talked about are right here in this window. Once you've made your choices, you can pay your selected bills. Now that payment is in the register as well as the one we did a few moments ago. I'm going to choose Done, and that's how you pay your bills in QuickBooks. Now that you know how to pay your bills, let's go ahead and move over into video number 6, and we're going to look at how to set up credits that your vendor has given you towards a bill. Hey there, welcome back. It's Cindy. We're working in QuickBooks Desktop 2022, and I want to talk to you about vendor credits. Sometimes a vendor will issue you a credit that you need to apply to a bill, or it could be you want to apply it to your account and use it in the future. But I want to show you how to handle those once the vendor sends them to you. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks, and I'll show you how to set up those vendor credits. I'm here in the Vendor Center, and you can see that this company owes Cal Gas and Electric $122.68. Cal Gas and Electric has issued a credit memo of $25 towards that bill. I want to show you how to enter that credit memo and then how to apply it to that bill. I'm going back to the home screen, and what you're going to do is you're going to use the Enter Bills option. The only difference is you're going to set this as a credit right here, and then just fill out the rest of the form. This vendor was Cal Gas and Electric. We'll say they issued this credit memo on December the 20th. You can put in a reference number, and I'll just put in it's for $25. If you want to put a memo here, you can do that. In this case, since it's gas and electric, you want to make sure that you pick the correct account from the chart of accounts. Remember, if you're getting a credit for a physical item that you've returned, you want to use the Items tab and choose that item. If this is for a particular customer or job, you want to choose it from the list, and also make sure that you're using the correct class if you're using the class list. I'm going to go ahead and save and close at the bottom. Now let's go ahead and follow the flow chart all the way to the end where it says Pay Bills. What I want to show you is if you look at Cal Gas and Electric right here, if you go ahead and click on that, you're going to see right down here where it says Set Credits, there's a $25 credit available. So you're not going to see it when you look up here. As long as you have the bill selected you want to apply it to, all you have to do is Set Credits. You'll notice this credit appears right here, and all you have to do is click Done. And now you'll see that credit is used right up here, and it shows you there is an amount to pay now of $97.68. If you're going to pay that, just go ahead and make sure it's checked off and go through the process and pay the selected bill. And that's all you need to do to enter a credit memo and then apply it to a bill. I'm going to go ahead and cancel out of this. Let's go ahead now and move over into video number 6, where we're going to talk about a new feature in QuickBooks where you can schedule and pay your bills directly from QuickBooks. Hey there, welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. This is Cindy. We are moving now into Module 6, where we're talking about how to work with items and inventory. We're going to start off in this first video just talking about where the items list is and how you would actually go through and set up an item or an inventory part. There are actually 2 parts to this video, so make sure you watch videos number 1 and 2. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we'll get started entering some of those items. If you're looking at your home screen, you're going to see an icon here that says Items and Services. That's where you want to click to go ahead and see all of these different items that you would either sell to your customers or purchase maybe for resale. When you first set up your QuickBooks company file, this list will be empty. You won't have any items. You'll have to go through and set these up yourself. I wanted to go through this list because I want to point out that each of the items that you create can be set up as one of these different types that you see in this column. Some companies will have 3 or 4, maybe 6, 7 items. Other companies might have over 1,000. It just depends on what your business actually does. Let's go through and look at some of these, starting with the type called Service. What you'll find is that based on the type, the names will be in alphabetical order over here. Think of a service as an actual service that you provide to your customers. If you look at framing, that's a service you provide. Labor would be a service. Repairing, that would be a service as well. Sometimes you're going to have items that are main items, and then you'll have sub-items below. Carpet and drywall are sub-items of this word subs. The next type that you're going to see down here are your inventory parts. You'll notice for each of these inventory parts, you're going to see the total quantity that you have on hand. These are physical parts that you buy or sell. The way that this number changes is when you sell this item, meaning you put it on an invoice to sell it, this number will go down. When you purchase this, the number will go up. When you're entering your expenses where you've actually made the purchase of these items, you're going to see on the bottom of that screen will be a tab that says items, and you'll be able to actually put that item on that tab. Let me show you what I'm referring to. I'm going to flip back to home for a moment. And let's just say that you were using the write checks feature down here. Now I know we haven't gone through this yet, but you're going to see on every type of expense that you enter, you're going to have the same screen. Down here, you could either put this to an expense, which is your chart of accounts, or this is your items tab here where you can pick an item. If I pick door frame and I say that I order a quantity of 2 of these, then what will happen is over here, when I look at door frame, this 21 will actually go to 23. You can also manually adjust this inventory. We're actually going to talk about that down in video number 7 of this module. The next type I want to point out are non-inventory parts. These are physical products or parts that you have, but you don't keep a record of how many you have in inventory. You might keep 2 or 3 on hand all the time just in case you need them, or you might order them as you need them, but you don't really keep track of the quantity you have for non-inventory parts. Below that, you're going to see what they call other charges. These are miscellaneous type things. You'll notice there's a freight reimbursement here. There's a delivery charge. They've got one set up for permit. I did want to point out this next one that says subtotal over here. You may not use this very often, but what will happen is if you had 6 or 7 line items on an invoice or an estimate, and you want to subtotal those, you can just add this as the next line and it will actually subtotal everything above it that it hasn't already subtotaled. These are groups down here. If you create estimates and you're constantly creating an estimate for the same thing, and maybe it has 100 different line items, instead of typing those line items every time, you can create a group, and that group can include those line items. That way, the next time you need to put those on an estimate or an invoice, you just type this group name and it will pre-populate all of those items for you. There is a place to put a discount on your invoice if you'd like, and it will figure the discount for you. And also you can set up a line item as a payment. I personally wouldn't put payments on an invoice. I would make those a separate transaction, but you do have that ability. And then the last couple of types I want to mention are your sales tax items and your sales tax group. When we get to the videos where we talk about sales tax, this is where we're going to come to actually create those items. And then if you have several you pay and pay to one entity, you can create a group to include those. That gives you a quick overview of the different types of items that you can set up in QuickBooks. What I want to do now is go ahead and set up a service item with you, just so you can get a feel for how to set up these items. Anywhere in this list, you just right click and you'll see the new option here. Notice there's also an edit option if you needed to edit one of the items you already created. You can duplicate an item. If there's a new one you need that's similar to one you already have, you can duplicate it and then make those few changes you need. You can also delete an item. You cannot delete an item if you've ever used it. If you want to hide it from the list, maybe you're not going to use it in the future, then go down here and make it inactive so it hides it from this list. For now, we're going back to new so that we can create our new service item. The first thing QuickBooks asks you is what type of item is this? And these are the types we just mentioned. I'm going to say it's a service item, and we'll actually call this one a consultation. If this is a sub-item of another, you can check the box and pick the item it's a sub-item of. Remember the example where carpet is a sub-item of subs? But this one's not. This is just a new item. And then if you're using the unit of measurement feature, you can create a new unit of measurement. They have one set up here. It looks like they sell things each by the case, for example. And then of course you have a description area. If this is going to change all the time, you can just leave it blank. I'm just going to duplicate the same item name there, and then that can be changed when you're actually on an invoice. If you have a standard rate you charge for this item, you'll want to go ahead and put it in. If it's going to be different every time, just leave that on 0 and then change it on the invoice or estimate as you need to. The next thing QuickBooks asks you is this a taxable item or not? This is for sales tax purposes. And then the most important thing on this screen is the account. This is the chart of accounts, and QuickBooks wants to know which account in the chart of accounts do you want this to relay back to. 9 out of 10 times you want it to relate back to an income account. And this is where I see a lot of people have problems, because if you don't point this back to an income account, your profit and loss will not be correct. There's very few exceptions to that, so if you just always pick an income account, you'll be good. I don't see one I'd like to use. I'd like to have one called consultation income. I'll just create that. I'll go to the top of the list and choose Add New. I'm going to put in the account name. And I really don't need to fill any of this other stuff in. I'm going to go ahead and hit Save and Close at the bottom. And now you'll see that it has my new account name there. I'm going to click OK. And now that item has been created, you'll see it right here at the top of the list. That's how you're going to create a new service item. What I want to do now is stop the video here and let's move over to part 2, because I do want to show you how to set up inventory items so that you can go ahead and tell QuickBooks what the quantity is that you have currently, and then you have the correct number to move forward with. Hey there, it's Cindy again. Welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. We are working in Module 6, where we're talking about items and inventory. We just completed part 1, where I showed you how to go through the items list and start adding items to that list. Now I want to show you how to specifically add inventory parts to that list. Let's head over to QuickBooks and get started. We're back in the items list in QuickBooks. In case you forgot how to get here, go back to your home screen and you'll see an icon right here that says Items and Services. We'll just head back over there. To create any new item in your list, just right-click anywhere in the list and choose the New option. The first thing you have to tell QuickBooks is what type of item is this, and this is an inventory part. Let me just mention that if you don't have inventory part on this drop-down list, it's because when you set up the company file, you told QuickBooks you do not keep inventory. Now, if you want to change that at this point, all you have to do is go back up to Edit and back to your Preferences. In here, you want to click Items and Inventory on the left, then choose your Company Preferences tab and make sure all of these are checked. Once you've done that, go ahead and click OK, and then you will see Inventory part appear on this list. This is going to be a screen door. If this was a sub-item of another, I would click Sub-item of and choose that item from the list, but this is not. And notice there's a place now for the manufacturer's part number. This is just helpful information for you whenever you're ordering this part. That way you don't have to keep guessing at what that number is. If you're using the unit of measurement, you'll want to choose that from the drop-down list. You'll notice when you're entering inventory that you have two sides to the screen. You've got the purchase information side, and then over here you have the sales information side. This is when you buy this item, and this is when you sell this item. I'm going to put a description in here. I'll just say screen door, and of course you can edit that whenever you're on an estimate or an invoice. And what you'll notice is if you click on the right, it'll put that same description here, and of course you can edit that as well. This would typically be the description that you would see when you're purchasing this item from your vendor. The next thing you'll see on the left is the cost. On average, what do you pay for this? If it's totally different every single time, you can leave it on 0. I'll just put in 200. But the sales price is what you charge for this. That means anytime you put this on an invoice or an estimate, it will pull in this case, 550. And of course, you can type over that if you need to. If it's going to vary every single time again, then go ahead and leave that blank. Over here, the cost of goods sold account, you really don't want to change this unless you have some sub-accounts underneath that you specifically want it to go to. But this is considered a cost of goods sold because you have to buy this product to make or sell this product in your business. So make sure that stays on a cost of goods sold. Below that is a field for the preferred vendor. If you have a specific vendor you like to buy this from, then you can go ahead and pick them from the list. If not, you can just leave that blank. Over on the right, for sales tax purposes, is this item subject to sales tax? And typically, if it's a physical item, it is. And the most important thing on this whole screen again is the income account. This word says income, so that means pick one of these income accounts that you want this to go to. When you're selling this item, where do you want it to end up? I'll just say in this case, I want it to end up under materials income. Because this is inventory, you've got some options down at the bottom you can plug in. You don't want to change the asset account. This is the account the asset's going into. Inventory is considered an asset to your business because it's worth something. It makes your company more valuable, but it is liquid and you'll want to sell it and get it out the door. There is a place to plug in a minimum reorder point and a maximum. And what that means is, do you want QuickBooks to tell you when you have 2 left to order some more so you don't run out? And what if you get too many? Maybe you want to have a max of 10 in the back room and you want QuickBooks to tell you that. Here's where you're going to put in how many you have on hand. That's the starting number QuickBooks will have. And remember, if you have 1, every time you purchase it will add to that number. And anytime you sell this, it will take away from that number. And that's really all you have to plug in when you're setting up an inventory part. I'm going to click OK, and it should tell us that we have 1 of these. Let's go look and see. Here you can see our screen door, and you can see that we have 1 of them. That's how you're going to set up inventory and get started with that whole inventory process. That's going to go ahead and wrap up the items and inventory part of this module. Let's go ahead and move over to video number 3, and we'll talk about purchase orders. Hey there, welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. This is Cindy. We are working in module 6 where we're talking about items and inventory, and we're down now to video number 3. I want to show you how purchase orders work in QuickBooks. If your company uses the purchase order system, that means that when you order an item, you're going to actually enter a purchase order. Once that inventory comes in, you're going to actually enter an item receipt, and then eventually you're going to pay for that. And that's the purchase order system. But let's go ahead and start with video number 3 here, and I'll show you how to enter purchase orders. Before we get started, I want to go back to the items list and show you that we have 1 screen door right now as an inventory part, and we want to order 3 more. We're going to use the purchase order system to do that. Back on the home screen, you should have an icon here that says purchase orders. If you do not have this icon, it's because you told QuickBooks when you set up the company file that you do not track inventory. To turn that on, you would go back to Edit, down to Preferences. Make sure you're under the Items and Inventory option on the left, and then click on Company Preferences. You want to make sure all 3 of these are on, and that way your icon will show up on your home screen. I'm going to click on Purchase Orders, and we're going to enter the purchase order. The first thing it asks me is who is the vendor that you want to order this from, and we're going to say this is Perry Windows and Doors. This would be my vendor list. If you're using the class feature, then you'll want to go ahead and choose which class this would pertain to. If you want to drop ship this to a particular customer site, that means when you order it, you want the vendor to send it to the customer site, then you could choose it from the list. But if you're not doing that, you're just going to put them in your office, then you don't want to choose anything here. You can also choose a template for your purchase orders. We only have one right now, but we can create those, and we'll talk about that in a later module. The next thing you want to do is check the date. This is going to be the date you're creating the purchase order. And then you want to put in the purchase order number. QuickBooks will number sequentially. If you want to change that number, then you just change it to whatever you'd like it to be. Here is the vendor information that it pulled in when you chose your vendor right up here at the top. And next to that is the ship to information if you were shipping it directly to a client site, or if you're not, you'll see it pulled in the your company information. What you want to do is go down on the first line under item, and you just want to pick screen door. And if you want to add a description, this would be the description the vendor uses. They might have a particular part number, they might call it a particular brand name, but you can change that to say anything you'd like. We're going to order 3 more of these, and let's say that we're ordering 3 because they're on sale. They're $185. So see, I'm going to change that right there. If they were for a particular customer, again, you would pick the customer and job from this list. And if you were using a unit of measurement, you would choose it from that list if you could. And you can see it pulled over the total there of $555. You can keep adding as many items as you like to this purchase order. A couple of quick things. You'll notice at the bottom left of the screen, there is a place for a vendor message. That would be something that you would put in there that only you would see, and then a place for a memo. Over on the right-hand side, you can see your history here. If you want to hide that, just use the arrow to hide the history, or the left arrow to show the history. But that's just going to show you information about the vendor. You can see their phone number, if you have an open balance with them, if you have any purchase orders still that need to be received, and then recent transactions will show up here. Now let's head up to the top and see if there's anything new. I think you're familiar with most of this already. You know how to print, email these. Let's go ahead and see what a purchase order would look like. I'll preview this. You can see it just says purchase order here at the top. It has all the information on it. You can see the company information here on the left. There's the vendor name and address, and the ship to name and address, and what you're actually ordering. I'm going to close that screen. One thing that you haven't seen yet is this icon here that says create item receipts. Now that's going to be the next thing in the process once you receive the physical products into your office. Chances are you're not going to be on this screen when you want to receive your items, but you could do that. And you would also select your item receipts from here, but again, we're going to do that back from the home screen. There are some reports you can run back here. If you want to look at any open purchase orders, you can do that. You can look at purchase orders by job. You can look at them by item detail. You might see an item listing and then purchases by vendor detail. I'm going to click Save and Close at the bottom, and now that purchase order has been created. What I want to do is go back to the items list and just show you that you still only have one screen door right here. And that's because you've only ordered it, you have not received it into inventory yet. And that's the next thing we're going to talk about. If you'll head on over to video number 4, we're going to talk about how to receive those items into inventory. Hey there, it's Cindy again. Welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. We are working our way down through Module 6, where we're talking about items and inventory. We're down to video number 4 now. We're going to talk about how to receive items into inventory. These would be items you've already created a purchase order for, and now you've received them. You want to update QuickBooks so that your inventory number is correct. Let's flip over to QuickBooks and we will look at how to receive those items into inventory in QuickBooks. We're back in our items list, and I wanted to point out the screen doors. You still only have one as far as the quantity is concerned because we've ordered 3 more, but we haven't received them. Now that they've come in, I want to show you how to go ahead and receive those so that they'll show up in this list, and this quantity will change to 4. I'm going to go back to the home screen, and following the flowchart, I'm going to go to the Receive Inventory icon. You'll notice here that there's a down arrow because there are two ways that this can happen. One, you can receive your inventory and the bill is actually in the box with it, or you can receive it and later the bill will come in the mail. They'll just have a packing slip for you to look at right now. But let's go ahead and use the bottom option. We'll say without the bill, because that's normally the way it happens. And now you're on what's called an item receipt. Now you have to have a purchase order in here already in order to pull from that purchase order. The first thing QuickBooks wants to know is who is the vendor. In this case, it was Perry Windows and Doors. Because we have an open purchase order, then it's letting us know that we can receive against one or more of these. We're going to say yes. This is how you're going to close the purchase order. You'll see there are two purchase orders here, and you're going to choose the one you want to receive against. Let's just say I pick this one and I click OK. You'll notice it pulled in those 3 screen doors. What if you clicked the wrong purchase order and you want to go back and pick the correct one? Instead of getting out of this whole thing, notice you have a button up here that says Select PO. You would uncheck the one you pulled in, check the correct one, and then click OK. And you can see that I really needed that first one, so I'll go back and choose that first one. But the point is that you can actually change the purchase order that you pulled in. The next thing I want to do is go ahead and pick the date. This is the date that I actually received the items. Let's go ahead and say it was January the 3rd. If you wanted to put in a reference number, you could, and then the total. And that total shouldn't change because this is not a bill where they would add shipping or tax. This should be the same amount that was actually on the purchase order. Now, the only exception is, what if when you're looking at these items here, they only sent you 2 of those doors? Then you would change this to 2, which obviously would change your total up at the top. And then you could go through the same process when that last one actually comes in. Going across, you'll see it pulled in the cost, it pulled in the amount, and if you wanted to make this billable, meaning that you would have the customer reimburse you, you could click here and you can see it pulled everything you need right from here. Let's go back up and see if there's any new buttons that you're not familiar with up here. You should be familiar with all of these. We talked about selecting a PO if you choose the wrong one. You could also enter some time. What this means is if you are tracking the time that it takes you or an employee to actually process this, maybe open the box, put the things in inventory, the whole process, then you can do this because it's part of your job costing. You would just pick a start date and an end date for this, and then you would click OK. You can also clear the splits. That means that if you had multiple line items, you could clear that and start over, and you could recalculate it. There are some reports you can run as well related to items. There's an item listing, which just lists all your items. If you want to see the details about any purchase orders that are open, you can do that. There's a vendor balance detail, an unpaid bills detail, and purchases by vendor. Let's go ahead and click Save and Close at the bottom and see if our item list has been updated. When I look at screen doors, you can now see that I have 4 screen doors. So you can see that once you create those purchase orders, it's not going to change your quantity, but once you receive the item in inventory, then it will. That's how you're going to receive items into inventory in QuickBooks. Let's move over to the next video, number 5, and we'll quickly walk through how to handle the bills for those items that you just received. Hey there, welcome back. It's Cindy again. We are working through QuickBooks Desktop 2022. Right now we're in module number 6, where we've been discussing items and inventory. And I want to take a quick moment in this 5th video here and talk to you about how to handle the bills for items that have gone through the purchase order process. It's really going to be fairly easy. It's very similar to just entering any bill and paying it, but I want to follow the flow chart and show you how to take this all the way through. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we'll get started. If you have a bill you need to enter that's for items that went through the whole purchase order system, you want to enter those here because you want to complete the flow chart. I'm going to click on Enter Bills Against Inventory. The first thing you want to do is choose an item receipt, and you need to pick the vendor. This was Perry Windows and Doors. In the previous video, we had actually ordered 3 screen doors, and now we're ready to enter that bill. You can see that an item receipt came up for Perry Windows and Doors. You want to make sure you choose the correct one. This would be any items you received through this Receive Inventory button right here. I'm going to click OK. And now you can see a bill, and it's pulled in all 3 of the screen doors that we had ordered. When you receive a bill, you'll probably have some additional charges like a shipping charge or something else. Go ahead and just change all the information needed to make this correct. This bill would be for $600 in this case. And I'll just put in a reference number. That would be the bill number or the invoice on the vendor side, as they would call it. Make sure you have the bill date correct, and make sure you have the due date correct. That's the important one. That way when you run reports, you'll have accurate dates when your bills are due. Now in this case, we're going to break up our amount due. We know that $550 is for the items we purchased, but the rest of it is for a shipping or a freight charge. You would click on the Expenses tab and choose Freight and Delivery from this drop-down list, and then put in that amount. Go ahead and save and close, and QuickBooks will say that this transaction is linked to others. Are you sure you want to change it? And you would just say yes here. Now that bill is in QuickBooks, ready for you to pay it. Let's go ahead now and hop over to video 6, and we'll go ahead and get those items paid for. Hey there, welcome back to QuickBooks 2022. This is the desktop version, and we are going through Module 6, Items and Inventory. We're down to video number 6 now, Paying for Items. There's a couple different ways you're going to be able to actually enter those items in QuickBooks, especially if you have inventory and you want it to increase as you make those purchases. It could be that it's a bill you've put in and you just want to pay that bill, or it could be that you're actually using a check or a debit card or purchasing them online. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks, and we'll look at how to pay for those items. Let's go ahead and start with the easiest thing first. So far in this module, we've gone through this whole purchase order system. We actually ordered some items. We ordered 3 screen doors. We actually received that into inventory, and this is when your inventory number increased. And then we actually entered the bill. When you get ready to pay the bill, just follow the flow chart all the way down to this Pay Bills option right here. If you remember, we actually purchased our doors from Perry Windows and Doors. And looking down this list, you can see there are several. You just want to go ahead and check off the one or ones that you're going to pay, and pay this like you normally would when you're paying any bill. I'm going to go down and change the date that I'm making the payment. I'll choose the method. I'll just leave a signed check number and go ahead and pay selected bills. Remember that when this screen pops up, you can enter anything you want in that check number field. I'll just say that I used a debit card to pay this, and I'll click OK. And now that is done. I'm going to go ahead and choose the Done option. So that's the first thing I wanted to point out, is paying the bill. The next thing is when you're entering the expense. Let's say that you actually went to your local store and you purchased those screen doors. Maybe you wrote a check, used your debit card. It really doesn't matter how you paid for it. In QuickBooks Desktop, anytime you have something that comes out of the checking account, it's considered a check. You can use the Write Checks window, whether you paid for it online, debit card, it doesn't matter. You can use that window, or you can use the check register. I'm going to use the Write Checks. Let's say that I want to purchase one more screen door. I'll go back to Perry Windows and Doors. Notice it tells me I have open purchase orders. Since I'm purchasing this and I'm not actually applying this to a purchase order, I'm going to say no in this case, and that way the purchase orders stay open for the next time. I'm going to say that the door was $185. Now here's the important thing. This is your chart of accounts when you're under the Expenses tab. You could most certainly, if you're not tracking inventory, then you could come down and pick that this was a job material or whatever account you'd like to use. However, in this case, I want to add that door to my inventory. So that means I need to delete this line here and make sure I put it under the Items tab. Just a quick little trick, whenever you're trying to delete an entire line anywhere in QuickBooks, just click on that line, and all you have to do is hold Control and hit your delete key, and it will delete the entire line. Now I'm going to go to the Items tab, and I'm going to put in Screen Door, and there you can see it pops up. I'm purchasing one of these. It looks like it's $185, and if it is for a particular customer job, I can choose that here. But if I'm trying just to keep that in my inventory, I'll just leave that empty. Now I'm going to go ahead and save this and then close this window. When we go back to our items and services, let's see how many we actually have right now. We're going to go down and find Screen Door, and we have 5 of them. One of them was just added to our inventory. We haven't yet talked about credit cards, but if you're using a credit card to make that purchase, the same thing would apply. You would click here, and you would still see that you have the 2 tabs. You'd want to make sure it's under the Items tab so that it goes into your inventory. And that's what I wanted to point out to you about actually paying for those items, specifically when you want items to go into your inventory. Let's go ahead and finish up Module 6 over in the 7th video. I'll show you how to manually adjust your inventory because inventory is going to get off and you want it to always be as accurate as possible. Hey there, welcome back to QuickBooks Desktop 2022. This is Cindy. We are getting ready to wrap up Module 6. We've spent some time talking about items and inventory. And then this last video, I want to show you how to manually adjust inventory. Inventory is just going to get off. And every now and then you'll go in the back room and you'll count and you'll want to adjust the number in QuickBooks to match what you actually have. I want to show you how to do that. Let's go ahead and flip over to QuickBooks and we'll see how to adjust that inventory. On the home screen, you'll want to navigate to the Items and Services icon, and that way you can see your list of items. If you look at your screen doors here, we have 5. We're going to adjust this because let's say there's only 4 that we actually have on hand. We need to decrease that number by 1. At the bottom of your items list, there are a lot of different options. Most of these options you can get to by right-clicking anywhere on your screen. You'll see there is the Adjust Quantity Value on Hand option, which you would also find under Activities, the very bottom option down here. The first thing you need to tell QuickBooks is what type of adjustment is this? Are you adjusting the quantity, the total value, or both? We're adjusting the quantity. Set your adjustment date, whatever date you're doing this adjustment, and then you want to have an adjustment account. Now, I've set up one called Inventory Adjustments. You'll want to go ahead and set that up yourself because it will not automatically be in the list. QuickBooks will number each one of these adjustments. You can change that reference number if you like. Also, if you're adjusting this for a particular customer job, you can choose that from the list. If you're just adjusting inventory on hand, then you leave that blank. Make sure you choose the class this would apply to as well. The next thing you want to do is go down and find the item from the items list that you're adjusting. In this case, it's a screen door. It tells me I have 5, but the new quantity I want is 4. That means there will be a -1 adjustment. I'm decreasing by 1. If you want to put a memo here, you can down at the bottom, but that's really all you need to do. I'm going to save and close. And now if we go down and look at our screen doors, we should have 4, and we do. You can see it right there. And that's how you're going to adjust your inventory that you have on hand. Well, that's going to go ahead and wrap up Module 6 where we've talked about items and inventory. Why don't we move over now to Module 7 and we're going to look at all the different options related to banking features in QuickBooks.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. Now, to get the course transcript and follow along with this video, click right over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Sez IT.